Under a sunny sky and a breezy condition, a temperature of 81 degrees here at game time. We welcome you live to Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park on the final day of the 2021 regular season baseball campaign. Today it is senior day on Bison Hill as Oklahoma Baptist looks to bounce back from a 4-3 extra inning loss last night to Henderson State as they welcome in the Reddies for games 2 and 3. Hello again, everyone. Todd Miller along with you, as well as the entire broadcast crew here with you from the OBU campus. Oklahoma Baptist last night losing a tough one, 4-3, the final score in 11 innings. Bison held a 3-1 lead after 3 innings. They only saw Henderson State come back with single runs in the 4th and the 6th to get it tied. No more scored until the top of the 7th inning, and that's when the Reddies got a leadoff base runner on a walk to Grayson Stevens, an infield single, a sac fly, and that turned out to be the difference in a 4-3 victory. As Taylor Langston was brilliant out of the bullpen, he pitched 2 scoreless innings, allowing 1 hit in facing 7 batters. The loser was the third of 4 pitchers for OBU, Tyler Frank. He fell to 3-2. Taylor Langston out of the bullpen, 2 innings, picked up his 3rd win in 6 decisions. Time now for a look at today's starting lineups. First of all, for Henderson State, the Reddies come in with a record of 23-15, 18-13 in Great American Conference. They are 247 losses and 1. Grayson Stevens hitting 3rd for Henderson. At shortstop is Joe Myers. Their cleanup. The DH, we didn't see him last night. He gets his first start of the weekend series. Corbin Sistinas. Batting 5th or 6th at second base is Daniel Colasanto. Center field is Bryson Haskins, hitting 8th in C.J. Hughes. So again, the starting lineup today for Henderson State. It's Mitchell Jr. in left, Stevens at first, Myers Hughes at third base for Henderson State. Now, and more than likely are looking at best at a 3rd place finish in the regular season standings. It'll be Cliff Pratt, the senior, leading off at shortstop. Hector Rubalcaba bats cleanup and is at second. Ramon Enriquez bats cleanup or bats 5th and catches. Eric Carlson hits 6th at first base. Chris Cook will bat 7th. He is the DH. Colin Prince hits 8th out in right field, and Case Warner will get the start here in the middle game of this 3-game series, batting 9th in center field. That's the starting lineups. We're back with a look at today's starting pitcher for OBU in a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
Stand and join us for today's invocation.
And our final notes of the national anthem before a good senior day crowd here at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park. Oklahoma Baptist trying to finish the regular season on a high note, send a large group of seniors out before a home crowd on a high note as well. Bison, you can see on your screen, wearing the bright green and white tops with the green and white caps, white bills over the white bottoms. Henderson State this afternoon will don the crimson and white tops with gray bottoms and crimson leggings. In the lineup for OBU, Pratt, Keller, Bartolome, Ruvalcaba, Enriquez, Carlson, Cook getting the start today, Prince, and Case Warner. So we've not seen a lot of Chris Cook nor Case Warner in the starting lineup. Both will get their chance here on senior day. Defensively, around the infield, Eric Carlson is at first, Hector Ruvalcaba at second, Cliff Pratt at short, Kaimana Bartolome is the Bison third baseman. Out in left, it's Walker Keller. In center field, Case Warner. In right field, Colin Prince. And for the second straight game of this series, Ramon Enriquez will be the catcher. The starter today on the mound for Oklahoma Baptist is Bo Dallas. Number 22 is a 6'3" redshirt junior from Aubrey, Texas. Began his collegiate career at Fort Scott Community College up in Kansas. Bo has pitched very well in the final games of series. The Bo Dallas 12th appearance. He has thrown 46 in the third innings, allowed 65 hits, 36 runs, 30 of which have been earned. His batting average against is a little high, 333. He has struck out 36 and walked just 13. Club from Arkadelphia, Arkansas in check on a breezy afternoon. Winds are gusting over 20 miles per hour. It is warm, so the ball is really going to carry today from center around towards left. After this one, the Bison will await their first round pairing. Stay at a time and against an opponent to be determined. If they lose both and are swept by Henderson State, things could get very, very interesting. Bison will not be able to outright win the Great American Conference. With some help, they could share the championship with Southern Arkansas and perhaps Arkansas Tech. Bison are looking up at both the Wonder Boys and the Mule Riders on the final day of the regular season, and Arkansas Tech is hosting Southeastern, who has packed it in after being eliminated yesterday down in over in Russellville, dropping the first game of that series to Arkansas Tech. So here is Danny Mitchell to lead things off. Danny Mitchell comes into the ball game. Danny Mitchell last night had 1 hit and 5 at-bats, and the first pitch from Dallas is a strike. Bo's going to get a workout, not only on the mound dealing balls and strikes, but probably keeping that ball cap on his head as to this afternoon. Fly ball hit well down the line and left, but that is curling foul and out of play. And the advantage now, no balls, 2 strikes to Danny Mitchell. Danny Mitchell has 6 home runs this season. We told you last night that Mitchell is having a much better power year for Henderson State in 2021 than he did his first couple of years in Arkadelphia. He totaled 6 career home runs through his first 2 stints in the Reddies program. Johnny, the 0-2 pitch is lined into right field. Over to cut it off is going to be Colin Prince, and he'll hold Mitchell to a single. So Danny Mitchell with his second hit of the ball game, and good speed aboard to start the afternoon for the Reddies. And up comes first baseman Grayson Stevens. Stevens reached on a leadoff walk in the 11th inning last night. Came around to score the eventual game-winning run in Henderson State's 4-3 11th-inning victory over the Bison. For OBU's part, they continue to struggle in games. Outslug people. Breaking ball for comes the pitch. Got the out. When games. It comes the pitch, and it's a little tapper up the first baseline. Stays fair. Dallas fields and goes to Carlson at first for 1. At second. So 1-3, Grayson Stevens is retired, and here comes the most powerful hitter, at least statistically, in Henderson State lineup, Joe Myers. Myers has dipped to 295 of the season. He has a team best 11 home runs. Henderson State did not home. That standing. Breaking pitch from played third. One pitch, and it's popped up, and it's out of play on the first base side. Delivers, set it up outside. It's low, and it's 1-2 strikes. I was not aware until when I arrived at the ballpark today. This is the final home regular season games for Cliff Pratt and Hector Ruvalcaba. Both could have come back next. Starters, both will be lost to grad. Brings it home, and it's downstairs. Similar to this one, but the wind died. Lead. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Hit foul, bouncing towards the OBU dugout, third base side. And you hate to see senior day because you to Mitchell and delivers, and he got Myers to swing it. Off speed, down and away. Joe Myers, strikeout number 1 for Bo today. And Josh Aguilar, the catcher, now will bat. When I say turn the program around, it has never struggled. Bobby Cox retired after the 2019 season. The Bison never had a losing season under Boss. They have averaged over pitch is lined just over Carlson's glove into right. State an early lead, 1-0. Josh Aguilar, at least in the 2 games that we've seen him this weekend, appears to be a dead pull hitter. Last night, Aguilar had a first-inning single, and it was just like that, except a little harder hit. It was a rope out into right field. This one a little soft liner just over the glove of Eric Carlson. That's 1-0 on 2 hits. First pitch from Dallas is a strike. The pitch in there for a strike. The pitch, and it's low and away. Corbin Sistinas is making his 13th start, 22nd appearance, hitting .300 with 15 hits and 9 RBIs. 13 singles, a couple of doubles. And Dallas's pitch, a breaking ball stayed up and it swatted out of play. Sistinas is spelled T-S-I-S-T-I-N-A-S, but pronounced Sistinas. Runner goes. The pitch is lined down the right field line, but curling out of play, so the count will hold. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Bo Dallas trying to get his 5th pitching victory of the spring has spotted the Reddies. A 1-0 advantage. Henderson State now has won 2 straight. And brings it home. Sistinas lays off a high fastball and the count's 2. In comes the pitch outside, and all of a sudden the count's full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He did so, as we told you, in Magnolia, April the 18th, and did so a week later here against Arkansas Monticello. That was sneaks in behind. Sistinas lines that one into. One nothing Reddies. We go to the OBU half of the first. Welcome back here to Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park. Todd Miller with you on the Bison Sports Network. Final day of the regular season in the Great American Conference baseball schedule. Bison baseball brought to you by Tinker Federal Credit Union. This year, Tinker Federal Credit Union is celebrating 75 years of TFCU and you, helping members achieve their goals and realize their dreams since 1946. Learn more at tinkerfcu.org. Right-hander Matthew Baker is on the mound for Henderson State. He is a redshirt senior from Rockwall, Texas, transfer from Grayson College in Texas. Matthew Baker last night played in the ball game, did not appear on the mound, obviously. He replaced Alex Day late in the ball game as the DH, had 2 at-bats, went 0 for 2. And you might remember in a late inning at-bat, he fouled a pitch off of his ankle. He was hobbled around for a while, doubled over, but finished the at-bat and looks to be good during his warm-up tosses. Matthew Baker is 4-1 with a 3.79 earned run average. Henderson State with a 5.15. Off 1-0 Henderson State. Baker delivers the for a strike. Henderson State has 2 really good guys at the top of the rotation. We saw the first last night, Spencer Tack, who won his 7th straight decision, who improved to 7-1. Moving third baseman into left field, and Cliff Pratt with a leadoff single. Won 6 straight decisions is 6-1. So 2 pitches, 1 on, the tying run with good speed in Cliff Pratt, and here is Walker Keller. Walker Keller begins today hitting .378. Hitless the rest of the evening. Left-handed hitter. There's 1 ball, no strikes. Enjoyed a pregame visit with Walker in the dugout before the contest today. I said, man, you had some opportunities. I just felt like you were going to punch through, break through, get that big hit late in the game. And he said, I did too. And he's been doing that now for better than a month for OBU. Baker stretches. Just did get a piece of it, and the count's 1 ball, 1 strike. Walker Keller last night extended his hit streak to 11 straight games with 21 hits, and 13 of those make that 13 going for extra bases. There explains why we all had the feelings we did about Keller last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch takes it for a strike on the inside corner. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Matthew Baker making his 9th start, 12th appearance. Record 4-1, told you an earned run average of sub-4. Has worked now 55 innings of the season, 54 hits, 31 runs, 23 earned. 45 strikeouts. Side could be trouble, and Baker does win the race to first as he had no other play to get Walker Keller. The first baseman, Stevens, came in, so he was out of the play. The second baseman, Colasanto, could not get over there in time because the ball was not hit very sharply at all, and Matthew Baker apparently has no ill effects from that. In his final regular season games here at Bison Field, comes in hitting .363. Matthew Baker brings it home, and the first pitch, a slider outside, 1 ball, no strikes. So 1 unassisted, Walker Keller. It works like a bunt. 1-0 Henderson State. Bison threatening here in the bottom half of the first. Baker with a long pause out of the stretch. Looks at Pratt, now brings it home. It's low. It's off as Aguilar could not find it. And the tying run stands just 90 feet away at third base, and the advantage to Bartolome, 2 balls, no strikes. Caimano last night had a couple of hits early in the ball game, then struck out, popped out, and grounded out in his other 3 at-bats. OBU with a lot of chances early against Tack, and then they dried up. Here's the pitch. And past the first baseman into right for a base hit. Brad comes. So all three hitters have put the ball in play, and you can't really say that either hitter has had good swings against Baker, making good contact, but they produced a run. See what Hector can do here out of the cleanup spot. Baker, the long look to first, now brings it home. And a breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Starting appearance number 35 for Hector Ruvalcaba, listed as a junior on the roster, but today is senior day for him. Hector last night belted his team-high 14th home run of the year and drove in runs number 41 and 42 in the third inning. It out in front of home plate. And it's no balls, 2 strikes. Ruvalcaba currently is on a 10-game hit streak. That matches his season best. He hit safely in 10 straight from March 20th through April the 10th. Hector last night had 2 hits. During the 10-game hit streak, he's had 2 or more in 7 games. Now Henderson State coming out, and they wanted explanations as to why that ball was not fair and Ruvalcaba not tagged out. You could see that Aguilar played it like it was a fair ball right out in front of home plate. He tagged Ruvalcaba, and Kai was already on the move to second base thinking that it was a fair ball. The call's going to stand, and it's no balls, 2 strikes, but the conversation continues. Last night's Caba meant that he has reached base safely in 31 of the last 34. He also has currently hit safely in 21 of his last 23 ball games. 1-1 our score, 1 on, 1 out. Bottom of the first. In comes the ball. Hector taking 0-2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruvalcaba hitting a regular best, 392. 49 hits, second of the ball club, the 54 of Kaimana Bartolome. Matthew Baker comes set. Now comes Ruvalcaba, fouls it off towards the Henderson dugout. Hector's 14 home runs, 2 better than Cliff Pratt, who has 12, 4 clear of Walker Keller, who has 10. Ruvalcaba with 42 RBIs, 3 better than Keller's 39. Enriquez has driven in 32. Science has driven in 30. Throw over to first, and Kai dives back in safely. OBU, the conference leader once more, with 76 home runs. 1991, they set the league record with 91. In comes the pitch. Fly ball, left field. Don't think he got enough of it. Mitchell coming in. Now waits for it. The wind is pushing it, but not enough. And Mitchell has it, and that's out number 2. So it's up to Ramon Enriquez, the senior, second all-time leader in games played and started here at the Division II level for OBU. Ramon is hitting .289, 37 hits, 13 doubles. He leads the team in that category. Enriquez came in hitting .298. His average dropped a little bit after drawing a walk, striking out twice, and grounding out on comebackers twice. Here's Baker's first pitch upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. We talked about this last night. OBU had a lot of base runners in the first 3 innings. They scored all 3 of the runs in innings 1 and 3. And against good pitchers and good pitching staffs, and we saw some good arms from Henderson last night. Once those early chances dry up, it becomes very, very difficult. The pitch downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes to Enriquez. Spencer Tack gave up a run in the first last night. OBU had the bases loaded with 1 out. Tack was then able to strike out Carlson and Signs to get out of that jam, and that really set, I think, the tone of the evening for Henderson. Throw over to first, and Kaimana stands back in safely. The bullpen last night was airtight. 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, only 1 hit, no runs over the final 5 innings. 1-1 our score, bottom of the first. Here in Shawnee in the pitch inside, and it's 3 balls, no strikes to Enriquez with Eric Carlson, the first baseman, awaiting on deck. Ramon last night had a 6-game hit streak come to an end. He had hit .500 over the previous 6 games. Again, was 0 for 4 with a walk last night. Throw again to first. So Baker doing a good job keeping Bartolome, who's not all that aggressive with the base paths, fairly close, considering that Kai does carry the go-ahead run here in the first. 3-0 the count. Matthew Baker brings it home, and it's popped up. A towering fly ball out into right center field. Butler had problems. Can he get there? No, he will not. It falls in. Bartolome comes around to score. The throw into second. Gets away from the infielder and is backed up by Hughes at third. And OBU leads it 2-1 on a dunk single by Ramon Enriquez. Obviously, the outfielders are played extremely deep with the wind blowing out towards left. That was hit to right center. Was popped up a mile high. And you could see off the bat that Nick Butler just did not pick it up cleanly. Colasanto, the second baseman, was in the vicinity, as was the center fielder Haskins, and it basically dropped in the middle of a 3-man triangle. So an RBI double for Enriquez. It's 2-1 OBU, and here's Eric Carlson. Eric Carlson last night had a single, was 1 for 5 in the Reddies' victory over the Bison in 11 innings. First pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Sometimes you hit the ball as well as you can humanly hit a ball, and you get nothing to show for it. In this case, it should have been an out on a pop-up into shallow right center. Turns into a 2-out run-producing double for Ramon. 2-1 Bison. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Baker to Carlson, and now Eric steps out of the batter's box. Eric Carlson had 1 home run in his first 91 at-bats. Homered twice in a 2-for-2 series opener last week at Southern Nazarene. OBU won that game 15-5. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's belted into left field, and it's down for a base hit. Coming around to score is Enriquez, and it's 3-1. So Carlson got a pitch away that he could handle, and he just ripped it into left field. The wind was pushing it. It had no chance to go out of the ballpark, but my hesitation was whether or not it would blow it out to Danny Mitchell. And as Mitchell got there, it dropped just in front of him, and it's 3-1 Bison.
Make some noise. Your designated hitter, number
So here is Chris Cook. Cook last night had a couple of late-game at-bats, was 0 for 2. Cook hitting .348. This is only his 8th start of the year, his 16th appearance. Good to see Cook get a chance today, and he jumps on the first pitch and fouls it on a play for a strike. It's 0-1. Chris, 8 hits, and almost half of those have been for extra bases. He has a double and 2 home runs while driving in 8. Enriquez's double, incidentally, here in the inning was his team-high 14th of the year and the 67th two-bagger registered this year by OBU. 0-1 pitch, changed speeds, and Cook swings over the top for a strike. It's 0-2. So already 4 runs, 6 hits. We're not yet out of the first inning here at the launch pad known as Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park. Baker comes set. Now brings home the pitch. Downstairs, and that'll get away as Carlson moves to second base. So Cook, the base hit, extends likely a 3-1 OBU advantage. All 3 runs here in the first against the Henderson right-hander have been earned. Baker stretches and brings home the pitch. No, he called it a strike. Well, a delayed call at the letters, and that was in tight. Cook didn't really care for it. But Baker gets the strikeout. OBU picks up 3 runs on 4 hits, and they leave 1 aboard. We go to the second. It's now 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network.
After 1 inning, it's your Bison 3, Henderson State 1.
Third baseman should be number 14, and center fielder should
Trade it in for more and buy it for less at Hudeberg Auto Group. Visit Hudeberg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles, or stop by one of their 4 metro locations.
Oh, Dallas toes the rubber. Inning number 2, stake to a 3-1 lead. Dallas gave up a run on 2 hits against Henderson at the top of the first. He'll get Colasanto, Haskins, Butler if anybody reaches the number 9 hitter, C.J. Hughes. We'll have all the postseason action for you right here on the Bison Sports Network. It will start next Thursday, more than likely here at Shawnee. We don't know an opponent yet. We don't know a game time. Bison clinched one of the top 4 spots with a victory in one of 2 games today here against Henderson. Colasanto, who was 1 for 5 last night, leads off and goes oppo and lines that one into left for a leadoff hit. So 2 straight innings, the Reddies have managed to get the leadoff hitter aboard, and here comes the center fielder Bryson Haskins. Bryson Haskins last night was 0 for 4. He was the only Henderson hitter in the bottom third that did not produce. Reddies had 11 hits. 4 of those came from Butler and Hughes combined out of the number 8 and 9 spots. They had 4 RBIs, 2 of which were driven in by C.J. Hughes. We'll tell you more about him, but he has not played much this season at all. Bartolome in near the cut of the grass at third. Breaking ball, misses it tight. 1 ball, no strikes to Bryson Haskins. Bryson Haskins came into the weekend hitting .284. This is his 37th game. 33 hits, 7 doubles, 3 home runs, and 10 driven in. Represents the tying run here. With 1 on, nobody out in the second, 3-1 OBU. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Late swing, and he tied him up as that one softly lines into the Henderson dugout. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Show your OBU spirit and rep Carip with officially licensed Bison apparel from shopobubison.com. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 1 ball, 1 strike. In comes Dallas pitch and a fly ball into left. Didn't get much of it at all. Pratt goes out, closing in quickly as Keller's going to drop in between them. So Haskins gets his first hit of the weekend, and turnabout is fair play. Is that one, much like Ramon's, dropped in between defenders. And back-to-back hits from the bottom part of the lineup, and Henderson State back in business as Nick Butler will come to the plate. That's the problem on days like today if you're an outfielder, especially in Walker Keller's instance, with the wind blowing that hard to your position. You're playing extremely deep, so anything not hit very well in the air has a chance to fall, and that one did by Bryson Haskins. Tying runs are on. Hits are even at 4. 3-1 our score, top of the second. Left-handed hitting right fielder Nick Butler steps in. And Bo Dallas brings it home, and the first pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Nick Butler last night was 2 for 4. He scored 2 of the 4 ready runs. So Hughes drove in 2. Butler scored 2, and that was the 4 for Henderson State in that 11-inning victory. They improved to 2-0 in extra inning affairs this year. He shows bunt, takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Last night, Jake Lipinski, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 9 strikeouts, and 4 walks. I was talking to Jake before the ball game. It wasn't his best game, but as I told him, when you don't have your best stuff at this ballpark against good teams, sometimes games can get away from you. There's a 1-hopper off of the glove of Dallas out to the shortstop, Pratt, who wins the foot race to the bag for the force out. Now Colasanto moves to third, and they're at the quarters after a 6 unassisted fielder's choice for C.J. Hughes. So games when you don't have your best stuff against good teams in this ballpark can get away from you. But I thought Jake last night really battled and gave himself a chance and his team a chance to win the ball game. Just threw too many pitches early in the ball game, and therefore he managed just 5 innings in his final home regular season start. C.J. Hughes steps in, chance to draw the Reddies closer. First pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. C.J. Hughes, before last night, had made just 8 appearances and had not had a start. He only had 1 hit and had not driven in a run. Here's the pitch. Popped up, and it'll blow out a play first base side. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. Hughes had a second inning double with second inning RBI single after Butler's double to tie the game at 1. Then had an RBI double, scoring Butler from first after Nick had singled with 1 out in the 4th. That cut it from 3-1 down to 3-2. It's now 2 balls, 1 strike to Hughes. Most likely Hughes is playing because Caden Argenbright, an infielder, their leading hitter, is not with the team this weekend. Not certain the reason for that, but so C.J. Hughes getting his chance, and so far he's rewarded Cody Hooten with the faith. Quick throw over to first, and just back in was Nick Butler. Carlson snapped down the tag, and then whether he believed he got him or not, at least did a good job of trying to sell it to the field umpire. 3-1 OBU, but Henderson with a tying runs on and 1 out in the 2nd with the top of the order on deck. Here's Bo Dallas, 2-1 pitch. Didn't mean to, went around, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. If you can't get a double play, a strikeout is the next best thing. Two balls, 2 strikes. And another throw over to first, and nothing doing. Teams have run fairly effectively against Dallas this season. They are 4 for 5 in stolen bases. Two balls, 2 strikes to C.J. Hughes. Dallas again throws to first. Nick Butler with pretty good speed, being kept close to the bag by Bo. Bison's the team this year are 29 of 34 in stolen bases. They stole one last night with Cliff Pratt. The opponents are 45 of 55 in their run game against OBU. 2-2 the count, 2 on, 1 out. In comes Dallas's pitch, a little bouncer left side that'll score a run. Bartolome has it, now throws to first and through wide, and Eric Carlson pulled his foot off the bag. Now Eric throws across to third. The throw gets away from Pratt, and the tying run will come home to score. And moving over to third base is C.J. Hughes. So 2 errors on the play, one a throw-in error by Kaimana Bartolome, the other a throwing error against Eric Carlson. And it's a 3-3 ball game. So Hughes reaches E5, Butler scores E3. And the go-ahead run for Henderson State stands at second for Danny Mitchell.
Number 33, Danny Mitchell.
Great job.
Danny Mitchell singled and scored the first run of the afternoon. So both runs unearned here in the 2nd. In comes the pitch. Breaking ball called a strike. It's 0-1 the count. Bartolome's throw was not on line. It pulled Carlson off the bag towards the right field side of first, and Eric handled it cleanly, but it pulled him off of the bag. So a good throw certainly gets C.J. Hughes. 0-1 the count. In comes the pitch. At the knees for a strike, it's 0-2. Kai did a good job with that ball because it side saddle hopped him going to his left, and then he had to make a complete 360 pivot before throwing the ball. And I think he had a little more time maybe than he thought he did. And at the last instance had to rush the throw. So it's a 3-3 game here in the 2nd. No balls, 2 strikes. Dallas trying to finish off the left fielder Danny Mitchell Jr. in the pitch. Bouncing ball left side, glove by Bartolome. Looks the runner back, throws to first in time. The throw from Carlson into Pratt. Sails over Cliff's head, and coming home to score is C.J. Hughes, and it's 4-3 Henderson State. So Eric Carlson with 2 throwing errors at first base here on Senior Day. Mitchell is retired 5-3. 3 errors in the inning now for OBU. And the inning remains alive for Grayson Stevens. There's 2 outs.
Number 26, Grayson Stevens.
So last night, OBU played pretty good defense, each team with just 1 error. Bison have handed a 4-3 lead down to the Reddies thanks to 3 errors, all throwing errors in this second inning. First pitch is a strike to Stevens, and it's no balls, 1 strike. The flag is completely starched. The wind was over 20 at game time. It's upwards to 25-30 now. As Stevens pops that one out, shallow center field. Pratt going back, fighting the sun, reaches up, and he puts it away. And the inning is over, but Henderson sends 6 to the plate, 3 score. They do it on just 1 hit, 3 errors, and they leave nobody aboard. After 1.5, it's 4-3 Henderson State on the Bison Sports Network.
Bison fans, stay up to date on the latest in OBU sports by following us on Facebook at OBU Bison and on Twitter and Instagram at OBU_athletics. Keep up with everything OBU baseball by following them at OBU_baseball on Twitter and Instagram.
Henderson State with 3 unearned runs in their half of the second now grabs a 4-3 lead here in Shawnee. As Matthew Baker completes his warm-up tosses, he'll face Prince, Warner, and then Pratt if anybody reaches Walker Keller. Trade it in for more, buy it for less at Hudeberg Auto Group. Visit Hudeberg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles or stop by one of their 4 OKC Metro locations.
For right fielder, number 8,
Colin Prince to lead off. Colin last night had a second inning single that kept his active hit streak going. It is now 6 straight. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Colin is another one of those Bison that could have come back next year. He is elected to end his playing career after this season here on Bison Hill. 0-1 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 0-2. Colin's future plans, he plans on returning to his native home state of California. Plans to join the Fire Academy in California. 0-1 pitch, or 0-2 pitch. Popped up down the line at right. Wind is trying to push it back into play, and it's a fair ball. It just hit fair. Now they throw into second, and Prince slides in with a double. You cannot give up on a ball that's hit anywhere close to the foul line on the right field side because the wind is going to push it back in. And that ball hit just a few feet, maybe a foot and a half inside the chalk line.
At center field, number 23.
So Colin Prince with a leadoff double, second straight inning. The Bison have had their first hit of the inning on against Matthew Baker, and here is the center fielder, Case Warner. Case Warner last night came in. Was 0 for 1, flied out to center. He takes a good swing and misses at that pitch from Baker. It's a strike. Case Warner has not seen a lot of action, late game pinch hit situations. He's also been used as a base runner. Figures to factor into the outfield next year. 0-1 the count. Baker checks the runner at second. Swing and a miss. Upstairs fastball. No balls, 2 strikes. So it has been a game of counter punches. Henderson State with 1 of the first. OBU with 3 of their half of the inning. Reddies with 3 Bison errors. Score 3 times in the second to take a 4-3 lead. And OBU with a double that the wind aided inside the right field line has the tying run on with nobody out in the second. 0-2 the count. Baker's pitch to Warner. Inside corner for a called strike. It looks really tight. It looks very, very tight, but that's the same pitch that he punched Chris Cook out on strikes back in the first. So Cliff Pratt with a single and a run scored comes to the plate. Cliff Pratt is an interesting future ahead of himself. Here's Baker's first pitch, and it just misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Cliff Pratt is a music producer. He already has some artists signed, and that is his future plan after baseball ends here on Bison Hill. That's largely the reason he's not coming back in 2022. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. So needless to say, Pratt has excelled at just about everything he has tried in life, and that's very, very good. Tying run at second, now with 1 out. Top of the order at the plate. Facing Baker for the second time in as many innings. Baker looks at Prince, now fires, and the pitch is popped up and off the handle that'll blow out a play first base side. Cliff, second of the team in home runs with 12, third of the conference in that category. Had a 3-home run game against Ouachita. Bison swept the Tigers in the first conference series of the year. It was technically a road series that was played here in Shawnee because of wet grounds in Arkadelphia. 2-1, Baker to Pratt. In comes the pitch, and a bouncy ball back up the middle. Scoop by Myers, throws to first, and it's juggled and dropped by Stevens. Prince comes home to score, and we're tied at 4. I almost think that has to be a hit because that was a terrific play by Joe Myers. Myers went ranging to his left. He scooped it up, and almost like a runner coming in on a double play, he had to hurdle the second baseman, Colasanto. So Cliff Pratt, an infield hit, stands at first, and the game is tied again at 4 for Walker Keller. Keller tapped one fair up the first baseline, was retired by Baker, unassisted at first, as they threw back to first and Pratt back in. These two teams were scheduled to play the second weekend of the league schedule. But bad weather, both in Arkansas and Oklahoma, prompted a shift of the schedule. Walker Keller fouls the first pitch out of play for a strike. We told you that the Ouachita-Oklahoma Baptist series was moved from Ouachita to OBU. The next week, we had rains here in Shawnee, so that series was postponed. In fact, the whole league was affected by that storm system, so what the conference elected to do was push the conference tournament back a week and play week 2 in the final 7 days of the regular season. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Walker Keller. So here we are in what was originally scheduled to be tournament weekend. We are playing the final games of the regular season. OBU 4 runs, 6 hits now. 3 errors have led to 3 ready runs, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike to Keller. Walker Keller out of Murrieta, California, just south of San Diego. Obviously grew up a Padres fan. We're going to be in San Diego later this summer to visit Petco Park. He said it's by far and away his best or most favorite park of any major league stadium. 2-1 pitch in the dirt. That's going to roll away from Aguilar, and sprinting into second is Pratt. So a wild pitch, and the go-ahead run is at second base. So this has been anything but a work of art on either team's part to start this game. We've had errors, we've had late hits, we've had wild pitches, and we have 8 runs, and we're not yet through inning number 2. Three balls, 1 strike. to Walker Keller. In comes the pitch, and that is hit hard but foul on the right field side. Walker was telling me before the ball game he now has a new, I think he said a niece. It was just born this past week, in fact, within a day or two, I think. So he's excited to get back to California for a while and make over the new addition to the Keller family. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Matthew Baker's pitch. Didn't mean to, went around Keller, knew it, and down he goes. So Baker has struck out 3 of the 5 outs in this one today, and here comes Kaimana again with an RBI opportunity. Kaimana drove in a run last night to give OBU a 1-0 lead. Drove in a run here in the first to tie the game at 1. That was part of a 3-run, 4-hit first inning for OBU against Matthew Baker, the redshirt senior. Colasanto, the second baseman, is shaded towards the middle, so a large opening to the right side, although Stevens does play more towards the hole than his traditional fielding position at first. Myers playing with his heels on the outfield grass at short. First pitch stays upstairs to Bartolome. 1 ball, no strikes. One and 0 the count to Kaimana Bartolome. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Bison did not have a 2-out run last night. Let's see if they can grab one here and break a 4-4 tie. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This is away, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kaimana, 3rd all-time in games played behind Juan Gonzalez and teammate Ramon Enriquez. This is his 115th consecutive game on Bison Hill. In comes the 2-1 pitch. Late swing, and he lines it foul. And the count will even it up. Last year in 22 games, Kaimana Bartolome led the conference with 40 hits, 27 runs, 39 RBIs, and 15 doubles. His doubles, which averaged out to just over a half double per ball game, ranked him 3rd in a COVID-shortened season in NCAA baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at second in a 4-4 tie in the pitch. And he stays alive. We didn't hardly hear that bat ping at all, but he got enough of it. Now they'll put a new baseball back into play. You just wonder how good Bartolome's season last year might have been had he been able to finish it out. I mean, he put up some monster numbers in just 22 ball games. Now Henderson wants to talk to Josh Aguilar. I think this might have to do a little bit with some strategy with a tying run in scoring position and good speed with Cliff Pratt. Kaimana Bartolome is playing today his 8th game in his career over 3 seasons here in Shawnee against Henderson State. He had 3 hits in the series this year. He has 12 in 33 career at-bats against ready pitching. So he is like to see Henderson State. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 4-4 tie in the second. In comes the pitch, and he got him to swing and pop it up. Wind will push it out into shallow left field, and that's going to drop for a base hit as Pratt rounds 3rd, walks home, and it's going to be a double that barely got out of the infield for Kaimana Bartolome. Can this game get any weirder at all? Joe Myers was the one that had a chance at the play, but you could see he conceded because he looked up and couldn't find the ball. Looking up into that sun straight overhead, and then the wind pushing it. Ended up pushing it a few feet away from him, and with Colasanto, the second baseman, in pursuit as well, it just fell out of the reach of both middle infielders. So a very cheap 2-out RBI double by Bartolome breaks the tie. Bison lead at 5-4. And here is Hector Rubalcaba, who flew out to Danny Mitchell Jr. in left back in the first inning. In comes the pitch. Outside corner fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. Hector Rubalcaba hitting over 380 in what now will be his final season on Bison Hill. 10 seniors today went through senior day exercises here at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park before our first pitch. A 1 pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. Prad, Bartolome, Rubalcaba, Enriquez, Carlson, and Prince. 6 of the 9 batters in the Bison lineup coming to an end of their collegiate career. 5-4 the score. Still 2 out in the second. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. So Matthew Baker has been the victim of a couple of bloop hits that have fallen in, wind-aided hits. And the double by Bartolome was aided by the sun. But he hasn't helped his cause either, as he has worked behind in the count quite a bit here in the first 2 innings. Here's the 2-1 offering. Ground ball to short. Myers backhands it. Joe, with plenty of time, throws to first. And the inning is over. 2 doubles, an infield hit. Produced 2 runs, 1 left. 5-4 Bison as they counterpunch in the second here on the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller back here with you at Bobby Cox Field, Ford Park of the Oklahoma Baptist campus in Shawnee. 5-4 Bison on senior day through 2. Joe Myers, Josh Aguilar, and then Corbin Sistinas to bat against Bo Dallas. Told you this has been like a heavyweight prize fight, back and forth, each team exchanging blows. Already 4 errors in the ballgame, 3 in Henderson's half of the second, but the Bison helping to erase what was a 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist lead. Joe Myers struck out against Dallas his first time up, leads off the third, and takes a breaking ball away. 1 ball, no strikes. Joe Myers is playing in his 177th career game in Arkadelphia. In comes the pitch. Didn't pull the trigger. Should have. It's a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Myers played in 51 games in 2017, 43 in 2018, 33 in 2019, 21 last year, and now is playing at his 39th this season. Another breaking ball inside corner, and he has Myers down. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Joe Myers last night was 2 for 5. His last 2 conference series, he's 4 for 19. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And really, in a day like today, if you're going to miss, you want to miss down or wide, because anything up in the zone, gets up in the jet stream, and it's trouble. 2-2 the count. Nobody on, nobody out in the third. A swing and a miss. Change speeds, and Ramon goes down to handle it. And Bo Dallas has his second strikeout, both coming to the expense of Myers today. So here's the catcher, Josh Aguilar. He had an RBI single back in the first.
Number 9, Josh Aguilar.
OBU last night got the early jump after one, led 3-1 after three. We told you Henderson State chipped away. They picked up a run in the fourth, one in the sixth. Game went to extra innings, tied at 3 after 10 before the Reddies struck, following a leadoff base runner in the 11th. Aguilar fouls that pitch off for a strike. It's 0-1. Aguilar, University of Louisiana Lafayette transfer. 0-1 pitch, stays downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. Aguilar has not homered in the last 19 games. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and he pops that one up on the infield. Wind is pushing it. Pratt shielding the sun. Now it's called off by Bartolome, and it's going to drop. And that's going to turn out to be a one-out base runner for Josh Aguilar. Cliff Pratt, I don't know what the communication was out there, but he looked like he was in position. He was shielding the sun with his glove, and then all of a sudden Bartolome came over and must have called him off. And the ball hit 2 strides off the infield dirt into shallow left. It should be an error on OBU. Looks like they're going to score it a hit. Sistinas now will bat. Tying run is on, and Aguilar at first base with 1 out in the third. Dallas comes set at the bill of the cap, brings it home. Big swing, no contact for Sistinas, and it's 0-1. Reddy's playing without Caden Argenbright, who came in, tied for third of the conference in doubles, tied for fourth in the league in hits, and is hitting over 380 on the season. In comes the pitch upstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So that is a real big hole in the lineup for Henderson State. Not that the replacement, C.J. Hughes, is not filled in ably this weekend, as he has driven into and scored a couple of runs. Corbin Sistinas against Bo Dallas with 1 on and 1 out. And in comes the pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Colasanto, the second baseman, awaits on deck. This game's shaping up to be one that you might think your heavenly stars that you have the last at bat. Two balls, 1 strike in the pitch. Glove by Dallas. He'll go to second, throws it high. Pratt comes down to the bag, then throws to first, and they get the double play. Henderson State is saying that Aguilar was safe at second base, that Cliff Pratt did not come down to the bag. And apparently the umpire is going to agree. I thought he called him out and said that Cliff came down to the bag. So since you can't assume a double play, Sistinas reaches on a fielder's choice.
Number 2, Daniel Colasanto.
And Colasanto will reach. Aguilar, that should be a throw-in error on Bo Dallas, stands at second base representing the tying run. So Colasanto goes to work, takes ball 1. So Sistinas gets the standard 1-6-3 ground out to first. Only it didn't look that routine. 1-0 the count to Colasanto. 4th error of the ball game for OBU. And a breaking ball hit into center field for a base hit. Aguilar will be waved around. Case Warner's throw comes into second, and we're tied at 5. Colasanto with his second hit of the series. Making that his third, his second of the day, and he drives in the tying run, and it's 5-5. Bo Dallas will give up an unearned run here in the third.
Number 7, Bryson Haskins.
Bryson Haskins, who singled and was forced out 6 unassisted by Cliff Brad back in the second bats. Still 2 outs of the inning. The pitch, big swing, no contact, and it's a strike. Well, there's been a lot of runs so far, but not the way we thought there would be scored. And we thought we'd see a lot of bombs out of the ballpark today. It's been dinks and dunks and errors that have led to this high-scoring affair. 10 runs, and we're in the third. Colasanto leads from first, held on by Carlson. Bo Dallas's pitch. Inside quarter for a strike, and it's 0-2 to Bryson Haskins. Haskins single back of the second inning, his first of the series. Five tie in the third inning. And we're just getting started. 1-2 today. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt that rolls up the first baseline. There goes Colasanto. On a wild pitch, there will be no throw. So Colasanto, who has 2 hits today and carries the go-ahead run at second, had been hitless in his last 15 at-bats dating back to last week before the single in the second. He's followed up with an RBI hit here in the third. That pitch is low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. We played 65 minutes of this ball game, and we're still not through 3 innings. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. That's belted into left field and gone. Bryson Haskins gives Henderson State a 7-5 lead. Haskins with his 4th home run. RBIs number 11 and 12. All 3 runs unearned here in the third. And it's 7-5 Reddies. There was absolutely no doubt about that one from the moment it left Haskins' bat.
Number 20, Nick Butler.
Hits are even at 7. And Nick Butler has reached and scored an unearned run back in the second. First pitch to the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch count has to be elevating right now for Dallas, I would think. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. He faced 5 Reddies in the first. He faced 6 of the 9 in the second. This is his 6th batter to parade to home plate here in this long third inning. In tied, almost hit him, but it's 2 balls, 1 strike. So it's Bryson Haskins that hits the first ball out of the ballpark this weekend for HSU. 2-1 pitch. Down and in, 3 balls and 1 strike. This has been about as sloppy of a baseball game as you will find. Been a lot of balls, a lot of pitches, a lot of weird things transpiring. 3-1 pitch slapped out of play off to our left, and the count goes full, 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody on, 2 out. Dallas delivers, comes in back door and got Butler looking. Nick doesn't agree, but Bo strikes at his third, and he needed that one. Henderson State rallies 3 runs. They do it on 2 hits. There was 1 error and nobody left. After 2.5, it's a 7-5 Ready advantage of the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson State in the top of the third, 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 0 left on base. Chick-fil-A Shawnee is a proud sponsor of Bison Baseball. Download the Chick-fil-A One mobile app today. Start scanning your way to earning free food.
Seven to 5, Henderson State after 2.5. Ramon Enriquez, Eric Carlson, Chris Cook, Colin Prince, if anybody reaches, against Matthew Baker. OBU trailed 1-0 after a half inning, took a 3-1 lead going to the second. Henderson State led 4-3. The Bison came back and managed to get 2 to take a 5-4 advantage, and then 3 runs for Henderson at the top of the third has them back in front 7-5. Alex Day has come into the ballgame now, and Alex Day is going to be the catcher. So Josh Aguilar comes out here in the bottom of the third. Alex Day, who was the DH last night, will play defensively for the first time here in the series. So Enriquez, who has an RBI double to his credit, to lead off here, inning number 3. This is a 9-inning game. We will follow with a 7-inning contest to wrap up the series and the regular season. Told you last night that the Bison are going to play 1 game fewer than the maximum amount of contests after losing Tuesday night's home non-conference affair with Pittsburgh State due to weather. Here's the first pitch from Baker, inside quarter for a strike. So Ramon Enriquez to lead off. Trying to punch right back, and this his 116th game of his career. A swing and a miss, no balls, 2 strikes. Second all-time in games played, third all-time in career hits, tied for first with doubles. He now has eclipsed Juan Gonzalez in that category with a couple of doubles in the series. Chased one of the dirt, down he goes, tagged out by Day. So Ramon, it looked like a slider from here with a quick 3-pitch at bat, and here comes Eric Carlson. Eric, an RBI single back in the first inning. Carlson now has hit safely in both games of the series. He has hit safely in 5 straight games, dating back to last weekend's trip to Southern Nazarene. Here's the pitch. Outside quarter fastball, strike. The Bison are just 4-6 in the last 10 games, so they, in conference play, they have really squandered a chance to win a regular season baseball title for the first time in the Division II era. 0-1 pitch. Hard hit ground ball, deep third. Hughes plays the hop, throws to first, and there's 2 out in the Bison third. You get 1 of 2 at Southern Arkansas. You come home, and excluding 1 road game out of the league to Southern Oklahoma or UCO, you get everybody else at home. 3 against UAM, 3 against Henderson State. You think you've got a chance, and they dropped 2 of 3 to UAM and lost last night's first game here to Henderson State. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. And again, maybe more mind-boggling is the fact the way this team has played the last couple of weekends at home in league play. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Chris Cook got it just past the diving Joe Myers at short. 8th hit of the ball game for OBU, and here's Colin Prince. Colin Prince with a double and a run scored. That double was wind aided. They popped it up down the line in right, and the wind pushed it just fair inside the chalk line. Who cares? I looked down and initially thought it was a screaming line drive. That's the way to look certainly tomorrow with the box score. In comes Baker's first pitch, and a bouncing ball underneath Hughes' glove out into left field. So the tying runs are on as Cook will hold at second and Prince with a hard hit single. So Colin Prince has doubled and singled, and here comes Case Warner.
Center fielder number 23, Case Warner.
Case Warner was called out on strikes back in the second, the only time he's faced Matthew Baker today. Baker comes set at the letters and brings it home, and it's downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Henderson last night used their top 2 arms out of the bullpen, and we told you earlier they were airtight in Cade Tucker and Taylor Langston. Langston, one of the best closers in this part of the country. Didn't close last night. He finished and leveled his season record at 3-3. Allowed 1 hit, 2 innings, bouncing ball foul. And Case is 1 ball, 1 strike. Langston with 3 strikeouts. He faced 7 batters. Tyler Frank, who probably deserved better than he got, suffered the loss. Allowed just 1 earned run in 3 2/3. Worked around jams in the 9th and 10th inning to give the Bison a chance. They just couldn't score. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch to Warner, and he fouls it off, and Case is behind 1 ball, 2 strikes. Not certain what's going on with Cade Kissel. He was hit in the head a couple of weeks ago by a pitch. He seems to be okay. He didn't play a lot last week at Southern Nazarene. 1 start, 1 appearance off of the bench, and he's yet to play here in this final weekend series of the regular season. Case Warner gets the start in center this afternoon. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, and OBU leaves the tying runs aboard. 2 hits, 2 left. We go to the 4th, 7-5 Henderson on the Bison Sports Network.
Okay, caller, get number 25, the shortstop.
The Stampede has a brand new name and brand new benefits. Learn more about the exciting changes to OBU's Athletics Annual Fund, including how to make your 100% tax-deductible contribution at obubison.com/BAA. Well, now it's up to Bo Dallas to put a 0 up on the board like his counterpart Matthew Baker did at the bottom of the 3rd. 7-5 Henderson State. It'll start with C.J. Hughes here in the 4th. Bo Dallas has given up 1 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, and 3 in the 3rd. And again, has been the victim of 3 errors behind him. The 4th, was his own mistake, a throw that should have been a double play into the bag at second. Here's C.J. Hughes, and he belts that pitch into left field, and it's gone. So C.J. Hughes has had himself a weekend here at the expense of OBU's pitching. 8-5 readies. That's the 8th hit for Henderson this afternoon in 3 innings of work against Bo Dallas. So Danny Mitchell will approach the plate, and he is singled, grounded out, third to first. Who would have thought through 3 innings Henderson State would have the only 2 home runs of this ballgame, the way OBU loves to hit on days like this in this ballpark. Check swing, liner, foul, third base side. No balls, 1 strike to Danny Mitchell. Those are home runs, number 45 and 46 for Henderson State of the season. In comes the pitch. Inside quarter for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes to Danny Mitchell. Oh, Dallas in the 4th, yet to record it out, is approaching 70 pitches in this start. So the bullpen will again be a part of this one this afternoon, 1-2.
Number 20 is going to the bullpen.
Raul Rizzo, speaking of the bullpen, is headed there down. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Rizzo, who had been the second 9-inning game starter for much of the year in league play for OBU, has fallen out of the rotation and is coming out of the bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a fly ball right field. Didn't get enough of it. Colin Prince dances underneath it and puts it away, and Mitchell is out number 1 here in the 4th. So Grayson Stevens, who has power to right himself, now will come to the plate. Stevens grounded out on the comebacker to the mound and then popped out to Cliff Pratt at short back in the 2nd inning. Grayson Stevens, the guy is an athlete, 3-sport athlete, we told you last night in high school. First pitch is a strike on the outside quarter, 0-1 the count. Grayson Stevens last night had a hit. He now has hit safely in 6 straight. He flies that ball out into left field. Not well hit. Keller is there. And moving to his right makes the catch, and there's 2 gone. So here's Joe Myers, who is certainly due today. He's struck out twice.
Number 3, Joe
Myers has not had the greatest series. He has a couple of hits, but has struck out 3 times in 2 ball games. He had a single to left last night, an infield single as part of the 1-run 11th that proved to be the difference in the ballgame. Dallas misses. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Bo working very quickly as he usually does. Gets that one on the handle. It's popped up right side. And Eric Carlson with the wind pushing it away from him calls Rubalcaba off and makes the play. 1 run, 1 hit for Henderson State. So not a bad job for Bo Dallas. 8-5 readies after 3.5 on the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson in the top of the 4th, 1 run and 1 hit, no errors and no one left on base.
Bison baseball this weekend presented by Boomerang Diners. It's not just fast food, it's good food fast. Based right here in Shawnee. Stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order ahead online at boomerangdiner.com. Brad Keller, Bartolome to face Matthew Baker, who's set to throw his 56th pitch of the afternoon. Bottom of the 4th inning, 8-5 Henderson State. They have scored in all 4 innings today against Bo Dallas. Single runs in the 1st and the 4th innings, and 3 runs each in the 2nd and 3rd. And the first pitch is a strike, 0-1 the count to Cliff Pratt. Pratt has an infield hit and a single to his credit. He swings and misses at that one, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Cliff Pratt, one if not the best leadoff hitters in the Great American Conference. In comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Didn't look like it there. He just went up and swung out of his shoes. And now Baker has struck out 3 of the last 4 outs. And Matthew today has struck out a total of 6 batters.
Connor get the batter, Jalen go to the pitcher.
So here's Walker Keller, who's one of those strikeout victims. Walker struck out swinging in his last at bat back in the 2nd. Matthew Baker has a trend going as he delivers the first pitch and comes in backdoor to Walker for a strike. He started the year off winning his first 2 decisions and then lost at Southern Arkansas April the 3rd. Has bounced back and won back-to-back decisions, most recently his 4th of the year at Washita. There's a gapper to right center field. Haskins is over to cut it off, and Walker, who thought about 2, very wisely holds up. And that brings Bartolome to the plate with a runner and 1 out. Against Washita last week, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and 1 walk. His season high in strikeouts is 9 against East Central in Arkadelphia, April the 18th. He struck out 8 batters against Southwestern at home, March 26th. Baker works from the stretch, now brings home the pitch, and it's downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. I think it's fair to say OBU's not had the best plate approach today. They certainly love hitting to this wind, and they are swinging for the fences. Saw Pratt do it 2 hitters ago. It's easy to do. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, and it's actually 2 balls, no strikes. Baker owns a victory over Southern Nazarene February 27th. His 2nd win did not come until nearly a month later against Southwestern, March 26th. His last 2 victories over East Central and Washita, both teams that will miss the playoffs. 2-0 the count. Swing and a miss, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike, and Kai Mata was swinging for the left field wall. One thing about these Bison, they will not be cheated very often to the plate. Two balls, 1 strike. Redder at first. 8-5 Henderson State. We're in the bottom of the 4th in Shawnee. In comes the pitch. And that is down and in. Advantage to Bartolome, 3-1, so he's got a good hitter's count here. Kaimana in the series is 4 for 7. So he has had a good weekend. Bartolome was scuffling just as recently as 2 weeks ago when hitless in the 3-game set here at home against Arkansas Monticello. Throw to first, nothing doing as Keller dives back in safely. I mentioned it last night, but it bears repeating. That Kai went hitless for only the 2nd time in his career in Great American Conference play in 3 consecutive ball games. Runner goes, ball blasted to center field. Going back is Haskins at the wall, and it's off the top of the fence. Keller had to literally hold up at second base. Now he sprints around 3rd. He will score standing, and it's an RBI double for Bartolome, who did not miss a 2-run home run by much at all. So 2 doubles for Kaimana Bartolome. It's an 8-6 ball game. And Hector Ruvalacaba will come to the plate representing the tying run. They are starting to get working in the Henderson State bullpen.
Next up for the Bison, second base, number 33.
Bison with 11 hits now and 6 runs. Henderson State with 8 runs on 8 hits. Well, the wind just continued to push that and push it, and it looked like when Haskins got to the wall, it was going to be gone, and they pulled up and played it off the top of the fence near the yellow striping. And that pitch hits Ruvalcaba in the shoulder. So the tying runs are aboard for Ramon Enriquez. Ramon has an RBI double today. For Caimana Bartolome.
Catcher number 12, Ramon Enriquez.
Looking at the notes here, trying to find out where that double ranks. That's his second double of the year. And his 53rd of his career. That's number 1 all time here on Bison Hill. First pitch is downstairs. It's ball 1. I thought he was at or near the top in that category. So 8-6 OBU trying to put a haymaker to the right chin of Matthew Baker and get him out of the ball game here in the 4th. His pitch count, though, still is reasonable. He's just over 60. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike, and it evens up 1 ball, 1 strike. Big number, not the runs, not the hits. It's in the error column. A 4-error game for OBU, and all have been throwing errors. This defense has been really, to put it nicely, average at best for most of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now he shows bunt. Ramon bunts through that one, and it's 1-2. Eric Carlson is on deck. That has been probably the most surprising and or disappointing thing about this season is just how poorly at times OBU has played defensively. Offensively, it has been another terrific season here in Shawnee. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch from Baker is fouled off. He chased one inside, got a piece of Ramon. You can see him hopping around. In fact, it's fair to say this is a great offensive club that Chris Cox has in his second year. And for a large majority of the season, the offense has had to carry this club. But it doesn't matter if you're good in one area and bad in another. It's a 3-headed monster to be successful. And OBU has not been terrific in all 3 areas of the game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball, base hit into left. Bartolome waved around. Up with the ball was Mitchell. The throw comes into third, and it's a 1-run ball game, 8-7. So a 2-hit, 2 RBI game for Ramon Enriquez. And the tying run, Ruvalcaba stands at second base. For Eric Carlson, who already has an RBI hit, came back in the first.
Next up for the Bison, first baseman number 9, Eric Carlson.
So Ramon Enriquez has regained his touch at the plate after having a 6-game hit streak ended last night. He's 2 for 3 today and has driven in a pair. 8-7 our score. Carlson awaits the first pitch from Baker. And that one is down and in for ball 1. Ramon with a couple of RBIs today. Now has driven in 124 in his career, and he has a very good chance to finish as the all-time leader with Juan Gonzalez leading the top of that category with 127 career RBIs. Here's the 1-0 offering. Belted into left field, down the line, in trouble. That'll get to the corner. 1 run will score. Digging for third is Ramon Enriquez. CC says, come home. Ramon makes the wide turn. Here's the throw. It's up the line. Sliding in safely is Enriquez. And as the ball gets away from the catcher, Day, taking third is Eric Carlson. And then he does a little dance at the end of it. So a double, 2 RBIs for Eric Carlson, a throw-in error, E5. That's the second error of the ballgame for Henderson State. And OBU has counterpunched against the second-best pitcher on the Ready staff, Matthew Baker, to erase a 3-run deficit and lead by 1 as Chris Cook gets ready to go to work. That could be it for Matthew Baker as Henderson State is making a trip to the mound. So after Cliff Pratt struck out in 3 straight pitches, Keller has singled, Bartolome has doubled, Rubalcava was hit by a pitch. And then Ramon with a single and Carlson with a 2-run double. And that is it for Matthew Baker, so we'll get a call to the bullpen, the first of such today for Henderson State. 9-8 our score. We'll give you the line on Baker, tell you the new hurler in a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
Unplug the HDMI cable and plug it back in. Not good. Probably.
So Matthew Baker's day is over after 3 of the third. He gives up 9 runs, 13 hits. He didn't walk a batter. He struck 6. He hit 1. That was Hector Rubalcaba here in the 4th inning. That base runner has come around to score. OBU has taken a 9-8 lead. So the first trip out of the bullpen today is Brandon Beebe. 12th appearance, 9th in relief, 1-1, earned run average 2.42. Brandon Beebe is 6'2", 170 pounds, a redshirt junior from Arkadelphia. They have great sports tradition in Arkadelphia, both in high school football and in baseball. They won a 2017 Arkansas State Championship in the Diamond. They, of course, are always in contention for the football crown in the natural state. So Beebe comes in out of the bullpen. He'll get Chris Cook. He'll try to slam the door on this rally that was ignited by just a single to center field by Walker Keller. Chris Cook getting a rare start today will walk to the plate. He is 1 for 2, singled back in the third, was called out on strikes in the first.
Make some noise. Your designated hitter,
Beebe, 27 strikeouts, 15 walks in 22 in the third innings. He's only allowed 6 earned runs and given up 17 hits. Thus, the very respectable earned run average of 2.42. So Eric Carlson carries the 9th, or make that the 10th run of the afternoon for OBU. He stands 90 feet away. First pitch to Cook is downstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. So let's see if Beebe can continue what has been a good weekend trend if you're a Reddies fan out of the bullpen. Told you last night the duo of Tucker and Langston, their top 2 arms out of the pen, were very airtight. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, and only 1 hit, no runs over the final 5 innings. 2 balls now, no strikes to Chris Cook. Sun-splashed afternoon. Temperatures approaching the mid-80s. It is really warm here today and the wind blowing out. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Change speeds did Brandon Beebe. Brandon Beebe last pitched 2 2/3 at Ouachita last weekend. Gave up 2 hits, struck out 2, and walked 2. Righty versus lefty in the pitch. Swing and a miss. And Chris Cook is 2 balls, 2 strikes. As you might expect, the outfield playing very deep. Mitchell in left, Haskins in center, Butler in right. And no Argenbright this week for Henderson State, but C.J. Hughes, who's at third and playing deep, has fielded admirably. Foul tip, Cook stays alive, 2 balls, 2 strikes. In fact, C.J. Hughes hit a solo home run, his first of the year, in the top half of this inning. At the time, it was an 8-5 HSU advantage. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In comes the pitch. Fly ball left center field, and that ball is down. Carlson will come home to score. Chris Cook makes the wide turn at first, as Haskins quickly gets the throw into the cutoff man Myers and holds Chris Cook to an RBI single. So it's now 10-8 OBU and still only 1 out, as that is 6 consecutive hitters to reach base against first Matthew Baker and now the reliever Brandon Beebe.
Next up for the Bison, right fielder number 8.
Here's Colin Prince. Colin a double and a run score to the second. A single was left aboard to the third. Bison have stranded runners in each of the first 3 innings against Henderson pitching today. Beebe's first pitch is a breaking ball. Good pitch in the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Last night, Oklahoma Baptist left 8. Henderson State stranded 14 base runners. In that 11-inning 4-3 Henderson victory over the Bison. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, handled nicely by Alex Day, and it's 1-1. Alex Day taking over defensively behind the plate for Josh Aguilar here in the top of the 4th inning. 10 runs, 14 hits for Oklahoma Baptist, and we are still in just the 4th inning. Swing and a miss. Prince swinging out of his shoes. Took a big cut at that off-speed pitch. Since 2000, Oklahoma Baptist has averaged a little less than 40.5 wins per season. That is remarkable. And a winning percentage of right at 700. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lined right at Hughes at third. Now he'll throw back to first, and the throw may have hit Cook as he went diving back in head first. Cook slow to get up as they finally get the ball from the retaining fence behind first base. So no throwing error. And Prince lines out for out number 2 as Case Warner comes to the plate. So Case Warner getting a start today.
Connor, go get the batter. Jalen, get the pitcher, please.
Center fielder number 23,
Case Warner hitting .071 entering the weekend. Today is just his 8th start. Has 13 hits and 4 RBIs. Bison with a 5 spot here in the 4th inning, lead at 10-8. Beebe's first pitch is hit hard, just past Keach Bauer, the assistant in the first base box, and it's 0-1. Keach Bauer, a storied career here on Bison Hill, back in the program's NAI days, went on to play professionally in the Houston Astros organization. Was a student assistant here, then went to Southeastern before CC brought him back home when he was named head coach. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keach is right where he belongs. In Bison Green, base coaching at first, helping the hitters. He has a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Case Warner. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. First of 2 today, middle game of the 3-game regular season finale set. Henderson State winning last night to climb within a game of OBU in the all-time series. Bison lead at 9-8. Reddy's win here at Bobby Cox Field last night gave them a slight advantage 4-3 in the 7 games played in Shawnee. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hits the plate. Good block again by Alex Day, and it's 3-1. Now, Beebe is flirting with trouble because if he doesn't get Warner, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, he's going to deal with Cliff Pratt, who would bat here for a second time in this fourth inning.
Hey, Connor, I'm going to keep it on the main camera right now just because the coach keeps...
Glad to have you along here with the Bison Sports Network this afternoon. Well, the Reddies and OBU. The pitch. It's hit pretty well into left field, but right at Mitchell. 3 steps back. He makes the catch. Ace Warner put another charge into it, but came up empty. And Beebe comes in, faces 3, retires 2, but the damage is done. OBU scores 5 runs. They do it on 5 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left. We go to the 5th. It's now 10-8. Oklahoma Baptist here with the Bison Sports Network.
5 runs on 5 hits. 1 error and 1 left on base. After 4 innings, scores your Bison 10, Henderson State 8. Bison fans, welcome to the mound. Your new pitcher, number 20, Raul Rizzo.
Hey, Connor, get the new picture for me real fast.
So like Henderson State in the OBU half of the 4th, the Bison will open the bullpen door and welcome in their first member of the relieving corps. It will be right-hander and a senior Raul Rizzo, roommates of Ramon Enriquez and Caimana Bartolome. So good collaboration, you would think, in this battery with Rizzo and Ramon. The book is now closed on Bo Dallas. 4 innings, 8 runs, 8 hits, 3 strikeouts. And let's see if Raul Rizzo can return to the form of a couple of years ago. Rizzo made 1 appearance in relief last Saturday afternoon in Bethany. 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts. Raul Rizzo on the season is coming into the bullpen for just the 3rd time in 11 appearances. His record is 4-3, but his earned run average is really elevated at 7.97. Bison before today began pitching to an earned run average of just over 6. Here is Alex Day, who swings away on the first pitch and fouls it out of play for a strike. Alex Day with his first at bat of the afternoon. He went 0 for 4 last night in the series opener.
Alex Day.
So a complete reversal of what we saw last night from an offensive standpoint and certainly a pitching standpoint. 0-1 the count. And the pitch. Downstairs, it evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, again, when the wind is like it is really difficult, even with your best, to contain offenses in this ballpark because routine pop-ups, well, there are no such thing, and some fly balls tend to exit the ballpark. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Downstairs, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. It's days like this, it's a ballpark like this, 370 both to the alleys in left center and right center, that this Bison program is built for. They're never going to be a small ball team. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. 1 hopper over the mound, backed up by Pratt, sliding stop, pops to his feet, throws, and got him at first base. What a play by Cliff Pratt. That guy is really special at short, and it is heartbreaking to know he could come back next year, but is elected not to. I can assure you it's heartbreaking for all of us with OBU, but if you're sitting to that first base dugout or you're a member of the other 10 schools in this conference, you really don't feel bad that Cliff will not be back. Here's Sistinas, who is 0 for 2 today, grounded into a fielder's choice his last time up, but he takes low, ball 1. Last night, 18 hits, 11 for the Reddies, 7 for the Bison, only 7 runs, and it took 11 innings to get to a 4-3 decision. Today we're through 4, and already there have been 22 hits and 18 runs. 1-0 pitch, bouncing ball, foul on the third base side, that levels the count at a ball and a strike. We talk about it all the time that OBU will never be one of the leading base stealers in the conference. That's just not the way they play the game. Only 34 tries, 29 successes on the base paths this year. They'll lay down a bunt from time to time, but they're not going to beat you to death with a bunch of singles. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Big swing, no contact, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. They'll wear out the alleys, extra base hits, and then, of course, have really unprecedented power in terms of the rest of the teams in this conference. That's been the case since they joined the league some 5 or 6 years ago. 1-2 pitch. It's behind it but stays alive, so Corbin Sistinas will have at least one more pitch from Raul Rizzo. Rizzo's problems this year have stemmed from walks. He has 18 of those in 35 1/3 innings. It has only struck out 31 against those 18 walks. He also has given up a high batting average of .331. He retired the first, ready here in the 5th. Has the hitter down 1-2 in the pitch. Called third strike at the knees. Got him. Rizzo knew it, so too did Sistinas, so that's out number 2. Strikeout number 4 of the day for the OBU pitching staff. Colasanto now will come to the plate. He has 2 hits. An RBI single was last time up in the 3rd.
Number 2.
It has literally been a teeter-totter affair in this one. Henderson has scored in all 4 innings. The Bison have scored crooked numbers in 3 of their first 4 at-bats against now 2 Henderson pitchers. And the pitch from Rizzo, grounded out to second. Easy play for Rubalcaba, over to first. And Raul Rizzo with the first perfect inning of the day put up by a Bison pitcher. After 4.5, 10-8 in Shawnee, Oklahoma Baptist leads on the Bison Sports Network.
This year, Tinker Federal Credit Union is celebrating 75 years of TFCU and you. Helping members achieve their goals and realize their dreams since 1946. Learn more at tinkerfcu.org.
ShopOBUBison.com is your home for the very best and officially licensed Bison apparel from brands like Adidas, Callaway Golf, Columbia, and Under Armour. Visit ShopOBUBison.com today and take advantage of fast shipping and industry-leading customer service. ShopOBUBison.com, the official online store of OBU Athletics. Bison, hello to all of our listeners, both representing OBU and Henderson State this afternoon, and all those mothers that are out there listed as well. Happy Mother's Day weekend to all of you. Cliff Pratt to lead off, then Keller, then Bartolome. That's the top 3 of the lineup, and it was starting with Keller that 5-inning explosion started back in the 4th and chased Matthew Baker. Matthew Baker today is 3 1/3 innings, is the second shortest stint for him as a starter this year. He failed to get out of the third in a loss against Southern Arkansas earlier. It's into the hands of the bullpen, and BB's first pitch hits home plate and shoots away. 1 ball, no strikes to the shortstop, Cliff Pratt. Cliff, a couple of hits, 2 runs scored. Right-handed hitter against BB, and the pitch laid off of it. Looked like a slider for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Proud sponsor of Bison Baseball is the First National Bank and Trust Company, the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. BB again came in for Baker. Gave up a leadoff single to Cook, then got Prince and Warner on a couple of pop-outs to end the inning. He faced 3, retired 2. This is wide of the target there, and it evens up 2 balls, 2 strikes. 10 runs, 14 hits, Oklahoma Baptist. 4 errors for the Bison. 8 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Henderson State. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and he just got a piece of it. Look at it, looked like he was out in front of it. Two and 2 the count. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. Into the handle, and that'll get out of play. Alex Day takes a look, but it hits right on top of the booth, and Cliff Pratt stays alive. Cliff Pratt this year has been outstanding, as you might imagine, as a leadoff hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pratt on the year is 19 for 52, hitting .365 to start an inning. He has 4 leadoff home runs in the first inning of games this year as well. 3 and 2 the count. Nobody on, nobody out. BB's pitch, and he walked him. So a leadoff base runner here in the 5th, and Walker Keller now will come up. Walker has not hit the ball particularly hard in this series. Did have a ringing double in the first inning last night. Ended an 0 for 6 slump in the series with a single towards the gap in right center field that Haskins did a good job to cut off and hold Walker to just a single. Walker Keller, the best Bison hitter with runners on, hitting .407 with 22 hits in this situation. Left-hander against BB, the right-hander, and the first pitch is high and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Keller this year is hitting .355 against right-handers. Bison, their splits are pretty much even coming into the second game of the series. .300 against lefties, .306 against right-handers. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Off speed, a swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Keller, Enriquez, Bartolome, and Ruvalcaba, the team leaders with 2 out RBIs, all with 13. Told you last night OBU did not have a 2 out RBI. They have 1 today of their 10 runs up there on the board. 1-1 pitch. Tried to check his swing, but went around. Was well downstairs, and Keller behind. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Keller signed with Oklahoma Baptist out of Arizona Christian. Arizona Christian in football is a member of the Suter Athletic Conference. Makes a lot of geographical sense, doesn't it? Keller played for the Firebirds, had a good season in Arizona. Out of high school, signed with John Altabelli at Orange Coast. Ground ball right side that'll advance the runner, or will it? They're going to throw to second. Good play. Now the throw to first, offline from Myers, but no advancement by Keller, so it's a fielder's choice. Turned out to be a good play by Colasanto because he was pretty deep in the hole between first and second. And instead of taking what I thought would be the sure out at first, he made the long throw to short to get the force out. So a 4-6 fielder's choice.
Make some noise.
And
Here
now
at third baseman,
Kaimana
number 14,
Bartolome will come to the
Kaimana
plate.
Bartolome.
And because the ball went into dead ball territory, there will be an error on it. It'll be E6 on the throw, as Keller now is awarded second base. 7th error of the ball game, the 3rd of the afternoon for Henderson State. Bartolome has a couple of doubles, has driven in 2, scored a pair. First time to face Beebe, went around on one of the dirt, but he gets past Day, and walking to third base is Walker Keller, 0-1 to Kaimana. Anything to the outfield, plates the 11th run of the day, most likely for Oklahoma Baptist. Bartolome is one of the best on the club in terms of success advancing runners. Before today, he had done it almost 54% of the time. Here's the 0-1 pitch. In tight, count evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Glad to have our friend Troy Mitchell, the legendary sports information director at Henderson State. He retired a couple of years ago, listening. Troy, you look like you're doing well. Hope you are continuing to do well. It's lake season. Sure we'll see you on the boat soon. Pitch is away, 2-1 the count. David Sally, I'm sure, listed in from Arkadelphia. Those two have set the standard really high in athletic communications at this level for certain. 10-8 our score. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. In comes the pitch. Way outside. That's off of Day's glove. Here comes Keller, and Walker will score standing. Just as the throw gets back to Beebe. So a passed ball makes it 11-8. And now Kaimana with a hitter's count of 3 balls and 1 strike. The top 5 on the order have scored at least 1 time. Nobody from number 6 through 9 has scored. However, Carlson and Cook each have RBIs today. Kaimana looks at ball 4 downstairs. And it's a second walk here in the inning for Brandon Beebe. And Ruval Kaba now will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2 and has been hit by a pitch that came back in the 4th.
Great job getting him going to first, Jalen.
11-8 Oklahoma Baptist. Only frame the Bison did not score to this point in the ball game was back in the 3rd. And they had 2 on, 2 out when Case Warner went down swinging. And Cook and Warner, seldom used as starters this year, getting a look here in the middle game of this 3-game set. Ruval Kaba waits, and the first pitch from Beebe is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. You wonder the availability of Cade Tucker and Taylor Langston today. Cade Tucker faced 10. Langston faced 7 yesterday in a combined 5 innings of shutout baseball. 2 balls, no strikes as Beebe misses in tight. Reddy's first 2 starters in this series, Tack and today Baker, a combined 10-2 on the year, but Baker a rough start, 2-0 offering. Fly ball. Got 2 far underneath it. Mitchell in left. Moving to his right. Now will make the catch, and halfway down to second was Bartolome, who scurries back to first. So Ramon, a couple of RBI hits, a double back in the first, a single in the 4th. Sandwich that around a leadoff strikeout against Baker in inning number 3. Ramon Enriquez, another in a long line of great catchers here at Oklahoma Baptist. First pitch downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. A lot of the numbers that he and his buddy Kaimana Bartolome are chasing are held by a former catcher, Juan Gonzalez, who played here from 2016 through 2018. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Big swing. Swung out of his shoes and missed. 1-1 the count. It's a similar swing that Enriquez had back on a second pitch of a three-pitch strikeout back in the third. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch into the handle, and it's popped up. And that is dropped by Day, who gave chase sliding near the on-deck circle. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good hustle by Alex Day. Most days that ball is over the backstop and out of play. Today the wind pushing it back in. We saw an instant of that back in the second inning when Colin Prince popped one up down the right field line, and the wind just resisted its ability to turn right and go foul and dropped it just inside the chalk line for a double. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In comes the pitch, and it's in the dirt. No advancement, though, from Bartolome. Henderson State in dangerous territory. The Bison, when they have 10 or more hits, are 15-2. They're currently standing on 14. OBU is unbeaten 14-0 this year. When they score 10 or more runs, they have 11. 2-2 pitch into the handle and popped out. Shallow right field. Going out from second base is Colasanto. He can't make the catch. And now the throw back in as Kaimana had made a turn at second, not in time. So first and second, Ramon has a 3-hit ball game. And Eric Carlson, who's driven in 3 with a couple of hits, comes to the plate. It's good to see Eric starting to feel better at the end of the season.
Next up for the Bison, first base, number
Eric
9,
has had a really solid career that if you look at just the accolades that he has amassed, you wouldn't believe that. I really thought he should have been all-conference back in 2019 at first base. He had a career high at 14 home runs that season. Here's BB's pitch, and there for a strike. It's 0-1. Eric, maybe the hardest worker with this ball club, hitting .286 at the start of the weekend. Got off to a decent start, then missed 2 weeks against against Harding and East Central. Came back in the first of now a 21-game stretch, scorching hot, hitting .450, 80 grounds. That pitch deep third. Knocked down by Hughes, who will take it to the bag for the force. And OBU will strand 1. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. After 5, it's 11-8 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
Okay, Connor, get the pitcher. And Jalen, get the catcher.
For the Bison in the bottom of the 5th, 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left on base. After 5 innings, score Bison 11, Reddies 8.
Todd Miller back here with you on this warm and breezy Saturday afternoon in Shawnee. Oklahoma Baptist leading Henderson State 11-8. Middle game of a 3-game weekend Great American Conference Series. Lower third of the lineup to face Raul Rizzo, who set the Reddies down in order in his only frame of work back in the 5th. Problem for Raul, we told you the walks are high, but leadoff hitters hitting nearly 600 against him before he retired Alex Day on a ground out to short to start the 5th, and that took a good play by Cliff Pratt. First pitch to Bryson Haskins is popped out of play for a strike. Haskins with a 2-run home run his last time up. That came off Bo Dallas, the starter. Dallas today going 4 innings. He struck out 3. Oh, and 1 the count to Bryson Haskins. Nobody on, nobody out in the 6th inning. Rizzo brings home the pitch, and it is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of the problem that OBU has had this year with their starting pitching has been that early, Lipinski and Rizzo were not going deep into the ballgame like you would hope starters to do. In fact, Rizzo only has 1 appearance this year. That was at Northwestern last month. He went more than 5 innings, went 6 in that contest, misses wide. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. In his last 2 games as a starter at Southern Arkansas, he went 2 innings and lasted 3 a week later here against Arkansas Monticello. Second straight weekend, the former Game 2 starter has come out of the bullpen for Chris Cox's club. Big swing, no contact, and it's 2-2. And it's always interesting to see how a starter will adjust to a new role coming out of the pen or vice versa, because it's really a different mentality. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Low, 3-2 the count. As a starter, you're out there to do just that, to set the tempo, set the standard for the afternoon. Out of the bullpen, you're coming in and trying to record outs and either keep the game close or keep the advantage in your team's lead. 3-2 pitch, got him looking. Looked wide, Haskins thought so too. And Rizzo has his 2nd strikeout and a called 3rd strike. So 1 gone for right fielder Nick Butler. Rizzo, to this point, seems to have adjusted very, very nicely. He's thrown 3 1/3 innings out of the bullpen his last 2 weekends and has struck out 3 batters and allowed just 1 earned run and 2 hits. Bison lead it 11-8 here in the 6th. Then comes the pitch. Almost hit it as Butler spun out of the way. Rizzo working quickly, brings it home. Fastball strike at the letters. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. In comes Rizzo's pitch, and a strike on the inside corner. They have gone to the top of the 9th in Weatherford. A slugfest at SWASU, and the Bulldogs looking to win the series against Arkansas Monticello. Lead 12-10. One ball, 2 strikes to Nick Butler. Nobody on, 1 out here in the 6th inning. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2-2. Arkansas Tech has beaten Southeastern in the first game of their doubleheader today in Russellville, 11-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Rizzo's pitch downstairs, and the count's full. Harding about to sweep East Central back to the Center State. Bison's lead at 12-1, bottom of the 6th. Harding batting. Three and two the count to Nick Butler. And the pitch is low, and it's a 1-out walk. First base runner permitted by Rizzo. And now C.J. Hughes, who's homered and reached an error, will come to the plate. Really the big series, or the one of most interest for a lot of people, was Northwestern hosting Southern Arkansas. 2 close games yesterday, 13-10 Mule Riders, 8-4 Southern Arkansas. So they've taken some of the starch out of that weekend series at Alva. Wind is blowing hard in northwest Oklahoma today. Top of the 2nd, it's already 6-4 Southern Arkansas. Rizzo will throw to first, and standing back in is Nick Butler. 11-8 our score. So windy conditions around the league today. Another throw that was high as Eric Carlson is able to leap up in the air. Eric's girlfriend, Kaylee Buell, who's a member of the Great American Conference champion volleyball team, usually in the booth with us, taking the day off to watch her boyfriend play on senior day downstairs. And the pitch swatted out of play. Kaylee's mom said that because I'd blamed her for taking her away from the booth, she said, "Don't blame me, blame Eric." I confronted Eric before the ball game. He said, no, I had nothing to do with that decision. Owen won the count to C.J. Hughes. In comes the pitch. That's low and outside as it gets underneath the glove of Ramon Enriquez, and over to second goes Butler. It's a wild pitch, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Instead, we have Lane Cooper, the winner of the Heart of Bison Award from Tuesday night's Bison Sports Awards, with us here in the booth. Lane doesn't look as dapper as he did the other night. He had that hat on at the Bison Sports Awards. A little more casual today, as you might expect on a warm Saturday. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rizzo comes set, brings it home, and pours a fastball in there for a strike. It's 1-2. All joking aside, I could not have been any happier for any of the award winners on Tuesday as I was for Lane. You look at what that award stands for, that is Lane Cooper to a T. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 on, 1 out. Now time is called as Hughes backs out of the batter's box. You can see the wind ruffling the pant leggings and the shirt of the home plate umpire, as well as many of the players out there. It is very, very breezy today. That flag starched in left center field. The 1-2 pitch just misses, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lane just lost his dad less than a month ago, and I know that award meant the world to him because of that, and certainly upstairs, I'm sure his dad is smiling down as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 11-8 Oklahoma Baptist. We're only in the 6th of this game, 2 hours and 15 minutes old. First of 2 today here on Senior Day. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he got him to swing, but he fouls it out of play. Henderson State with a win last night in extra innings, improved to 7-9 away from Clydeberry Field in true road games this year. OBU fell to 17-7 in this ballpark in 2 years under Chris Cox. They are now 10-4 at home this season, with losses in 3 of their last 4 home games here in Shawnee. That is not a trend that we've become accustomed to seeing. 2-2 the count to C.J. Hughes. In comes the pitch. Now time is called. So a no pitch, as C.J. Hughes just did get time granted for the home plate umpire. Ruvalcaba is standing directly behind the base runner. Nick Butler at second base. Huge opening to the right side of the infield, so they're pulling Hughes as a dead pull hitter. And it doesn't matter. A fastball at the outside part of the plate for a called strike. All 3 strikeouts have been called third strikes for Raul Rizzo, who now has retired 5 of the 6 ready hitters he's faced, and he'll face Danny Mitchell Jr. for the first time, with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position here in the 6th.
Number 33, Danny Mitchell Jr.
Wind has to be up over 30 miles per hour looking at that flag. Danny Mitchell singled back in the first, grounded the third, flew out to Colin Prince in right in the 4th. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Ouachita yesterday, a 9-3 winner over Southern Nazarene to finish the season. The Tigers actually are going to finish in ninth place, it would appear, after Southeastern has just completely fallen apart. 2 balls, no strikes to Danny Mitchell. Ouachita got off to an absolutely terrible start. They opened their conference season a home slate against OBU here in this ballpark and were swept back to the natural state. Playing much better, though, over the final month of the season are the Tigers. In comes the 2-0 pitch. Late swing and a miss. Boy, he was well behind that one, and it's won at 2-1. Chick-fil-A Shawnee is a proud sponsor of Bison Baseball. Download the Chick-fil-A One mobile app today and start scanning your way to earning free food. Here's the 2-1 pitch. In there for a strike. Mitchell thought it was low from behind home plate. Looked like a pretty good pitch he watched go by, and now he's even at 2-2. All Rizzo. Out of Stockton, California. Transferred to Bison Hill via Division I Long Beach State. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And a bouncing ball left side. Bartolome on the grass. Belt high hop. Throws wide at first. Pulled Carlson off the back. And Butler moves to third. The tying run comes to the plate. And that's the 5th error of the ball game for OBU. So Kai Mana has 2 throwing errors at third base today. All 5 of OBU's defensive mistakes have come with the arm and not the glove. That's a play that Bartolome has got to make. There was nothing hard about that at all. So Grayson Stevens will bat as the throwing mistake by Kai, who has to be up there grumbling to himself at third base. Gives Stevens a chance as the inning is kept alive. 5 errors today. That is a season high for the Bison. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. You come to the ballpark on a day like this thinking you might be able to set season highs in hits or home runs or something positive. Instead, it's a season high in errors with 5. Tying run at the plate, Grayson Stevens with the bases occupied at first and third. There's a rope into right field. It's down for a base hit. The run will score. Rounding second, headed for third is Danny Mitchell. They're going to wave him around with good speed. And standing safely with a 2-run double is Grayson Stevens. What happens when you don't make routine plays and all of a sudden it's a 1-run ball game? 2-run double to Grayson Stevens, who is a really good young player that Henderson State has in their fold.
Number 3, Joe Myers.
So Joe Myers, who's 0 for 3 today. He's the only Henderson State player now with Stevens just doubling that has not been aboard at least one time in this contest. In comes the pitch. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. Both of the runs off Rizzo unearned here in inning number 6. We have said that a bunch today. And not just about Raul. It's been about everybody that's been out there on the mound. 8 errors in the ball game. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Just misses, and it evens up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Beebe has worked 2 innings. He has given up 1 run. It was unearned. Came in the bottom of the 5th. Rizzo has worked nearly 2 innings and has given up 2 unearned runs. And when he hits the plate, shoots away from Ramon on a wild pitch. Over to third goes the tying run, and it's 2-1. Telling you this game is shaping up to be who has last bats, and right now that advantage would belong to OBU. That's the way it plays out. 11-10 Bison. OBU has not lost a game, 14-0 when they scored 10 or more runs this year. 2-1 pitch. Big swing, no contact by Myers, and it's 2-2. The two teams came in almost identical in hits per ball game. Henderson State 10, OBU 10.2 hits per ball game. Bison, one of the highest scoring offenses in the league at 8.4 prior to last night. The Reddies averaging 7.6 entering the series. Just misses, and the count's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Earned run average, OBU 6.12 prior to last night. It went down to 6.01. OBU came in 6th in the conference. Henderson State was 3rd with an earned run average of 5.1. Believe it or not, in a game with 21 runs, the earned run average is not being beaten to death. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And a ground ball to short. Pratt backhands it. He'll throw to first in time, and the inning is over. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. After 5.5, Bison clinging to a 1-run advantage, 11-10 on the Bison Sports Network.
For the Reddies in the top of the 6th, 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left on base.
We had like 2 runs, right? The run rule?
A proud supporter of Bison baseball, First National Bank and Trust is the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank.
They said on the. Oh, they did say that on the first.
We fixed that a long time.
Stay up to date with the latest in Oklahoma Baptist University athletics by visiting Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on Facebook and at OBU_athletics on Twitter and Instagram. So Braden Beebe comes out for his 3rd inning of work. He will get Cook, Prince, and Case Warner here in the 6th. Chris Cook is 2 for 3 with an RBI. Colin Prince has a double, 2 hits, and Case Warner is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
Number 37, Chris Cook.
So Kevin Sines, who is usually in the lineup either as the catcher on the rare occasion that they DH Ramon, or as the DH of this team, getting the break as Chris Cook gets the opportunity, making the most. Checks his swing, and Beebe's pitch is a called strike, 0-1. Chris Cook is a really good hitter. He's shown it today. An RBI single was last time up. That came against Beebe. He was the first OBU hitter to face Braden. That pitch is tapped foul on the first base side. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Well, it goes without saying you have to keep your foot on the pedal because 11-10 likely will not be the final score of this contest. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-hander working now behind Beebe. Bullpen is quiet for Oklahoma Baptist as Rizzo has given up 2 runs, but both were unearned. Otherwise, he's pitched well. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trade it in for more. Buy it for less at Hudeberg Auto Group. Visit Hudeberg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles or stop by one of their 4 OKC Metro locations. Fly ball well hit. Center field, but didn't get enough of it. Haskins is there, and it's a long, loud out for Chris Cook at OBU to start the 6th. So Colin Prince comes up. Prince is 2 for 3 on the day. Colin last night was 1 for 5, so he is 3 for 8 of the series. He now has hit safely in 6 straight games. That is the longest such stretch for him in his junior season, but he is a senior without the COVID year. Lines that pitch into left. Mitchell on the run will not get there. He'll have to pull up, and it's a one-out single for Colin Prince. So hit number 16 of the afternoon for Oklahoma Baptist, and here comes Case Warner. Case Warner struck out on a called third strike of the second, went down swinging in the third. Both of those against Baker. He flied out to fairly deep left field in his only other time up against Braden Beebe. So a one-out base runner. OBU's had runners in all 6 innings today against Reddy's pitching. Been a ton of base runners in this ball game. In comes the pitch. He shows bunt, and it hit him on the foot. So Warner reaches on the hit by pitch. That's the second for the Reddy pitching staff today, and now first and second for the top of the order with Cliff Pratt. Cliff Pratt has reached 3 times. He struck out in the 4th, walked against this pitcher back in the 5th inning. So Beebe just trying to patch together something here in the 6th and get out of a 2-on-1 out situation in a 1-run ball game. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul tip, and it snowballs 1 strike. With the exception of the top of the 3rd inning when the Reddies scored 3 runs, every inning in which Henderson State has scored, OBU has counterpunched. Let's see if they can answer the 2 runs here in the 6th, leading by just 1, 11-10. 0-1 the count. Beebe stretches and deals, and a late swing as he nicks it foul. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Two and a half hours. We're at the bottom of the 6th. The 7th inning stretch coming up after the next half inning. Rigor mortis may have set in with some of the spectators here. We've been seated so long, so who knows what kind of stretch we'll have in the 7th. Been a long day here at the ballpark, and it's just game 1. 0-2 the count. Beebe checks the runner. That's Colin Prince at second. Now just misses with a fastball off the outside corner. It didn't miss by much. Some of the Henderson fans seated near the on-deck circle behind the backstop just off to our right, rumbling as maybe they should on that last call. It was very close. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Breaking ball got him. Ball popped out of Day's glove, but no play necessary to complete the strikeout with Warner occupying first base. So Walker Keller will be the Bison's last hope here in the 6th inning. Keller grounded out, struck out his first 2 at-bats, singled, scored a run of the 4th, reached at a fielder's choice, went to second at an error, and then scored the OBU run of the 5th. Here's the pitch downstairs and through the wicket of Alex Day. So now Prince moves to 3rd and Warner over to second base, and it's 1 ball, no strikes for Keller. What to know the count to the junior from Murrieta, California, Walker Keller. Beebe comes set. Now brings it home and misses wide of the target. 2 balls, no strikes. If he doesn't get Keller, Bartolome waits on deck here in the 6th. 2-0 the count. In comes the pitch, and it's pulled fair behind the bag at first. Scooped up by Stevens. He'll take it to the bag. OBU threatens but comes up empty. One hit to left. We go to the seventh in a one-run ball game. OBU leads Henderson State 11-10 on the Bison Sports Network. Raul Rizzo will throw the first pitch of the seventh inning. Welcome back here to Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park. Todd Miller with you on this Mother's Day weekend Saturday. Alex Day leading off, the number 4 hitter for Henderson State. Sistinas and then Colasanto to follow. Bison protected a one-run lead. They've led by as many as 3. Recently at 11-8, they led 3-1 after 1, but Henderson State just has continued to battle this weekend here in Shawnee. Day is 0 for 1 against Rizzo. First ready to face Raul. He grounded to short. Tried to check his swing, went around, and it's strike 1. OBU currently with 2 big leaguers. One picking up his first win this past weekend. The other on the shelf with an oblique injury. No balls, 1 strike. In the pitch, ground ball, third, and foul, 0-2. First, the good news, Taylor Hearn, Tuesday night, 2 scoreless innings for the Rangers in Minneapolis. Picked up his first major league victory, with a strikeout and a walk. 0-2 the count to Alex Day here in the 7th. And the pitch is a ground ball off of Rizzo. Has time, picks it up, throws to first. And Day is out, number 1, as Ramon goes out and checks on his roommate, Raul Rizzo. The other is Julian Merriweather. Merriweather suffered an oblique injury, the same one that he had in the fall. Back in April, he now has been placed on the 60-day injured list by the Toronto Blue Jays, which means Julian Merriweather will not return until at the earliest mid-June. Sistinas, who's 0 for 3 today, digs in for the right side. Rizzo deals, and the pitch is a bouncing ball. Deep short, knocked down by Pratt, but he won't have a play. It'll be an infield hit for Sistinas. And now the tying run is on for Colasanto. Julian Merriweather got off to a terrific start for the Blue Jays. In his first 4 1/3 innings this year, he had struck out 7 opposing batters, so issued just 1 hit. Gave up a walk, no earned runs in his appearances over 4 1/3 with Toronto. He notched his first career Major League Baseball save opening weekend of the year against the New York Yankees. Here's Rizzo's first pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. So things going good for a couple of Bison hurlers. Merriweather a right-hander, Hearn a left-hander. Until, of course, Julian was shelved with the oblique injury. on, 1 out. We're in the top of the 7th inning. This is the 9-inning game. The throw over to first, and again diving back in is Sistinas. 81-degree day at game time. Temperatures into the mid-80s, and winds again howling out of the south. In comes Rizzo's pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. So I'm in a little bit of a quandary when it comes to Taylor Hearn. I root for him every single time he goes to the mound. And I'm super thrilled he picked up his first big league win, but I am not a Texas Rangers fan. 2-0 the count. Swing and a miss. Challenged him away, and it's 2-1. Taylor, a super, super good guy. In fact, OBU could not ask for 2 better representatives of the programs in Merriweather and Hearn to represent them beyond the collegiate level. 2-1 the count. Rizzo, the long look, now brings it home. In tight, throw down to first, and they got him at first base. Enriquez has his 5th pickoff of a base runner this season. Sistinas better be very, very careful because he is barking and being very demonstrative as he was walking off at the field umpire. Enriquez, one of the league's best in throwing and picking off runners at first. So now 2 outs. And the 3-1 pitch is a strike. That's his 5th pickoff of a base runner this season. 3-2 the count to Colasantos. All of a sudden, Rizzo a pitch away from getting out of this inning unscathed, and he gives up a 2-out walk. So that pickoff now by Ramon Enriquez looms even larger. Bryson Haskins, who's done some damage out of the number 7 spot, will come to the plate. 4th time up, 2nd time to face Raul Rizzo. He homered off of Bo Dallas, today's starter, back in the 3rd. It was a 2-run home run. In comes the pitch. Outside corner for a strike, and it is 0-1. It has gone final. Arkansas Monticello with an 8-run 9th inning. Rallies to beat Southwestern 19-14. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Little low, 1 ball, 1 strike. And I believe that rally started with 1 out. In the top of the 9th inning, they scored 8 runs. Bull Weevils pound out 20 hits against Southwestern pitching. Southwestern 14 runs on 15 hits. Throw over to first. Colasanto dives back in safely. In comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. See if Rizzo can finish off Haskins and keep it a 1-run OBU advantage going to the 7th inning stretch. Raul comes set at the letters. And now brings it home. And a swing and a miss, and he got him. Same pitch, and Haskins, same result, misses. 1 hit, 1 left for Henderson State in the 7th after 6.5, 11-10 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if you that shirt, but
Part of the order due up for Oklahoma Baptist, inning number 7. Kaimana Bartolome to face Braden Beebe, who has been pretty good. He's allowed just one unearned run over 2 2/3 innings of relief. A couple of other scores. Harding has beaten East Central to sweep that series 14-1. Northwestern leading Southern Arkansas and Alva. Bottom of the third, Rangers 7-6. First pitch, a swing and a miss from Kaimana Bartolome, and that's the way the bottom of the 7th starts. So Southern Arkansas loses that game, and Arkansas Tech is able to sweep Southeastern. We could have a tie for first in the conference. Fly ball deep left field, and it is well gone. Kaimana Bartolome having a huge game today. That's his 8th home run of the season. And his Division II era leading 30th as a Bison comes on senior day. And out comes the Viking helmet that they always put on. Their teammate who comes home after a home run. That thing about fell apart last weekend. They brought it out so many times in Bethany. Ruvalcaba now will bat. OBU 12, Henderson State 10 here in the 7th inning. And Beebe's first pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. OBU hit 14 home runs last weekend in a doubleheader at Southern Nazarene. Scored a program best 29 runs in the second game of that series, 2-0 the count. The 29 runs eclipsed a record that had stood for 50 years, going back to an OBU victory over Minnesota State, in which the Bison scored 28 back in 1971. 2-0 pitch, blasted into the gap in left center field. That's going to roll deep, and Ruvalcaba has extra bases. And he'll stand in with a double with nobody out here in the 7th inning. So the middle part of the order, who last night did very, very little in that extra inning loss. Bartolome, Ruvalcaba had 4 hits, 4 of the 7. Enriquez did not have a hit. Carlson only had 1. That middle part of the lineup has really gotten well today against Baker and now Beebe. OBU a chance to break this game open perhaps with a run in, a runner at second, and nobody out in the 7th. First pitch to Ramon is a big breaking ball looked at for a strike. Ramon 3 hits, singles in the 4th and 5th, an RBI double in the 1st. His 4th inning single drove home a run. As part of the biggest run-producing inning of the series for Oklahoma Baptist, 5 runs, 5 hits. That inning, they had 3 singles and a couple of doubles. Here's the pitch, way outside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So you wonder where Beebe stands in terms of what's left in the tank. He has not gone over 2 innings very many times. In fact, I believe just 4 times. His longest stint was at Harding, a 4-inning effort in a 10-5 victory. In that ball game, he ended up picking up the victory. It's his only victory of the season. That was all the way back on March the 13th. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's Beebe's pitch. Another big fat breaking ball looked at for a strike, and it's 1-2. I dare you, Beebe, to throw that pitch with 2 strikes to Ramon Enriquez right now. 12-10 Bison. Nobody out, 7th inning, 9-inning game, 7-inning contest to follow. 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, here's the pitch. Lined up the right field side, that's down for an extra base hit. A run will score as Rubalcaba rounds third. He scores, and the throw into second, not in time, and a sliding RBI double for Ramon Enriquez. So 3 RBIs for Ramon Enriquez on the day. And he's got 4 hits. He now has 14 hits in 7 career games against Henderson State, and he's driven in 10 runs.
Hey, Jalen, you're a little off. Can you get the batter, please?
Enriquez has also driven in a run now in 23 of his, he has 25 RBIs in his last 19 contests, and that's going to be the final pitch thrown by Braden Beebe. So Henderson State goes to the mound. They'll go to the bullpen again, now trailing 13-10 here in the 7th inning. I'll tell you Beebe's numbers and give you the new hurler for the Reddies in a moment on the Bison Sports Network.
Great shot, Jalen. That is a great shot.
Well, one of the more strange pitching changes you will see, Cody Hooten has been tossed from the ball game, and I'm not really certain what it was about. Hooten went out there, and he was out there for a long, long time before he signaled to the bullpen that he wanted to bring in another reliever. In this case, it is Blake Patterson, a senior from Benton, Arkansas. But then the home plate umpire went out there. They looked like they were talking for a while. And then as Hooten started to walk away, the home plate umpire started to head back towards home plate. And Hooten started to bark louder, and the field umpire got kind of in between him as he walked shoulder to shoulder with him towards the foul line. And then Hooten again was upset as he got into foul territory. I have no idea what that was about, but it was strange indeed. It looked like that Cody was out there buying as much time as he could to get Blake Patterson warm and ready to enter the ball game. Patterson is in out of the bullpen for the 12th time. He has a record of 2-0, earned run average of 6.86. This will be his first appearance here in the series. Patterson, 21 innings, 21 hits, 16 earned runs, 20 strikeouts, 13 walks, batted average against of 259. Entering the weekend series, Henderson State's pitching staff was yielding a 272 batted average. OBU had 7 hits last night. They have 19 today, and again, they have the Reddies somewhat against the ropes, leading by 3 in a big inning, perhaps brewing. The first 3 have reached, all 3 with extra base hits, and Bartolome uncorking the first home run of the day for Oklahoma Baptist, a shot to left and over the bullpen to start the inning. So the senior right-hander Blake Patterson enters the ball game. He'll face Eric Carlson, who's doubled in a couple of runs, also has a first-inning RBI single. Each team with 10 or more hits in this one. Here's Patterson's pitch as his hat blows off, is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Final game of the series, final game of the regular season, coming up 30 minutes after the last out of this one is recorded. Going on 3 hours, and we are in the 7th inning, a game that has produced 23 runs, 29 hits, and seen 8 errors. Here's Patterson's pitch upstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Blake Patterson comes in trying to keep this thing a manageable deficit for Henderson State, down 3. Again, no lead is too large on days like today. Reddies already have put up 3 crooked numbers, including back-to-back 3-run innings in the second and third. Ground ball is short. Myers knocks it down. It kicks out into shallow center, but they'll put the stop sign up for Ramon at third. And it's first and third as Carlson has his 3rd hit of the ball game on an infield single. And Chris Cook now looking for a 3-hit ball game. Already has a career-high 2 hits today.
Designated hitter, number 37, Chris Cook.
Blake Patterson has not pitched since April the 17th against East Central. 2 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs. In a 22-3 shellacking of the Tigers, who went quietly into the offseason, losing 14-1 today at Harding. In comes the pitch. Cook lays off of it. It's called a ball. 1-0 the count. One ball, no strikes to Chris Cook, the DH. Patterson's pitch stays upstairs, and it's 2-0. Well, if you're wondering about the availability of Tucker and Langston, it's certainly not likely we're going to see either one of them, at least in this game, because this would certainly be a situation to do so. But both had high leverage situations last night. Cook checks his swing. It's a strike, and it's 2-1. Bartolome a blast to left. Ruvalcava with a double to the gap, followed by Enriquez RBI double. Ramon stands at third after an infield hit by Eric Carlson, who's at first. 2 balls and a strike in the pitch. Put a good swing on it. Cook fouls it back, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arkansas Monticello has rallied today, so they win the series 2-1 over Southwestern. They're in a battle for the 5th spot with Henderson State. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like the top 4 are going to be Southern Arkansas, Arkansas Tech, Oklahoma Baptist, and Northwestern. 3-2 the count. And the pitch downstairs, and they're loaded. Third walk given up by the Henderson State bullpen today. Beebe gave up 2 runs, 6 hits with a couple of walks and 1 strikeout. He officially went 3 innings and pitched to 3 batters here in the 7th inning.
Right fielder, number 8.
So Colin Prince, who has a 3-hit game, comes to the plate. All 9 players have been aboard at least one time today for Oklahoma Baptist. Patterson brings it home, and the breaking ball turns over for a strike. It's 0-1. Henderson State in the crimson tops, white numerals lettering, gray bottoms, OBU in the green and white tops. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Little fister out into shallow center field, and it's caught by Myers, who went right over in front of Colasante, the second baseman. And now that's out number 1 here in the 7th inning. Here's Case Warner. Warner was hit by a pitch from Beebe back in the 6th inning. It's the first time he's been aboard in 5 plate appearances in the series and 4 at-bats. He flew out to fairly deep center field last night, flew out to left his at-bat back in the 4th, has struck out twice today and takes a fastball in the outside corner. It's 0-1.
Hey, Connor, I lost the signal from your camera. But never mind, it's back.
No balls, 1 strike to redshirt junior Case Warner. Left-handed hitter, starting in center field, and he takes a pitch to the inside corner, and Case is behind 0-2. OBU wearing the matte green helmets with the old-style English B and white on the front and the white bill of the batting caps. This program has a lot of different looks. 0-2 the count, and the pitch is grounded to first. Scooped up, hesitation by Stevens, wanted to go to second, no play, and now he'll force out Warner at first. A run will score, so Case will get an RBI on the 3 unassisted ground out, and it's 14-10. So a good at bat for Case Warner, a productive out. That run is charged to Beebe, and that means he gave up 3 runs in his 3 innings. Now second and third is the runners on board of the responsibility of Patterson, and here comes Cliff Pratt. Cliff Pratt's first pitch is blasted into left center field and gone. A 3-run home run. You just felt it was coming. Cliff was really frustrated after his 6th inning bat when he went down in 4 pitches. It's 17-10 Bison as they have broken the game open here in the 7th inning. Blake Patterson gives up his 5th home run of the season in 21 1/3 innings. And Walker Keller, the 9th Bison to parade to the plate, comes up in the 7th inning. Patterson winds and brings it home, and a bouncing ball to second, a big hop. Colasanto over to first, and Keller is out. OBU bats around. They score 5 times. They do it on 5 hits. There were no errors and nobody left aboard. We go to the 8th with Oklahoma Baptist leading Henderson State 17-10 on the Bison Sports Network.
Hey, great job, guys. That was really, really good.
6-5-0-0.
Connor get number 33 as second baseman, and Jalen get whoever's in right field.
A 6 spot put on the board, punctuated by Cliff Pratt's home run. And the Bison, 6 outs away from an even break of the first 2 games of this series, take a 17-10 lead to the top of the 8th as Raul Rizzo remains out there on the mound. Raul has given up 2 runs over 3 innings, and both of those were unearned back in the 6th inning. He's allowed just 2 hits. So Rizzo, who can really eat up innings as a long reliever, having been converted from a weekend starter, trying to take the Bison home in this one. Nick Butler has walked and scored one of those 2 runs back in the 6th against Rizzo. Butler is officially 0 for 2 today. 17-10 Oklahoma Baptist. We are the 8th inning. And here's the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. To celebrate 50 years of investing in champions, the OBU Athletics Annual Fund is returning to its roots as the Bison Athletic Association. To learn more about the rebrand and exciting changes to BAA membership, visit obubison.com/BAA. Butler fouls that one off. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 8th inning, OBU trying to knock off Henderson State for the 10th time, and this meeting number 18 all time. They've only played 1 postseason game. That was at David Allen Memorial Ballpark back in 2018. Here's the 1-1 pitch downstairs, and it's 2-1. Everything else has been in conference play. Henderson State 4-3 in 7 all-time games here in Shawnee. Bison trying to even that ledger as well. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Downstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike. Bullpen remains quiet behind Raul Rizzo. Long Beach State transfer in his 3rd and final season here at Oklahoma Baptist. Here's the 3-1 offering. Upstairs, and it's a walk. So the last thing you want to do in a game in which you lead by 7 runs with the wind blowing out is to give up free passes. Bison have given up enough stuff today, thanks to 5 errors, all throwing errors, in this contest. Here's C.J. Hughes, who is homered, is 1 for 3 in the ballgame. Reached on a aforementioned throw-in error by Bartolome, the first of Kai's 2 today from 3rd back in the 2nd inning. Both starters will not factor into this decision today. Here's the pitch, bouncing ball, too short. Brad Rubalcaba on the first and safe at first base as Hughes was able to leg it out. And Eric Carlson, I don't think, can stretch much more. So a 6-4 fielder's choice. They do get the leadoff runner, and Danny Mitchell Jr. now will come to the plate. Danny Mitchell has singled, reached in an air, scored a couple of the 10 runs for Henderson State in this one. Bison looking for conference win number 21, 3rd year of full-time membership in the league. Rizzo brings it home, and a fly ball down the left field line. Twisting out of play, but Keller is there, and he makes the catch. It's actually a fair ball catch, as Walker was just in fair territory in the deep left field corner area. Well, the wind was pushing that one, is trying to turn foul, and Keller picked it up very well off the bat. So 2 gone here in the 8th, and Grayson Stevens came to the plate.
Number 26, Grayson Stevens.
OBU in their first 2 years of eligibility as far as contending for conference championships have been to the league title game twice. They were in the catbird seat back in 2018, were beaten twice on championship days. The throw almost gets away from Carlson to first. Southern Arkansas tagged the Bison twice to win the championship back in 2018, and then OBU won it all in 2019, going unbeaten through the tournament field. First pitch downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. That was a much different format. There were 6 teams. It was double elimination. Much different this year. 8 teams, single elimination, quarterfinals on the fields of the highest seeded team, Cliff Berry Field. in Arkadelphia, home of the Reddies, will serve as the semifinal and final site. And while OBU is more than likely going to host a first-round game, there's not a team really, I think, that comes in here you feel just real certain about because of their Game 1 starting pitching. Here's the 1-0 pitch in there for a strike. It would appear, and again, things still have to shake out. This one is not over, and we still have one more to play, but if things go as they're going right now, it would be Henderson State, Arkansas, Monticello, Southwestern, and Harding as the 4 teams that will be on the road for the first round of the tournament. 1-1 pitch, slow it away, 2 balls and 1 strike. Of those 4 teams, OBU has lost Friday night games to all 4 of those squads. That's the very scary thing about a winner-take-all one-game showdown in baseball. Here's the 2-1 pitch downstairs, and Rizzo starting to wobble a little bit here in the 8th as they throw behind him. So Rizzo trying to give Chris Cox 4 innings of relief work. Needs one more out to do so and set the Reddies down here with the 8th inning. 17 runs, 21 hits today for OBU. In comes the pitch, and it's lined foul up the first base side. Stevens got a good rip, but is nothing more than a strike. OBU's season high in hits was set last week. A week ago today, they had 25 at Southern Nazarene. They are closing on that with at least one more at bat in this contest. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch is outside, and he walked him, so a pair of 2 out base runners for Joe Myers. The 21 hits are the second most by an OBU club this year. It's also the 15th time in 2021 that Oklahoma Baptist has registered a game of 10 or more hits. Of the previous 14, the record is unblemished at 14-0. First and second now for Joe Myers, and the first pitch is a called strike. Myers has really been held in check. Their leading power hitter with 11 home runs coming into this series. Last night, Joe Myers went 2 for 5. Today, he is 0 for 4, including 0 for 1 against Raul Rizzo. The 0-1 pitch. Fouls it back, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Joe Myers entered the weekend tied for 3rd of the conference in runs, 2nd with 48 RBIs, tied for 5th with 11 home runs, and tied for 5th in hit by pitches. Best game, a 4 RBI game, 4 times this year. He drove in 5 against East Central April 17th. No balls, 2 strikes, and Rizzo's pitch is lowered away. I think it's fair to say that if Raul is able to get the door slammed on Henderson State here with the 8th, we will not see him in the 9th. He's positioned himself, though, out of the bullpen to pick up the win for OBU. If the Bison can hold on to 17-10 lead. In comes the 1-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Lipinski, the starter today, went just 4 innings, so he does not qualify for the win. Not Jake Lipinski, but Bo Dallas. Dallas was the starter. Jake started last night. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rizzo comes set, now delivers. It's in the dirt. Ramon getting a workout behind home plate. Be surprised if Enriquez is in the lineup as a catcher in the next ball game. Usually in doubleheaders, he'll start the first, and Kevin Sines will get the catcher's assignment in the second ball game. It's a warm day today. Warmest day of the season thus far for the Bison. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fly ball as the runners go, and it's popped up on the infield. Backpedaling to the outfield grass, Rubalcaba, and he can't make the catch, and 2 runs are going to score. Sliding in safely is Joe Myers. That should be scored in air. Rubalcaba was right there, and the wind was playing tricks with him. It's a play, again, that you have to make at this level. It's not the easiest in the world with the breezy conditions, but no RBIs for Joe Myers. That's the 6th error for OBU. And here is Alex Day. It's a 17-12 ball game. Here's the first pitch. Grounded to short. Pratt has it. Steps and throws. Inning over. 2 runs, both unearned on a couple of walks at a fielder's choice. 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 17-12 Bison on the Bison Sports Network. Blake Patterson in for the 8th inning. Patterson faced 6 batters, 3 scored against him. It is now a 17-12 ball game. OBU has doubled up Henderson State. In the hits, 21-10. It's a strange game. You would think Bo Dallas, who left with the lead, would qualify for the victory. He does not. He did not go 4 innings. Or he did not go 5 innings. So Raul Rizzo has a chance to win it. And it's a strange game when you score 12 runs and have 10 hits, and the other guy makes 6 errors, and you're still looking at a 5 spot just to get even. Kaimana Bartolome to lead off. Kaimana crushed one off of Brandon Beebe back in the 7th inning. That opened up what turned out to be a 6-inning scoring frame, and he grounds that pitch up the middle into center for a base hit. So Kaimana has a 5-hit ball game. That is a career high for him. So how about Kai on senior day having his best game of his career in terms of base hits?
The second base, number 33, Hector.
Here's Rubalcaba. Hector doubled. He's only hit today back in the 7th inning. That came off of Beebe. This is his first time to face Patterson. Blake comes set, now brings it home and turns it over for a strike. It's 0-1. 22 hits now in the afternoon for Oklahoma Baptist. Henderson State has gone scoreless only in the 4th and in the 7th innings today. 0-1 pitch in the dirt, and that'll get away from Day, and over to second base on the wild pitch goes Bartolome. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike to Hector Rubalcaba. Chance to at least get one of the 2 back that Henderson scored at the top of this inning. In comes the righty's pitch. Big breaking ball, stays upstairs. Advantage Hector. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Final game of the regular season, 30 minutes after this one, right here on the Bison Sports Network. And then we're with OBU for the duration, home or away, here on the Bison Sports Network as far as postseason baseball is concerned. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Belted into left field. That's down for a base hit. That's going to score Kaimana Bartolome from second. And now Rubalcaba digs for second and beats the throw in with a double. So back-to-back doubles by Hector Rubalcaba in the ballgame. And it is now 18-12 OBU as Ramon Enriquez will come to the plate. Ramon has matched a career high with 4 hits. He has driven in runs with doubles in the first and the 7th and a run-producing single back in the 4th. Bison 3 outs away from forcing the rubber match of this series in Game 3. It'll be a 7-inning contest. First pitch, a big breaking ball from Patterson, looked at for a strike. We told you a terrific statistic last night about Ramon Enriquez, that he has reached base in 87% of the games that he has played in. Pops that one out of play on the first base side. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Last night, Ramon went 0 for 4. He has made up for it today with a 4-hit ball game. He's 4 for 5 today, 4 for 9 of the series, 14 for 34 against Henderson State pitching. This is his 8th career game, one of the all-time greats in the Division II era for Oklahoma Baptist. In comes the 0-2 pitch, and he just missed. Well, that was pretty close to take, and it's 1-2. Last night, Enriquez broke a tie for second all-time on the career at-bats list with Kevin Almeida. Entering the series opener, both had 413 official at-bats as a Bison. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Chased a breaking ball and fouls it back to the netting. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. Enriquez has to be protective here at the plate. He'll have to hit Blake Patterson's pitch in a hole. Patterson stretches, and the pitch is inside, and it got a piece of Ramon. Looked like it got him on the hand, and he is in a little bit of pain as he takes off the shin guard on his left shin. Not too much bothering Ramon as he'll walk down to first base, and that's the 3rd hit batsman of the day for Henderson State pitching. So on a 1-2 pitch, Blake Patterson came too far inside, and the first 3 have reached for OBU here in the 8th inning as Eric Carlson comes to the plate. Eric Carlson has a 3-hit ball game. It's his 32nd multi-hit game of his career of 2.5 years here in Shawnee. Eric on senior day celebrating a milestone. This is his 100th career start and 100th career game played. Blake Patterson deals, and the pitch is a fly ball into left field. Got too far underneath it. The wind, though, is carrying it deep. Mitchell playing deep. Comes in 2 steps and makes the catch. And there's 1 gone. It shows you exactly what this breeze will do. Is Eric didn't hit that pitch all that well, and he got way underneath it. And Mitchell, who's been playing deep all day long, as says Walker Keller, his counterpart for OBU in left, only had to come in about 2 steps to make that catch. So Chris Cook will come to the plate. He's driven in a run, has 2 hits. Last reached on a walk against Blake Patterson. And he brings it home. And the first pitch to Cook is a strike at the knees, 0-1 the count. Chris Cook, a sophomore out of Rockland, California, transferred from Sierra College. Oh, and 1 the count. 2 on, 1 out. They do not hold at first base as Stevens plays behind the runner Enriquez. Ruvalcaba, who doubled in a run after a leadoff single by Bartolome, stands at second. Here comes the pitch. Wanted to pull the trigger, didn't. Thought it was inside, called a strike. Telling you, there's been a lot of pitches on the inside part of the plate today, both ways, that have looked tight, but the guy has been very, very consistent behind home plate with at least that aspect. Bison trying to win a game in which they have committed a season worst 6 errors. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Still not getting anything.
1-2 the count. Chris Cook awaits Blake Patterson's delivery. Myers standing almost behind the runner at second, and the pitch is a called 3rd strike. Chris knew it. Didn't pull the trigger. They worked away after pitching inside, and Patterson gets his first strikeout, and this is his 2nd inning of work. So now it's up to Colin Prince. Colin Prince has hit safely in both games of the series. He now has hit safely in 7 consecutive, a career best. Colin a double in the 2nd, singles in the 3rd and the 5th innings. Correction, that last single was in the 6th. OBU had 2 runners in that inning. They failed to score. It's one of only 2 frames that the Bison have not tagged home plate at least one time. Here's Patterson's pitch. Big breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. Last year, Colin Prince made 17 starts in 18 games, 6 RBIs against Missouri Western, was hitting .400. 5th best in the league when the season was shut down. He is a native of Santa Rosa, California, and a junior college transfer from that community as well. Upstairs, and the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. Colin has 4 hits in the series. That gives him 7 in 5 career starts against Henderson State. Colin Prince has yet to drive in a run of this series. He's driven in 3 in 3 prior games against Henderson. Swing and a miss. He'll spun himself into the dirt, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the Henderson State 9th. Sistinas, Colasanto, and Haskins are the scheduled batters. 18-12, Oklahoma Baptist closed it in on nailing down a top 4 spot in the Great American Conference Tournament next Thursday. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Misses away. It's 2-2. That'll get some grumbles going from the Reddies crowd. Colin Prince, 7 for 14 last weekend, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs. We told you last night that he missed 2 more home runs by a couple of feet total. He really saw the ball well in Bethany. Here's the pitch. Did he chase? It was in the dirt. It was a slider. They say he did. Now they'll pick it up and throw to first as Prince got a late break. Didn't think he went around. And Patterson strikes out the final 2 hitters and retires the last 3 after the first 3 reach. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 left. We go to the 9th. 18-12, Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network.
Okay, Connor, get number 25, the shortstop. And Jalen, get that new pitcher coming from the bullpen, please.
New pitcher for Oklahoma Baptist is right-hander number 13, Nick Perry. Perry is a redshirt junior out of Rio Linda, California, American River College transfer. Nick Perry last week, 2 2/3, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts in his appearance at Southern Nazarene. So Raul Rizzo's day is complete. He gives up 4 runs, and all 4 were unearned. He did so by allowing just 2 hits. So solid inning, 4 innings of relief work for Raul, and it's into the hands of Nick Perry. Matthew Baker, the starter, on the line for the loss for Henderson State, unless they can somehow rally with 3 outs to go here in the 9th inning. So Nick Perry will deal to Corbin Sistinas to start off the 9th inning. Nick Perry in for the 8th time, record of 1-1, earned run average 6.17. In comes the pitch, and it's downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. (18-12) our score, bottom or top of the 9th inning here at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park. In comes the 1-0 pitch into the handle. He popped it up. That's playable for Carlson at first. In foul ground, he camps underneath it, and there's 1 gone in the Henderson 9th. So Colasanto now will come to the plate. He's walked and reached twice on singles. Nick Perry needs just 2 pitches to dispose of the leadoff hitter for the Reddies here in the 9th.
Number 2, Daniel Colasanto.
Colasanto has driven in a run with an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. Nick Perry with his green jersey, roughly into the wind, delivers, and the pitch hit pretty well into center field, but not well enough. There to make the catch is Case Warner, and there's 2 gone in the 9th. So it has come down to Bryson Haskins to keep this 9th inning alive. Haskins 2 hits, has his home run, a 2-run shot back in the 3rd inning.
Number 7, Bryson Haskins.
For Haskins, that was his 4th home run of the season. Nobody on, 2 out. Nick Perry working exclusively from the stretch in the ninth. This is not a save situation. The first pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Breck Galbraith will pitch the final game of the series, coming up 30 minutes after the final out of this one is recorded. Breck has turned in 2 really good midweek starts in the last 2 non-conference tilts. 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Breck pitched against Northeastern State here about 3 weeks ago. Bison won that game 4-2. And he turned in a really good start in rainy conditions in Edmond 2 weeks ago at UCO. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, and the game down to a final strike here in the ninth. One ball, 2 strikes. Nick Perry takes a deep breath, now delivers. They set it up outside. It's low, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. So OBU will not, unless Henderson State rallies to force the Bison to bat in the bottom of the ninth inning with 2 outs here in the top. Not quite get to their season high in hits. Fly ball, left field, that's trouble. It's gone if it stays fair, and it does. Home run, Bryson Haskins, and it's an 18-13 game. Well, if you're going to give up a home run in the ninth inning, the best way to do it is with nobody aboard and 2 outs and your team leading by a count of 18-12. Well, it's now a 5-run game after Haskins has his first 2 home run game of his career in Arkadelphia. 18-13 as Nick Butler is scheduled to come to the plate. He may be called back. Jake Dunn is going to bat. Jake Dunn is a 6-foot, 170-pound senior from Brusley, Louisiana. He came in last night and did not have an at-bat. He was a pinch runner. First pitch to Dunn is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. 18-13, nobody on. 1 in, 2 out, top of the ninth inning. Here's the stretch. Right-hander brings it home. It's popped up, and again, this game reduced to a final strike. Let's see if Perry can finish off Jake Dunn. Jake Dunn is 6 for 12 on the season. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Of the 6 times that he has been retired in 12 at-bats, he has struck out 4 of those 6 times. Perry has him at a 1-2 hole, and he brings it home, and Dunn fouls it off. So the game that just will not end has at least 1 more pitch left to it. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, top of the ninth inning. Here's Perry's pitch, and he got him looking. Down goes Dunn, and the ball game is over, and OBU has forced a rubber game. Coming up in 30 minutes with a 18-13 victory. 1 run, 1 hit in the ninth. Final score, Bison 18, Henderson State 13. We'll wrap it up in a moment here on the Bison Sports Network.
The final score for today's game, OBU 18, Henderson State 13. Thanks for joining us for game 1 of the Doubleheader. Stick around for game 2.
Welcome back here to Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park. Oklahoma Baptist, in a game that was about 4.5 hours old, wins it by let's make that 3.5 hours old, wins it by a count of 18-13. 18 runs, 23 hits, 6 errors for OBU. 10 left aboard for the Bison. For the Reddies, 13 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors, and 4 left. OBU with a win improves on the season to 24-14, 21-11 in Great American Conference play, and they are locked into one of the top 4 host seeds in the quarterfinals of the conference tournament next week. Henderson State falls to 23-16, 18-14 in the conference. The winner today will be Raul Rizzo. He went 4 innings in relief of starter Bo Dallas, who got a no decision. So Rizzo will pick up the win. The loser will be Matthew Baker. Baker will fall to 4-2 with the loss. Final score, Oklahoma Baptist 18, Henderson State 13. We'll take about a 30-minute break. Be back for the first pitch of the finale of the regular season right here on the Bison Sports Network. Hi again, everybody, and welcome back here to the campus of Oklahoma Baptist University in Shawnee. It is the final game of this three-game weekend set, the final game of the 2021 regular season. Oklahoma Baptist and Henderson State playing a rubber game. Henderson State winning last night at 11 innings 4-3. Oklahoma Baptist battling back for an 18-13 win in a slugfest, an ugly ball game that saw 9 errors committed between the two ball clubs in today's opener. Not a lot of lineup changes, but let's go through them as we get ready for the first pitch. Chris Cox already out visiting with home plate umpire, and out comes Cody Hooten, the 11th-year head coach for Henderson State, to bring his lineup card as well. For the Reddies, leading off in left field is Danny Mitchell. Batting second at first base, Grayson Stevens. Hitting third at shortstop, Joe Myers. The DH for Henderson State is the starting pitcher in Game 1 today, Matthew Baker. Batting fifth and catching is Corbin Sistinas. Hitting sixth at second base is Daniel Colasanto. Batting seventh in center field is Bryson Haskins. Hitting eighth in right field is Nick Butler. And rounding out the batting order at third base is C.J. Hughes. Again, for Henderson State, it's Mitchell in left, Stevens at first, Myers at short, Baker the DH, Sistinas catching, and Colasanto the second baseman. Haskins is in center, Butler in right, Hughes at third. Batting lineup for Oklahoma Baptist as the Bison win their 21st league game of the year in game number 24, and this the second season under Chris Cox. Leading off for OBU is the shortstop, Cliff Pratt. Batting second for the Bison in left field, Walker Keller. Hitting third at third base, Kaimana Bartolome. The cleanup hitter is second baseman Hector Rubalcaba. Batting fifth, the DH, Ramon Enriquez. Batting sixth at first base is Eric Carlson. Batting seventh in right field is Colin Prince. Hitting eighth in catching, Kevin Sines. And batting ninth in center field is Cade Kissel. So we get the lineup for OBU. Pratt at short, Keller in left, Bartolome at third, Ruvalcaba at second, Enriquez the DH, Carlson at first, Prince in right, Sines catching, and Kissel in center field. Starting pitching matchup, right-hander Breck Galbraith will make his first Great American Conference start here on Bison Hill. Breck will be opposed by Ethan Perry. So that's a look at the starting lineups. It's still breezy, it's still warm, temperatures in the 80s, and winds gusting out of the south at about 25 to 32 miles per hour here in Shawnee. And that was certainly evident in the first game, in which the two teams combined to score 31 runs. Final numbers from that first game today. We told you that the winner is Raul Rizzo. He pitched the middle 4 innings of that 9-inning game. Bo Dowah started, went 4 innings, 8 runs, 3 earned, with 3 strikeouts and no walks. Rizzo gave up 4 runs, none of which were earned, 4 strikeouts, 4 walks over 4 innings to pick up his 5th victory. Matthew Baker suffered his second loss, 3 1/3, his second shortest start of the season. 13 hits, 10 runs, 7 earned, 6 strikeouts, and no walks. Bison up and down the lineup, got a lot of productivity. The only one of the 9 that did not have at least 1 hit was Case Warner. He was 0 for 4, but Warner did drive in a run, as the Bison scored 18 runs on 23 hits. The 23 hits, the second most this year for a Bison ball club. OBU, as you can see on your screen, has taken the field, and we're moments away from the finale of this 3-game series. Each team with a win. Henderson State looking to close out a 2-1 road trip here to Shawnee before going home and getting ready for the conference tournament quarterfinals, which will begin at a undisclosed site as of right now next week for the Reddies. Breck Galbraith will be the starter. This is his 8th appearance, his 3rd start. He started midweek games in wins over Northeastern State and Central Oklahoma. Breck's record is 1-0, an earned run average of 4.15. Breck has worked 17 1/3 innings, allowed 17 hits, 8 runs, all earned, with 17 strikeouts and 8 walks. And Galbraith is allowing a batting average against of 270. Around the infield, it's Carlson at first, Rubalcaba at second, Pratt at short, Bartolome at third. Keller moves from center to left here in game 2. Cade Kissel returns to the starting lineup for only the second time in the last couple of weeks, and Colin Prince is in right field. Kevin Sines again will be the catcher. Breck Galbraith will be on the mound, and here we go as Danny Mitchell Jr. will lead off. Danny Mitchell Jr. in the first ball game had a first-inning single, scored the lead run of the contest. Henderson State led 1-0. It was really a back-and-forth affair until the Bison started to get things going with a 5 spot in the 5th and a 6 spot in the 7th to put it away. Lefty versus righty. Brett Galbraith winds, and his first conference start is underway. It's a fastball upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Other scores from around the conference. Arkansas Tech beat Southeastern game 1 in Russellville today, 11-1. Harding 14, East Central 1. There's a strike, and it counts 1 ball, 1 strike. UAM scored 8 in the top of the 9th inning for a 19-14 win at Southwestern. A win that has an impact on what Henderson State does with this contest going forward to the postseason. 1-1 pitch downstairs, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Last report, it was a slugfest up in Alva. Northwestern leading 13-11 over Southern Arkansas. The Rangers have gone back-to-back twice in that ball game. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Just missed, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. You can see Kevin Sines held it there for a split second longer to give the home plate umpire a second look at it. So final game of the regular season. Hard to believe the 3-1 pitch in there for a strike. That wasn't as good as the previous pitch from my vantage point. It's 3-2. Mitchell last night walked and singled. He has not had a particularly great series, but when he's been on base, he's been able to get home. 3-2 pitch, bouncing ball left side. Bartolome charging and throws to first and just did get Danny Mitchell by a step. Good play by Kai, and that is out number 1 here in the first. This is the 7-inning ball game of the 3-game weekend set. Grayson Stevens, the first baseman, now comes to the plate. Stevens had a 2-run double in the 6th. He walked and scored a run. Grayson Stevens has hit safely in both games of the series. He's driven in 3 and has 3 hits, 2 of those singles. First pitch is up and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Brett Galbraith, his last start came on April the 27th at UCO. 5 innings, 1 earned run. And he struck out 6 Broncos. That one just misses, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. I'm going to tell you, if this guy is going to squeeze the zone like he appears that he has in the first couple of batters, it is going to be a long contest with these conditions. 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike. Stevens chased the worst of the 3 pitches that he's seen in this at-bat, and he's ahead 2-1 of the count. Breck in his 2 starts against Northeastern State and UCO have struck out 6 batters in back-to-back starts. In comes the 2-1 pitch, and it's into the handle and fouled back, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Before that, Brett Galbraith in his prior 5 starts had struck out just 5 batters, and that covered a total of 7 innings of work. He has gone 5 in each of the last 2 starts. In comes the 2-2 pitch, and it's outside. Cody Painter has talked about this a bunch, and it's not just exclusive to OBU, but one of the reasons I think you're seeing ERAs as high as they are this year is because there's just not a lot of extra starts and extra appearances for arms. With the reduced non-conference schedule, the season limited to just 40 starts. 3-2 pitch, popped out of play off to our left. Brett Galbraith, after OBU did not play a non-conference game after the first weekend of the season until Northeastern State was here on April the 13th. Has been one of those that have benefited from the out-of-conference experience this spring. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Grayson Stevens, the ready first baseman. A bouncing ball that had him played perfectly right near the bag, and Cliff Pratt throws to first. And there's 2 gone here in the Henderson first. So the left side of the infield has been busy. Mitchell grounding to third. Stevens grounding to short. And the inning is up to Joe Myers, who is really scuffling to this series. Joe Myers last night had a 5th inning single. Had an infield hit as part of the 11th inning, in which the Reddies broke a 3-3 tie and went on to win 4-3. Other than that, he's been held in check, and he grounds that pitch off the mound and into center field for a 2-out single. So a base runner for Henderson State, and up comes the DH, Matthew Baker. Matthew Baker last night had a couple of at-bats as he came in for the DH Alex Day. He was 0 for 2. Baker in the first ball game today took his second loss of the season. He went 3 1/3, his shortest stint, allowing 13 hits and 10 runs, 7 of which were earned. Baker, a left-hander. It's the right-hander Brett Galbraith, and the pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Aside from his 2 starts against NSU and UCO, Galbraith in relief has not pitched more than 2 innings. He did that twice in the opening weekend of the season. Seems like eons ago. Out in Canyon against West Texas he went 2, and then threw 2 innings March 14th here against East Central. Ground ball, hit to second. Ruvalcaba has it. He'll go to first, and the inning is over. So Brett Galbraith, who, if you look at his numbers, nearly retires the opposing batters by a 2-1 margin, fly balls to ground ball outs. Gets 3 ground ball outs, and Henderson State leaves a runner aboard of the first. After a half inning, Bison coming up. There's no score on the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson State in the top of the first, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, all outs on base. OBUBison.com, the official website of OBU Athletics. Get the latest news on all of your favorite Bison sports and listen to live streams on OBUBison.com.
We're trying to kill it there, see if she can work on it.
There's a moment in your bones when the fire takes over. Blood is running, heart is pumping as the battle gets closer. They can say what they want.
To celebrate 50 years of investing in champions, the OBU Athletics Annual Fund is returning to its roots as the Bison Athletic Association. To learn more about the rebrand and exciting changes in BAA membership benefits, visit obubison.com/BAA. Todd Miller with you on this Mother's Day weekend Saturday as Ethan Perry, a freshman right-hander, loosens and prepares to do battle with the top 3 of the OBU order. Cliff Pratt, Walker Keller, and Kaimana Bartolome. Defensively, Stevens at first. Colasante is the second baseman. Myers at short. Hughes at third. Mitchell, Haskins, and Nick Butler in the outfield. Sestinas is the catcher for Ethan Perry. Ethan Perry making his 16th appearance, his 4th start, his 3rd consecutive weekend in which he's got a start in league play. Started April 25th against Southeastern in Durant and started last weekend against Ouachita. Went a combined 8 innings in his first 2 conference starts, 3 hits, 3 runs, all earned. So Ethan Perry, number 37, 6 foot 157, freshman right-hander from McKinney, Texas. Prepped at North High School in McKinney. Now we'll get Cliff Pratt to start the bottom of the first. Bison, after putting 23 hits up on the board, now are hitting .312 on the season. OBU is 11-4 in 15 official home games here at this ballpark. If you count the 3 that were moved from Ouachita here, they've won 14 of 18 games played in Shawnee. Here's Cliff Pratt, and the first pitch is up and in from Perry. 1 ball, no strikes. Perry this season has a record of 5-2, earned run average of 4.60. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. On the season, Perry has struck out 21 and walked 13, covering 31 1/3 innings. In comes the pitch, and it pops out of play first base side. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Cliff Pratt hit a 3-run home run in the 7th. OBU broke the game open with a 6 spot in the 7th inning and went on to win 18-13. Henderson got a solo home run from Haskins in the 9th to pull him to within 5. There's a liner over the third baseman Hughes' glove down into left field. and cut off for a single by Mitchell. So first base run of the ball game for OBU comes with a leadoff single from Cliff Pratt. So here is Walker Keller. Keller has hit safely in both games of the series, but hasn't had his best weekend as of late. Walker Keller still has managed to hit safely in a season-high 12 straight ball games. Keller in the first ball game had a single, reached at a fielder's choice. Was 1 for 6 with a couple of runs scored. Perry's pitch is in the dirt. Off to second goes Pratt. He'll slide in without a throw. And a scoring opportunity early here for Walker Keller. Walker Keller this year has been really good with scoring opportunities. Keller is hitting .333, make that .317 with runners in scoring position. Keller has not hit in this series with RBI opportunities like he has in the last month. He's been as hot as anybody in the Great American Conference. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch looked at for a strike at the knees, and Keller 1-1. Walker Keller last night had a first inning double, went hitless in his last 4 at-bats with a strikeout. He's only struck out once and drawn a walk in the first 2 games of this series. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Inside, it's off of the glove of Sistinas, and that pass ball will move Pratt over to third base, and now anything to the outfield gives OBU the advantage. So Henderson State rolled out the 3 best arms last night, needed 11 innings to get a 4-3 victory, and now they're going to say the ball hit Walker Keller, so he is at first, and the dead ball means Cliff Pratt goes back to second base. Henderson out to visit Cody Hooten with a home plate umpire. Hooten was ejected of the first ball game. Well, that's the 4th hit batsman by the Ready staff here in this doubleheader today. So first and second now for Kaimana Bartolome. Kaimana in today's first ball game set a career high with 5 hits. And he drove in 3 runs. He was a triple shy of the cycle after homering in the 7th inning. Ethan Perry comes set at the letters. Young right-hander delivers, and the pitch is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Kaimana Bartolome at the end of his Bison career, final regular season game. Making his 39th start, hitting .384, 8 home runs, 36 driven in. Ethan Perry, a long look to Pratt at second, delivers. It's in tight, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Ethan Perry this year has allowed 22 runs in 31-plus innings, 16 of which were earned. We told you the 21-13 strikeout-to-walk ratio. He has surrendered just 1 home run, but he's in a dangerous spot here, 2-0. And that one hit Kai, so the bases are loaded. So back-to-back hit batsmen, they're loaded for Hector Ruvalcaba. And this is the makings of a game getting away from Ethan Perry and Henderson State very quickly unless he can work some magic and escape out of a bases-loaded jam. Last night, Spencer Tack, you might remember, gave up a double to Keller with 1 out, and then Bartolome singled. OBU eventually loaded the bases, leading 1-0. They left him loaded at that point, only got 1, ended up losing in extra innings 4-3, and now a visit by the pitching coach out to the mound to talk to Ethan Perry. So Ethan Perry has been very wobbly here in this start, a single 2-hit batsman. And now he deals with Hector Ruvalcaba, the best batter on the team by average, .392 with 14 home runs, a team high, as well as a Bison best 43 RBIs. OBU has 78 home runs. They clubbed 91, a Great American Conference record back in 2019. The opponents this year have only hit 29 home runs off Oklahoma Baptist pitching. And now they go out to the mound to break up the conference. And they are already starting to go to work in the Henderson bullpen out in right field. This lineup is like a powder keg. All you need is one spark to ignite it. And we saw that in the middle stages, and then OBU really got rolling after it was counterpunch after counterpunch really through the first 4 innings of the first ball game. So Perry stays out there. Here's Ruvalcaba. Second baseman awaits the first pitch, and it is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Chick-fil-A Shawnee is a proud sponsor of Bison baseball and softball. Download the Chick-fil-A One app, mobile app today and start scanning your way to earning free food. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Downstairs. Sestinas with a nice block. Saves a run for the time being, and it's 2-0. So that is 6 straight out of the strike zone for Ethan Perry, who is in jeopardy of bringing the bullpen into this ball game here in the first inning.
If it works, it works.
2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch. Little tapper, and Ruvalcaba just made contact, so it's 2-1. Hector had a couple of doubles in the 7th and 8th inning of Game 1. Last night he hit a 2-run home run in the 3rd to break a 1-1 tie. Ruvalcaba is on an 11-game hit streak. That is a season-long, surpassing his 10-game streak earlier this year. Big swing, no contact, and Perry is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ruvalcaba had a season-long 10-game hit streak from mid-March, March 20th, through mid-April, April the 10th. He has hit safely in both games of this series, 11 straight, 22 of his last 24 ball games. A career .372 hitter in a year and a half here at Bison Hill. Bouncing ball hit foul on the third base side, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last year, Hector played in 21 ball games, hit .346. This year, he's played in 36. And is leading the Bison among the conference best at .392. Bison trying to get a great jump on this one. They have an opportunity, bases loaded. Their leading RBI hitter at the plate, nobody out. Ethan Perry gets the sign from Sestinas and delivers at a swing and a miss. What a strikeout for Ethan Perry, the youngster. One of the better hitters in the conference, and Ruvalcaba grumbling to himself as he walks back to the third base dugout. So here is Ramon Enriquez, who is having himself a pretty good weekend.
Number 12,
4 hits, 5 at-bats in today's first ball game. Last night walked, was 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. And as we alluded to in the first ball game, he has really feasted off ready pitching in his now 9th game head-to-head with Henderson State. 14 hits now for Ramon Enriquez against Henderson pitching. Righty versus righty, and in comes the pitch. In tight, low, 1 ball, no strikes. Ramon, with that 4-hit ball game, now has his average over 300 for the first time since April the 3rd. That after he went 1 for 3 in a series with Southeastern here. He's hitting .301. Ground ball to short. Myers has it. Underhands to second for 1. Throw to first. Dug out of the dirt by Stevens, and they get the twin kill. And how about Ethan Perry? Looked like he was headed for the showers early. He gets a strikeout of Ruvalcaba, and then a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. 1 hit, 2 left after a full inning. It's no score on the Bison Sports Network.
For the Bison in the bottom of the first, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base. Scoreless at the end of 1. Traded in for more and buy it for less at Hudenberg Auto Group. Visit Hudeberg.com to browse their selection of thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles or stop by one of their 4 metro locations.
Golden opportunity goes by the wayside for Oklahoma Baptist. Base is loaded. Cleanup hitter at the plate. He goes down swinging, and then Enriquez, 2 pitches later, grounds into an inning 6-4-3 double play, and we remain scoreless. Bison stranded a pair in their half of the first. Being a 7-inning game, an early jump is very, very important. And Ethan Perry was able to pull a Houdini and get himself out of a huge jam in the first inning. Faced 5, 3 reached, 2 were stranded. Now Sistinas, the catcher, will lead off against Breck Galbraith. A proud supporter of Bison Athletics is the First National Bank and Trust Company. They are also the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank. Also this year, Tinker Federal Credit Union is celebrating 75 years of TFCU and U, helping members achieve their goals and dreams since 1946. Learn more at tinkerfcu.org. So Sistinas, who did not play last night, was the DH in today's first ball game, will lead off here in the ready half of the second. Sistinas had a scratch hit in the 7th. He's only in 4 at-bats. He also reached on a fielder's choice. That came against the starter, Bo Dallas, who pitched 4 and did not get a decision. Breck Galbraith winds, and the pitch hit up the middle. Moving to his left is Pratt. He handles it and throws to first, and out at first base is Sistinas. So Cliff Pratt, who has been airtight at shortstop for a leaky defense, committed an error last night. It was only his 2nd error in the last 63 chances at shortstop. He's made 2 really good plays at shortstop in Game 1 and now here in Game 2. And here is Colasanto. Daniel Colasanto, the second baseman, looks at a pitch from Galbraith for a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Breck with a record of 1-0, earned run average of just over 4. OBU's team earned run average is under 6. Here's the pitch, hit into the gap in right center field. That's down, and that's going to roll deep. It's going to go for extra bases. Colasanto digs for second as the throw comes in to Rubalcaba at second. So Colasanto just pulled that one right into the gap in right center field. And that is the 5th double given up this year by Breck Galbraith. And a scoring opportunity for Bryson Haskins. Bryson Haskins came in with 4 or 3 home runs. He had a 2 home run game for the first time in his Henderson State career in the first contest. Homer to the 9th to make it 18-13. Breck Galbraith comes set, delivers, pitch in the dirt, blocked by Signs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Partly cloudy now. We started this game just after 5 o'clock. We are about 4.5 hours into baseball. Believe it or not, we played an 18-13 9-inning game in less than 4 hours in the opener. 1 on, 1 out, top of the second inning of the game, 7 innings between Henderson and OBU. In comes Breck Galbraith's 1-0 pitch. Before he does, now time is called as Haskins backs out of the batter's box. One and 0 the count. Breck Galbraith comes set at the bill of the cap. Now brings it home. And a fastball up high. 2 balls, no strikes. Haskins acted like he was going to offer at it, but held up. Bryson Haskins last night was 0 for 4 with a walk and 2 strikeouts, so he turned things around after a good night's rest and a good breakfast this morning. A couple of home runs. 2 balls, no strikes. Galbraith working very deliberately, fires, and the pitch is hit off the end of the bat, foul for a strike. It's 2-1. Haskins' home runs came in the third inning off Bo Dallas and came in the ninth inning against Nick Perry. It was the only run that Henderson managed off of Nick Perry. And the only earned run in 5 innings off of OBU's bullpen. It was an ugly first ball game. 2 balls and a strike. And another swing and a foul ball. That one down near the handle of the bat. So it's 2-2. Bison saying goodbye to 10 seniors and or redshirt juniors that will not be back. They have been part of a terrific era and run in Division II baseball here for this proud program that was led for 30-plus years by Bobby Cox, now headed by his son Chris in his second season. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Galbraith brings it home and a swing and a miss. Got him to chase a fastball away. So a good strikeout there, the first of the ball game for Brett Galbraith, and now here comes Nick Butler. Nick Butler, in today's first ball game, reached on a fielder's choice, also drew a walk, scored twice, was 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. A much different evening or start to this one than he had last night when he had a single, a double, and a walk. Another left-hander against Brett Galbraith. Run at second, Colasanto with a 1-out double. There's a fastball down Broadway for a strike. It's 0-1. This year, left-handers through the first 2 games of this series off of Bison pitching, hitting .302. Righties faring a little worse at .288. So not much difference in the splits. 0-1 the count. In comes the pitch, and he fouls it off. So Galbraith has jumped out to an 0-2 advantage to number 8 hitter Nick Butler. Before this start, left-handers were 6 of 18, hitting .333 against Breck, who has fared much better in his split against right-handers, just .244, 11 for 45.
Okay, Jalen, so an update is that
0-2 the count. Time is called as Butler backs out of the batter's box. Having some problems with one of the cameras, so that's why we are now using 2 and not 3. Galbraith stretches and brings home the 0-2 pitch. It's high. It's the third base camera right now that is out of commission. Reddy's about hit the Bison 2-1. There's no score. Henderson left 1 of their half of the first. OBU left 2. Reddy's threatening to strand a base runner in scoring position unless they can get a 2-out base hit here from Nick Butler. Galbraith brings it home, and the pitch is lined up the left field side, but that will twist out of play, foul. One of the keys to Brett Galbraith's success, especially in his 2 midweek starts, he did not yield much at all with 2 outs. In fact, on the season, the opponents are just 5 of 21 with 2 outs against Brett Galbraith. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-hander looks to second. Colasanto dances back and forth, and Breck misses down and in. We told you that it's nearly a 2-1 margin in terms of fly balls to ground ball outs this year for Galbraith. He has induced a staff-high 5 double plays, though. That's just under 1/3 of the team's total of 16 they've turned this spring. A lot of good things about this young right-hander, Breck Galbraith. Redshirt freshman out of Joshua, Texas, the Joshua Owls. Two balls and two strikes. 1 on, 2 out here in the second inning. No score. And the pitch is lined into left field. That's going to drop, should score a run. Around third is Colasanto, and Nick Butler comes through with a 2-out single. It's 1-0 Henderson State. So Butler didn't get a lot of that pitch, but he went oppo and had enough to drop it in front of Walker Keller, who's playing deep with the wind blowing out. And the Reddies get the early jump for the second time in as many games today, 1-0. And here comes third baseman C.J. Hughes. C.J. Hughes hit a fourth-inning home run. That was the last hit, last run allowed by Game 1 starter Bo Dallas today. It was also C.J. Hughes' only hit of the contest after having a couple of hits in last night's opener. First pitch, big swing, no contact, and it's strike number 1. I'm assuming that Hughes is in the lineup again. I mentioned this in the first game today because Caden Argenbright, their leading hitter, is not with the team on this season-ending road trip to Oklahoma. 0-1 the count, and the pitch is popped up, maybe playable for Eric Carlson, racing over towards the Henderson dugout. He makes it with plenty of room, and Henderson State settles for 1. 2 hits, 1 left after 1.5 in this 7-inning contest. Reddies lead the Bison 1-0 on the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson State in the top of the second. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. Bison fans, stay up to date on the latest in OBU sports by following us on Facebook at OBU Bison and on Twitter and Instagram at OBU_athletics. Keep up with everything baseball by following them at OBU_baseball on Twitter and Instagram.
One nothing Henderson State, and it's only 1-0 Reddies because Ethan Perry was able to get out of a bases-loaded, no-out jam in the first, strike it out Rubalcaba, and then getting Enriquez to ground 6-4-3 to end the first inning. Eric Carlson, one of 10 seniors, playing their final regular season game here at Shawnee today to lead off. Those seniors and players playing their final home game: Colin Prince, Eric Carlson, Jake Lipinski, Ramon Enriquez, Kaimana Bartolome, Caleb Bly, Raul Rizzo, Cliff Pratt, Hector Rubalcaba, and Jesus Chavez. And if that sounds like a lot of the contributors to this year's team, you would be correct in thinking that. So Eric Carlson, who had a nice first game today, drove in a couple of runs with a fourth-inning double.
Number 9, Eric
Had 3 RBIs, 3 hits. Will lead off the second inning. For Eric Carlson, that was his 32nd multi-hit game of the season. And only his second since he went 3 for 4 against NSU back in mid-April. First pitch scoots him off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Eric Carlson, 1 for 22 prior to last week's 4 games in Edmond and Bethany against UCO and Southern Nazarene. Hit .364 against the Storm and the Broncos. Takes low, 2 balls, no strikes. Eric Carlson currently is working on a 5-game hit streak. Bison are going to have to lean heavy on their offense as they go into the postseason. Ball punched foul, third base side, 2 balls, 1 strike. For the second straight weekend in league play, Chris Cox is looking to find a number 3 starter. For most of the year, it had been Lipinski and then either Rizzo or Dallas 2-3. Now it is Jake and Bo. Last week, Chavez got a start. This week, it's Brett Galbraith. Fly ball hit well into left field. Going back is the center fielder, Haskins, and it's gone. So Eric Carlson has found the home run stroke again. We mentioned in the last ball game as he touches home plate with his 4th home run of the season. It is 18th of his career here on Bison Hill. That prior to last week's 2-for-2 2-home run game at Southern Nazarene, Eric had gone 91 at-bats with just 1 home run. So just like that, it's a 1-1 game, and here comes the red-hot Colin Prince. Colin had a 3-hit ball game in today's first game win, and he is nicked by that pitch. So Perry is pitching inside a lot, and he's now hit 3 Bison. And Kevin Sines will come to the plate. Sines set out the first game today. Kevin last night went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts.
Catcher number 2, Kevin Sines.
Kevin Sines, it is 37th game of the season, came in hitting .271 with 8 home runs and 30 RBIs. First pitch is hit hard right to the third baseman Hughes. To a knee, goes to second for 1, to throw to first, and they get another double play. So a 5-4-3 double play, and that ball was hit perfectly by Sines. First he hit it hard, second he hit a bullet right at Hughes. And the combination of the fact that Kevin is not the speediest runner
Up next for the Bison,
led to that double play. So Perry has been the beneficiary of a couple of twin killings to get himself out of trouble here in the first couple of innings. So here's Cade Kissel, who has not had an at-bat to this point of the series. And the first pitch is a swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. We were wondering aloud in the first contest what had happened to Kissel, because this is only his second start in the last couple of weeks. He was hit by a pitch at UCO, and well, maybe that was the problem, but that does not appear to be the case. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It may have more to do with what he's doing right now, and that is not seeing the ball well. Cade Kissel hitting .253. This is his 34th game, 33rd start. Ethan Perry's pitch is swing and a miss, and he struck him out on 3 straight. So Perry comes back after giving up the tie-in run to Eric Carlson. On his home run to left center field, he gets the next 3 in order, and we have a 1-1 tie after 2 in Shawnee on the Bison Sports Network.
For the Bison in the bottom of the second, 1 run and 1 hit. No errors, no one left on base. All tied up at 1.
Okay, Jalen, can you get the picture, please?
At Boomerang Diners, it's not fast food, it's good food fast. Based right here in Shawnee, stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order online at boomerangdiner.com.
Take a look around me, taking pages from a magazine. Been looking for the answer ever since we were 17.
1-1 our score, top of the 3rd inning, scheduled for 7. Brett Galbraith will try to keep it a 1-1 game, but he will have to face the top third of the Henderson State lineup as the Reddies start the order through the second time.
Go to the catcher.
So Eric Carlson uncorks a home run, and for EC, that is his 4th of the year, his 18th of his career. Correction, that's his 20th of his career. So Eric Carlson is rounding back into form. He has been plagued with that hamstring injury that slowed his progress. Came back first 6 games out of the chute, played very, very well offensively, but has scuffled until this weekend. Danny Mitchell to lead off against Brett Galbraith. He rolled out 5-3 his first time up, and he takes eyeball 1. Stay with OBU Sports on Twitter and Instagram, Facebook as well, in the coming days to find out the first-round matchup here in Shawnee. Called ball, 2 balls, no strikes. We will have it for you here on the Bison Sports Network. On Twitter, OBU_baseball. OBU_athletics on Twitter and Instagram, and Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on Facebook. Mitchell put a pretty good swing on that, fouled it back to the netting, 2 balls and a strike. Henderson State is going to finish the season with a sub-500 road record after dropping the first game today. They are now 7-10 away from Clydeberry Field. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fly ball, and that's out of play left field side. So Galbraith all of a sudden back of the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the format, 8 teams, single elimination. Host sites will be the top 4 in the conference standings. We know the field. That was solidified yesterday after Harding became the 8th and final team to qualify. Galbraith winds and brings home the pitch, and a swing and a miss. Good off-speed breaking ball, and Mitchell could not make contact. So Brett Galbraith gets his 2nd strikeout, and that's a big out in a 1-1 game to retire a speedy leadoff hitter. The winners of the 4 quarterfinal matchups will go to Clydeberry Field in Arkadelphia, and they will play the championship semifinals and the title game. That will be the following week. So the teams will be off almost a full week before the quarterfinals start Thursday. First pitch is a strike at the knees, 0-1 the count. It's a scary situation. If you want to get to the regionals, you're almost going to have to win it because there's so many good game 1 starters in this conference. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Hits the plate, shoots away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Arkansas Tech has finished the 3-game sweep over Southeastern. They beat the Savage Storm 12-4 today. So they outscored Southeastern 23-5 in the 2-game weekend set. 2 balls, a strike now to Grayson Stevens. Nobody on, 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning. In comes the pitch, and it's lifted foul.
Yep, now I'm getting something.
The only other game that is going on, they are in the bottom of the 8th inning in Alba. It's 17-14 Southern Arkansas. Here's the 2-1 pitch and a 1-hopper back to the mound. Galbraith has it, runs to first, underhands to complete the play. And there is 2 gone as Joe Myers comes to the plate. Each team, the Rangers and the Mule Riders, scored 4 in the first. Northwestern led 7-6 after 2. Rangers then led 11-6 after 3. And that's when the Mule Riders started their comeback, a run in the 4th, 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. And they have pretty much put up zeros against that vaunted Ranger offense with the exception of Northwestern's 3-run 5th. In comes the pitch. It's upstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. I've said it many a times. I sat in that ballpark for over 2 decades, and didn't matter how well you threw when the wind was blowing out. It was Katie bar the door, and they're having one of those. Southern Arkansas has scored 10 or more runs in all 3 games of that series as they look to outright clinch the conference title. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Big breaking ball for a strike, and it's 1-1. So 31 runs on 39 hits. They're in the 8th inning. Southern Arkansas leading Northwestern 17-14 at Myers Stadium, the only other game going on this Mother's Day weekend of the Great American Conference. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew a fastball away past Myers. And Joe is in a hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reddy's about hit the Bison 3-2. We're tied at 1. OBU getting even with a leadoff home run from Eric Carlson, number 20 of his career, to open the second. Henderson with a 1-out double from Colasanto that led to a run after Butler singled him in back in the top of that inning. 1-2 the count to shortstop Joe Myers. We are in the 3rd inning. In comes Galbraith's pitch, and he just misses with a fastball away. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last night, the two teams played a 1-run ball game. We told you that the Bison have not been at their best in a lot of close games this year. They are 7-4 with a loss in games decided by 1 run. We're in a 1-1 tie here in the 3rd. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and he got him looking with a fastball on the outside part of the plate. So Joe Myers' dreadful weekend here at Shawnee continues, and Brett Galbraith looks to be getting stronger. He strikes out 2 of the 3, retires Henderson in order after 2.5. Still a 1-1 tie here on the Bison Sports Network.
Chick-fil-A Shawnee is a proud sponsor of Bison Baseball. Download the Chick-fil-A One mobile app today. Start scanning your way to earning free food.
Visit shopobubison.com as the official online store of Bison Athletics. Browse their tremendous selection of officially licensed OBU shirts, hats, jackets, and much more. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is shopobubison.com. Todd Miller back here with you on a Saturday early evening now. We move from the afternoon to the early evening hours. It's a 1-1 tie, bottom of the 3rd. Top third of the lineup to face Ethan Perry for a second time, and this is usually where the Bison start to get to someone as they make really great adjustments from their first to second time through the lineup. Let's see what they do here in the 3rd. Rangers have scored in the 8th. It's now a 2-run ball game. 17-15 Southern Arkansas. That game at the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Southern Arkansas trying to sweep the 3-game series. That was a big weekend for Northwestern baseball, one of the biggest they've had, in fact, the biggest home series they've had in the Division II era. So Cliff Pratt will step in and waits the first pitch, and he checks his swing and hit the bat, so it's a strike, 0-1 the count. We told you that Northwestern has won 20 conference games, the most they have won in a long time, dating back to their NAI days. More than 2 decades, in fact. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. The Rangers were not only thinking solidifying second place, but they had their eyes on first place. And the Mule Riders, who have really owned this conference, along with Arkansas, Monticello, had other ideas this weekend. 1-1 pitch. In tight, 2 balls and 1 strike. Still, you give Northwestern a lot of credit because they had a very favorable schedule to start the conference slate. A lot of people thought the Rangers would fade away when they started their series with OBU. When it's downstairs, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. The closing schedule for Northwestern, although a lot of the teams came to Meyer Stadium, they had OBU, they had Harding, they had Arkansas Tech. That one was on the road. They went 2-1 against the Wonder Boys. Came back home, swept Southwestern last week, and now are hosting Southern Arkansas. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and he got him to pop it up a mile high. Third base side, giving chase is Hughes, and he can't make the catch. The wind was playing tricks, and it's strike two. Northwestern has scored again. It's a one-run ball game, 17-16. There are games on the hardwood of this conference that don't change scores as quickly as OBU Henderson did in the first ball game, and now Southern Arkansas, Northwestern up in Alva. It's a really good offensive club. In fact, two really good offensive clubs going toe-to-toe this weekend. 3-2 the count to the leadoff hitter Cliff Pratt to open the third. And Perry's pitch is a strike. It's up in the zone. Cliff didn't want to, but went around. And Ethan Perry is getting better as well. So a couple of youngsters out there on the mound, and both are throwing very well in tough conditions on this Saturday afternoon. So here is Walker Keller, who was one of two batters hit by a pitch in the first inning, and one of three struck by Ethan Perry in this ball game. Ethan Perry has really settled down after allowing the first three base runners to reach in the first inning. Keller fouls that one off for a strike. Walker Keller, entering the weekend, was hitting .385. His average on April the 3rd was just .297. So in a little more than a full calendar month entering this weekend, Walker had raised his average 88 percentage points. Ball one as he misses downstairs. It's even 1 ball and 1 strike. Currently, Keller is hitting .368. He's cooled off a little bit in this series, but that is a remarkable turnaround. And really over the last month, Keller has been as clutch as anybody that you can find. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Lined and off the glove of Perry and into center field. It sounded like he got a piece of Ethan Perry's glove, but it didn't slow it down as Walker Keller sent that ball right back up the middle, about 3 times as hard as he had it approach him. So the go-ahead runner on here in the third for Kaimana Bartolome.
Third baseman, number 14,
Kaimana Bartolome playing in his 116th consecutive game. His roommate, best friend of the team, Ramon Enriquez, is playing in his 118th consecutive game. Here's the pitch, popped up. That is playable on the first base side. Stevens in foul territory as Bauer, the first base coach, gets out of the way, and Grayson makes the catch for out number 2. So Ethan Perry, some way, somehow, is doing it, and he's doing it now through the second time against this order who put up 18 runs in the first ball game. Wrapped out 23 hits, only the second time Oklahoma Baptist this year has had 20 or more hits in a game. Not that that's an achievement that you reach very often. Hector Ruvalcaba to bat. And the first pitch, runner goes. Keller steals that one on Perry. There will be no throw, and Keller with his first stolen base of the weekend. He stole it on Perry, but he also guessed right on the pitch that was up and in, which meant the catcher, Sestinas, really had no opportunity to make any type of throw down to second base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Carves a strike on the inside corner, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Ruvalcaba. Hector was the big strikeout, really the key at bat of that bases loaded, nobody out jam for Ethan Perry back in the first. Perry has used the strikeout of Ruvalcaba in the first, Kissel to close the second, and Pratt to open the third. So he struck out some of the best hitters in the lineup. There's a rope into left field base hit that will give OBU the lead. Walker Keller easily around third scores, and it's 2-1 Oklahoma Baptist. So Rubalcaba comes out with a 2-out RBI, and he has driven in 44. Hector Rubalcaba now has driven in 10 runs, make that 14 runs to tie for the team lead with 2 outs in an inning. Ramon Enriquez will bat. He grounded into the inning, ending 6-4, 3-double play back in the first. Only the second, or make that the fourth Bison hit, and only the second run of the ball game. Perry's first pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Cody Hooten and Henderson State have to be very pleased with what Ethan Perry has done to this point. He's not been perfect. He's dodged a lot of trouble, but he's navigated the uncharted waters pretty successfully thus far. 0-1 pitch out of the handle when he fouled it back, and now Ramon is down. No balls, 2 strikes. So Rubalcaba doing something that OBU did nothing of last night and had minimal 2-out damage in the first game despite scoring 18 runs, and that is producing with 2 outs in an inning. Nothing at 2 to Enriquez, and now Perry as Sestinas now will recycle the signal, steps off the rubber. Bison about hit the readies 4-3, and comes the 2-0-2 pitch, lined into left field. Another hard hit ball, and Rubalcaba will turn wide at second and have the stop sign put up there. So you see the adjustments coming the second time through this lineup. OBU did not have a lot of well-hit, hard-hit balls the first time through. Although a double play that ended the second was well hit off the bat of Kevin Sines right at the third baseman, C.J. Hughes. But all 3 hits, all singles here in this third inning for the Bison have been frozen ropes. Eric Carlson will come to the plate. He started the scoring for OBU, tied the game with a leadoff solo home run of the second. And now we're going to get the conference to the mound, and that may be it for Ethan Perry. If so, Ethan Perry did his work. He was able to limit the damage to this point to just 2 runs on 5 hits. They have been working behind the freshman right-hander in the bullpen. Rangers have scored 2 more. They now have a 5 spot in the 8th and lead 19-17 over Southern Arkansas. We've not seen a sign of the bullpen yet. The home plate umpire is headed out to the mound. To break up this conference, this is when problems started in the first ball game. When they were out there for an elongated period of time before Hooten signaled to the bullpen. The home plate umpire went out there, and then it led to some tempers flaring with Hooten. He was ejected for the remainder of the ball game. And he is out there simply to buy as much time as possible. There is a right-hander again to the bullpen, and that is indeed going to be it. So just like he made the pitching change in game 1, he's out there for at least 2 minutes, and then finally the starter comes out of the ball game, Ethan Perry. So Perry will get fist bumps as he comes off to the first base dugout. We'll have a pitching change, the first of the evening for Henderson State. 2 on, 1 in, 2-1 Oklahoma Baptist, 2 out in the bottom of the third here with the Bison Sports Network. The book is not yet closed on the freshman right-hander Ethan Perry. The runners aboard are his responsibility. He went 2 2/3 to this point. Has held Oklahoma Baptist to 2 runs, both earned on 5 hits. He struck out 3, did not walk a batter, but he hit 3 batsmen at this point in the ballgame. None of those 3 have come around to score. So the first out of the bullpen here in the final game of the series is Andrew Howard, a 6'2", 190-pound right-handed freshman from North Little Rock, Arkansas, in Maumelle High School. And he has not been used much at all. In fact, this is his first appearance since April the 25th. Down in Durant against Southeastern, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts for Andrew Howard. Only his 4th appearance, 5 innings total, 5 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. So an elevated earned run average of 10.8. He has not factored in a decision this season. And on the campaign, he has struck out 11 and walked 3. So while his numbers across the board are not good, his strikeout to walk ratio not bad at all. In fact, it's nearly 4-1. So Eric Carlson will be the first Oklahoma Baptist hitter to step to the plate against Andrew Howard. Doing more stretching out there beyond the right field fence and the pin for Henderson State. Bison trying to win another conference series. It would be their 2nd straight, their 8th winning series, and they haven't swept many at all. In fact, a lot of their series have been come from behind 2-1 series victories after dropping Friday night's contest. Trying to do it again this weekend. First pitch from Howard is a strike to Carlson. Eric Carlson with 2 outs, hitting just 4 for 30 on the season. Trying to add to his RBI total with 2 outs with just 3. Eric homered off Ethan Perry, the starter, to get the game level at 1 back in the 2nd. Here's Howard's pitch. Another breaking ball strike, and he has Carlson in an 0-2 hole. Henderson State headed up by Cody Hooten, 11th season, 267 wins, won his 267th here last night. The all-time winningest coach, now by a pretty good margin over Clyde Berry. That one misses away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. He surpassed Berry with win number 206, April 20th of 2018 against Northwestern. Led to the Reds to a 2015 World Series appearance in which they lost to the University of Tampa in the semifinals. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Howard's pitch. That is swatted up and out of play, so the count holds. The Reddies have not won 30 or more games in a season since 2018. That was the end of a run of 4 straight. It started with that 33-21 surprising run in 2015. It's a memory that will forever be etched in the minds of Henderson State fans. Little was expected, as we told you last night from that club. They were preseason ranked 9th in the conference. It goes to show you sometimes rankings, which get a lot of attention, aren't worth any more than the paper they're printed on. It's all based on what you did the year before. Personnel can change, and boy, did it for Henderson State as they had that breakout 33-21 season. Eric Carlson taking his time getting back into the batter's box. Andrew Howard is taking his time. Stennis had stood up, and now as this game has come to a little bit of a screeching halt, it looks like we're ready to resume play. Now time is called by Carlson. There's so much great about this game, but one of the things people don't like about the sport is just like this. A lot of standing around, a lot of dead period. Now Howard is going to step off the rubber. Stennis is going to have to recycle the signs. Now we go, the 1-2 pitch. Popped up by Carlson, that's out of play, first base side. So Eric, as he deposits that one over off the top of the ready dugout, has now fought off two-strike pitches from Andrew Howard. Reddies threw their two best arms out of the pen last night. They have a bunch of young arms that we've seen come in both ends of this twin bill this afternoon. Another being Andrew Howard. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Bison with runners in scoring position hitting .315 after banging out 23 hits in the first ball game. They're hitting .288 with 116 hits with 2 outs. Here's Howard's 2-2 pitch. In tight with a fastball, and it's 3-2. So Carlson, after falling behind 1-2, fought off a couple of 2-strike pitches. Now has coaxed the count full 3-2. And he's going to have to get a strike here, or the bases will be loaded for Colin Prince, who awaits on deck. Here's the stretch, in comes the pitch, and it's high and away. So good at bat for Eric Carlson. Over to third goes Rubalcaba. Down to second, Enriquez. Carlson takes a walk to first, and now Colin Prince will come to the plate. OBU only has 18 hits this year, hitting .316 with the bases loaded.
Number 8,
Colin Prince has 3 of those 18 bases loaded hits, as he is hitting .300, 3 for 10. Righty versus righty, the pitch way outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Unlike last night, when Henderson's bullpen allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts in 5 innings. The bullpen earlier today, 4 2/3, 10 hits, 8 runs, 7 of those earned, with only 3 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. Prince took a big cut, couldn't come up with contact, and it's even up, 1 ball, 1 strike. A left-hander now going to work for Henderson State out in right field. It's hard to see because they're standing almost behind the McAllister's Deli sign in right field. That one misses away. 2 balls, 1 strike to Colin Prince. Bases are loaded. OBU a chance to get some separation, leading 2-1 here in the third of this 7-inning game. In comes the pitch. It's high with a fastball. Bison would take a hit, but a walk would work as well. It would score a run. And Colin Prince can be very, very choosy now with the next offering from Howard with a hitter's count 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike. 2 out here in the third, and the pitch is popped up into right center field. Could be trouble coming in as Haskins will make the running catch. The wind pushed it out to him, and Prince leaves him loaded. Colin Prince now has stranded a total of 28 runners this season. 1 run, 3 hits, and 3 left. After 3, 2-1 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
Okay, Connor, get the pitcher, and Jalen.
For the Bison in the bottom of the third, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 3 left on base. After 3 innings, score is Bison 2, Reddies 1. Fans, let's do it again. 4th inning, Chick-fil-A, foul for foul. Every time a foul ball goes out to the plate, you could win free Chick-fil-A. All you have to do is return that foul ball to the press box.
Now more than ever, it's crucial to support champions on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. And you can do that through the Stampede, which is now has a new name and brand new benefits. Learn more about the exciting changes to OBU's athletic annual fund, including how to make your 100% tax-deductible contribution at obubison.com. Brett Galbraith, for the first time today, will go to the mound with the advantage in his favor. It's 2-1. Henderson led 1-0 after one. The Bison have come back with single runs in the second and third innings. OBU has stranded 4 runners, and half of those in scoring position in the first 3 innings. Here's Matthew Baker, and the first pitch is a strike, 0-1 to the left-handed hitting DH.
Number 32, Matthew Baker.
2-1 OBU, only 8 hits, 5 belonging to the Bison of this one thus far. 0-1 pitch, fastball away, count evens, 1 ball, 1 strike. This season, Brett Galbraith has allowed leadoff hitters to reach 35% of the time. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Keeping the leadoff hitters off base a problem for the Bison. They're reaching nearly 46% of the time are first inning batters for the opposition. Swing and a miss. Baker chased one out of the zone, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now Matthew turning and asking the home plate umpire if that was a strike. Matthew Baker. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And he sticks it out, lines it into left field for a base hit, so the tying run on. It's a good piece of hitting. He just went with the pitch away, stuck the bat head out, and lined it into left field. That is the 4th hit of the ball game now for Henderson State, as Sestinas now will come to the plate. Sestinas rolled out short to first, and a good play by Ruvalcaba back in the 2nd inning.
Hey, Connor, zoom in on the picture just a little.
Corbin Satinas.
Zoom in on the picture just a little, please.
OBU has hit into a couple of double plays. They would like to turn one themselves. And the pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. We mentioned earlier that Brett Galbraith has induced 5 ground ball double plays this year. That is the tied for the most of the club. There's the stretch, and he misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, Henderson's bullpen has been active. The last couple of innings, they've already tapped into it once, bringing in Andrew Howard. We still see no activity in the pen behind Brett Galbraith. 2-0 the count. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. OBU may be hoping to get 4 out of Brett Galbraith and then turn things over to the bullpen. They have not had a lot of quality starts, a lot of deep starts by their starters, so the longer they can go with Galbraith out there, the better it is for the bullpen. Sestinas ahead 3-0. See if he swings on this offering. And he does not. He takes high. So a single and a walk. And Henderson State with a threat as Colasanto now will come to the plate. Colasanto with a double, and to this point of the ballgame has scored the only Reddy's run. That came after the RBI single by Nick Butler back in the 2nd inning.
Number 2, Daniel Colasanto.
So Colasanto has a chance to do some damage. Galbraith has worked into the lower half of the Henderson State lineup. And the first pitch. This is away, 1 ball, no strikes. It wasn't outside by much, I can assure you. 1-0 the count. Colasanto awaits. Galbraith looks to second. And the pitch. Downstairs, it's 2 balls, no strikes. Boy, my Royals are falling apart. Had the best record of the big leagues, best winning percentage. Now they're on their way to what looks to be their 6th, 7th straight loss. They trail 7-0 to the White Sox, who blanked them last night. So the surprise team of the early season of Major League Baseball is starting to run into a rough stretch. Baker at second. Sestinas at first. Nobody out. In comes the 2-0 pitch. Called strike that looked up and in, and it's 2-1. The phone continued to vibrate. I wondered what it was. Well, it's updates because the White Sox are just having a parade of base runners up at Kauffman Stadium in the second of a 3-game series with the Royals. 2 balls, 1 strike. And Galbraith brings it in. There's a ground ball to Pratt. He'll take it second for 1, throw to first for 2, a double play. Over to third goes Baker, but now with 2 outs. There has been times this year that OBU has shaded up the middle and it's bit him in the rear end. Not that time. Pratt was almost near the bag, and that's exactly where Colasanto put the ball. And it turned into an easy 6-3 double play.
Bryson Haskins.
So it's up to Bryson Haskins with the tying run, standing just 90 feet away. Brett Galbraith trying to make it through 4. And the first pitch is a breaking ball downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. 2-1 Bison. They've out-hit the Reddies 5-4 in a game defensively that has been much cleaner than what we saw in the first game. Brett Galbraith gets the sign. Now he brings it home. And a fastball on the inside corner evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike. You can see the shadows striping the field near home plate. Shadows from the backstop. Shadows from the third base dugout, not yet even close to the third base line. Next pitch, swing and a miss, change speeds, and Haskins was fooled, and now Galbraith has him on his heels. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Galbraith trying to work out of a 2-on, nobody out jam and keep it a 1-run OBU advantage. Breck making his first conference start. Started into the windup, and now time is called. Bryson Haskins trying to break the concentration and rhythm of Breck. Haskins, a slightly open stance, pointed towards left, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him again with an off-speed pitch. Huge strikeout for Brett Galbraith, who keeps it a 1-run advantage for OBU. A hit, 1 left of the 4th for Henderson State. Halfway through the series finale, it's 2-1 Oklahoma Baptist of the Bison Sports Network. We move to the bottom of the fourth inning. A 2-1 ball game halfway through this 7-inning finale. Kevin Sines, Cade Kissel, and then Cliff Pratt at the top of the order. Final regular season game for 10 Bison seniors and or redshirt juniors who have already graduated or will graduate next week here on Bison Hill. Sines grounded into a 5-4-3 double play back in the second, and the first pitch is high, ball one from Andrew Howard. Kevin hit a bullet right at the third baseman, Hughes, and that was the fuse that the Reddies needed to turn the double play. Another strike, this time on the outside corner. It evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Henderson State has used double plays to get out of a real mess in the first and the second innings. Here's the 1-1 offering. Same spot, same result. Sines takes a strike, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kevin Sines readjusting the batting glove with his right hand, as you can see. Now steps in, and the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A lot of off-speed stuff from Howard on that at-bat. This misses Kevin Sines for out number 1. 4th strikeout of the second ball game of the Henderson State pitching staff, and here is Cade Kissel. Kissel struck out. That was against the starter Ethan Perry to end the Bison half of the second. So Howard has faced 3, walked 1, struck out 1, and retired 2 of the 3. First pitch. Kissel shows bunt, takes it for a ball, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Come on, Cade, let's get something going here and get you back on track. In comes the 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike, and it evens up again, 1 ball, 1 strike. Cade Kissel against Southern Nazarene made 1 start, came off the bench, was 0 for 3 against Crimson Storm pitching. Fastball from Howard stays upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. This is Kissel's 51st game at OBU. He's hit safely in 20 of 33 this season. His career 29 of 50. Coming into play today. And he hits that one deep into left field. Will the wind push it? Didn't get enough of it. Mitchell's there, and yes, he did. It's gone. Mitchell was circling under that ball like he thought he had a chance at it, and the wind just continued to push it, and it's gone. So maybe that will get Cade Kissel going, his 5th home run of the year, and his first in the last 8 games. And it's a 3-1 ball game. Mitchell looked like for everything in the world he was going to have a play on that. And the wind just kept pushing it and pushing it. It just got over the left field fence. So OBU has driven in 2 of their 3 runs with solo home runs, and Cliff Pratt now is going to be the batter. Cliff is 1 for 2, a single the first, a strikeout of the third. His first look at Howard, he takes a strike. So 2 more home runs for Oklahoma Baptist in this ball game. They now have hit an even 80 on the season. Fastball in tight, 1 ball, 1 strike from Andrew Howard. That's the 3rd home run that Howard has given up in less than 6 innings this year. Pitch stays high, advantage to Pratt, 2-1. One thing you can say about Howard is he's ready to go once that ball comes back from Sistinas, the catcher. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and he swats it out of play. Does Cliff Pratt. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Told you, and I was surprised, but in talking to CC before the ballgame, they were not caught off guard by Pratt's decision not to return next year. He has a blossoming music career out in California as a producer. Already has signed some acts, so he is ready to go to work after this season. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball just misses, and it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. The things you learn by just hanging around a dugout and talking to people. I had no idea that that was the direction that Cliff Pratt was headed. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Hit it off the end of the bat and rolls it foul up the first base side. So Pratt stays alive. It has gone final. Northwestern has beaten Southern Arkansas 19-18, so there will be a tie for first in the Great American Conference regular season. And Southern Arkansas, I believe, if I'm right, will win that tiebreaker because they took 2 of 3 from the Mule Riders earlier this year. Tech sweeping Southeastern this weekend. Did he go around? Yes, he did on a fastball high, and Pratt strikes out for the second straight at bat. So 2 strikeouts for Howard here in the 4th. There was some talk about a 3-way tie between OBU, Southern Arkansas, and Henderson, or Arkansas Tech, and how that tie would have been broken because nobody won 2 head-to-head series amongst those 3. Walker Keller awaits. First pitch is a breaking ball for a strike. Bison took 2 of 3 in Russellville against Tech. Tech beat Southern Arkansas 2-1, and Southern Arkansas beat the Bison in a series 3 weeks ago in Magnolia 2-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's academic at this point. OBU wins, and they will finish 3rd of the conference and get the number 6 seed, which would either be Arkansas, Monticello, or Henderson State. In comes the 1-1 pitch, and it hit him. And Walker Keller goes down in a heap near home plate. So another hit batsman. That's the 4th of the ball game for the Henderson State pitching staff. So Walker Keller very gingerly going down to first base and did not hit him in a good place.
Third baseman, number 14,
Kaimana Bartolome, who has been hit by a pitch and fouled out to first, will bat with 2 outs. Kaimana, one of the best 2-out RBI producers in the league. Northwestern has clinched 4th in a first-round playoff matchup against the number 5 seed as that pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. And I'm doing this just off of memory. They would get either UAM or Henderson State. How would you like to be Monticello making an 8+ hour bus ride for 1 game to Alva? Here's the 1-0 pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. Monticello put together an 8-run 9th inning rally to stun Southwestern and Weatherford today to take that series 2-1. They came in tied for the weekend with Henderson State in the league standings. Henderson trying to avoid a 2-loss weekend. Called strike away, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike to Bartolome. Southern Arkansas, who received votes in the region poll, were ranked 9th last week, the only league team to be ranked in the top 10. 27-13 with the loss. Northwestern 26-14. 2-1 the count, and in comes the pitch from Howard. A fly ball center field. Wind pushing it, but Haskins is there. He'll make the catch, and the inning is over. Bison stretch the lead thanks to Cade Kissel's wind-aided home run. It's now 3-1 as we go to the 5th on the Bison Sports Network.
1-1-0-1.
Brett Galbraith will go to work in the 5th inning. He'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hole hitters for the Henderson State Reddies. It's 3-1. Bison won the first game 18-13. They lead 3-1 here in the top of the fifth. Brett Galbraith, to this point of the ball game, has managed to wiggle out of trouble, much the way first Ethan Perry and now Howard has done for Henderson State. Reddies have stranded a single base runner in 3 of the first 4 innings. OBU has left at least 1 in 3 of the 4, including multiple runners stranded in the first and third innings. So Nick Butler, who has driven home the only Henderson run of the contest with a 2-out single, back in the second off Brett Galbraith, will lead off. Righty versus lefty, and here we go in inning number 5 of the 7-inning contest, and it stays high, 1 ball, no strikes. Appreciate you joining us, whether you're a Bison or a Henderson State fan or an interested bystander from around the conference. Glad to have you today for Bison and Ready Baseball here on the OBU Sports Network. Then comes the 1-0 offering, and that almost hit him. Somehow he was able to scoot out of the way. 2 balls, no strikes to Nick Butler. So there's the possibility of some interesting first-round matchups. Henderson State going home, coming right back. UAM having possibly to go to Alva for a 1-game winner-take-all scenario. 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 2-1. That would be the second trip this year for the Bull Weevils up to Northwest Oklahoma. Always said that is the Seattle to Miami trip of the NFL here in this conference. 3-1, or the count, 2-1 is now 3-1. With C.J. Hughes awaiting on deck, he would carry the tying run if Butler can reach. Made that trip in 1993 with Northwestern from Alba to Monticello. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Downstairs and a walk to start the 5th inning. They are starting to stretch in the bullpen, so Brett Galbraith will have very little room, I would think, here in this 5th inning. We're 75 miles from Alva to Interstate, all on a 2-lane road. Most of it after that point is on Interstate, but there is just no short way to get from Northwestern to Arkansas, Monticello. It's at least 8 hours, every bit of it. C.J. Hughes fouled out to Carlson at first in his only at bat. Here's Galbraith's first pitch, and it's swatted out of play. Struck pretty well, but foul on the first base side. Three to 1. Henderson State being out hit 6-4, but this has been a game for both teams of missed opportunities. Galbraith throws to first. Nice backhanded dig by Carlson. Opponents are 4 of 6 in stolen bases this year against the Joshua, Texas native Brett Galbraith. 3-1 Bison to the 5th, playing 7 of this one. Here's the pitch. Inside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. You can see Kevin Sines holding that, framing that pitch just a little longer. "39th game of the year for OBU. They have won 24 of their first 38. In comes the pitch, and a ground ball to short. Over to Rubalcaba for 1, throw to first for 2. So a second 6-started double play. We had a 6-3 put out by Brad back in the last inning. Now a 6-4-3 twin killing. The bases are empty for the top of the order.
Number 33, Danny Mitchell Jr.
I just can't begin to tell you how proud of Brett Galbraith I am. This is his first conference start, his 3rd straight solid start for OBU. Here's Danny Mitchell Jr., who's 0 for 2 against the young right-hander, and he swings through a high fastball, and it's 0-1. He struck out on a 2-2 pitch, did Mitchell back in the 3rd. One of 2 strikeouts for Breck in the 3rd. 1 of 4 in this ballgame, and a pop-up. That'll be pushed out of play on the third base side. And it's no balls, 2 strikes. Wind held it up just enough that Bartolome actually almost had a play on it. He went sliding feet first towards the fence that separates the playing surface from the outside of the ballpark. So 2 double plays turned by the Bison have been huge in this ballgame. No balls, 2 strikes. Galbraith gets the sign from Kevin Signs and delivers. And a swing and a miss. Got him to chase one out of the zone. And Mitchell is frustrated. So nothing comes of the leadoff walk thanks to the double play. 1, 2, 3 and out in the 5th go the Reddies. It's still 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist here on the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson State in the top of the 5th. No runs, no hits. No errors, and no one left on base.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist. Hector Rubalcaba will lead off against Andrew Howard. Howard beginning his 2nd full inning of work. The right-hander delivers, and the pitch is in there for a strike. So I stood up for a moment, told the people in the booth I was leaving, and you should have seen the look on Lane Cooper and Andrew Cox's face. Andrew looked like he'd seen a ghost. Here's the 0-1 pitch downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. I was, in truth, supposed to be at a wedding tonight. Former Bison basketball player Tyler Lester getting married in Oklahoma City, but Twin Bill moved from Friday to Saturday, put the brakes on that. Here's the 1-1 pitch downstairs, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. It'll be worth it if we could hold off Henderson State and take 2 of 3 of this series. Well, that was fun. It was fun messing with Andrew and Lane. Who is going to do the audio, they say. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Downstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike to Hector with Ramon Enriquez on deck. Bison will be back here for the final time in 2021 in the Great American Conference quarterfinals next Thursday. 3-1 pitch. Belted into left field, and that ball is trouble. It's off the fence. Rubalcaba rounds first, is headed for second. The throw was cut off at shallow left by Myers. And Rubalcaba didn't miss a home run by much. So the 7th hit for OBU, and now we'll get a visit to the mound, and that's going to be the final pitch thrown today by Andrew Howard. So Rubalcaba chases the first reliever out of the bullpen for Henderson State. We'll take a break, be back from Bobby Cox Field in Shawnee in a moment of the Bison Sports Network.
Cause we've been putting in the hour. We only taking what was ours. So you better be the one to get us. Cause we gon' blow your mind. We gon' blow your mind.
New left-hander for Henderson State is Austin Cross, number 27, 6 foot 170 pounds, redshirt junior out of Ashdown, Arkansas. So Austin Cross will be into the ball game for the 10th time, and this is his first relief appearance. 2-4, earned run average of 7, 36 innings, 37 hits. 31 runs, 28 earned, 35 walks, and 22 strikeouts. So Austin Cross, who started 9 games this year, coming out of the bullpen, and you would think the big culprit has been his lack of strike-throwing ability with that high walk total of 35 in 36 innings. Left-hander is yielding a .266 batted average against. So Howard's day is done, the book not yet closed. Rubalcaba, the leadoff double at second, his responsibility. 1 run, 2 hits, both for extra bases, 2 strikeouts, a walk, and he hit a batsman.
On the mound now for the Reddies, number 27, Austin Cross.
So Ramon Enriquez will be the first to face Austin Cross. OBU against left-handers hitting .300. Ramon hitting .292. His first look at a lefty today. Henderson State desperately trying to keep this a 2-run game. Bison desperately trying to tack off some runs. Here's the pitch. Big swing. And a miss by Enriquez, who was going to make it 5-1 with contact there. Story of the day, Brett Galbraith making his first conference start, 5 innings, 1 run. Scattered 4 hits to this point in the ballgame. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Ramon shows bunt, takes it high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramon Enriquez wants to become a fireman, return back to his home state of California. Graduates next week with a sports management degree. Was all-region NCAA All-American in 2019. Breaking ball popped up. Giving chase is Stevens. The wind pushing it in, and it will drop between Sestinas, the catcher, and Stevens, the first baseman. Ramon has been a true joy to watch play the game. He and Kaimana, both always smiling. A lot of good guys on this ball club, and 10 of them are playing their final regular season game right now in Shawnee. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist in the 5th. Here is Cross's pitch, and he got him looking. Came in backdoor at a good pitch. Nothing Ramon could do, and that is out number 1 here in the Bison half of the 5th as Eric Carlson comes to the plate.
At first base, number
Eric
9,
got the lid off the basket, if you will,
Carlson.
delivering the game-tying leadoff home run in the 2nd. That after the Bison spotted Henderson a 1-0 lead after a half inning. So teams that have led early don't necessarily mean success in this series this weekend as Cross fires one high and away for ball 1. Bison led last night early. Led 3-1 after 3, lost at 11-4-3. They trailed early in game 1 today, came back in a slugfest to win at 18-13. Trailed early in this one, and now lead 3-1. Off speed, swing and a miss to Carlson, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Eric Carlson. Future plans, find work, and become a college baseball coach. Can guarantee you Carlson will be very, very successful in whatever direction he chooses. Breaking ball with a handle hit foul, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carlson, in my opinion, especially in 2019, I alluded to this in the first ball game, has been underappreciated in this conference. He is a really good first baseman. He has a great glove on that side of the infield. Hit his 20th home run in basically a little more than 2 full seasons here in Shawnee. That came to tie the game back in the 2nd inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, down and in. Sistenis able to smother it and keep Ruvalcaba at second base. Hector doubled off Howard to start the inning. That chased Andrew for the ball game. Now Austin Cross is in. He's 2-2 with Carl and struck out the previous hitter, Ramon Enriquez. 1 on, 1 out in the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, and Eric is 3-2. And this is a similar at-bat to the one that he had against Howard back in the 3rd inning, although he trailed 1-2 in the count and fought off a couple of 2-strike pitches. Cross, after having Carl down to 1-2, is just flat and missed out of the zone badly in each of his last 2. 3-1 Oklahoma Baptist to the 5th. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. So Eric Carlson will take a walk to first, and Colin Prince will come to the plate. Colin Prince has hit safely in 7 straight games, both games of the series to this point. And Colin is 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch, and will face a 3rd different ready hurler in his many at-bats. Lower third of the lineup, not doing much, with the exception of Kissel, who hit a home run in the 4th to stretch it to a 3-1 lead. First pitch in the dirt. It rolls out in front of home plate. Runners go. Now they throw in a second. The throw was well offline. So Carlson slides in. And it is now 2nd and 3rd for Colin Prince. You just get the feeling that Colin is due for one right here. Had 3 home runs in the series last weekend at Southern Nazarene, his best weekend of the season. We also mentioned last night that he has become a mainstay in the outfield. So he takes one low, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. He is making his 14th consecutive start in the outfield, mostly in right, started last night in left. And since that point, he has raised his average over 50 percentage points. 2 balls, no strikes. And a fastball away, called a strike, and it's 2-1. Colin in conference play before this weekend, hitting just under 300, 297. 7 of his 8 homers have come in league play. He has 7 doubles on the season as well. A swing and a miss, and it counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To outfielder Colin Prince. And the pitch. And a fly ball. Out into shallow right field. Butler having trouble. And it will be caught. Now tagging and scoring is going to be Ruvalakaba, and it's 4-1. Butler was having all sorts of trouble, it looked like, out in right field. He made the catch. And then Hector tagged and scored. So an RBI sac fly for Colin Prince. And here is Kevin Sines with 2 outs and a runner at second.
Kevin Sines.
Kevin Sines grounded into a double play and struck out to open up the OBU 4th. Our friend Will Pruitt, the commissioner of the Great American Conference, has sent me what the standings will finish with tiebreakers if this score holds up. And it's 0-1. If this score holds up, indeed it would be Arkansas Monticello going to Northwestern in the 4-versus-5 matchup.
AJ, like you sitting on the batter, please.
OBU is locked into the number 3 spot. Their opponent right now would be Harding. Fly ball left field, well hit. That's trouble if it stays fair and it curls foul. So if this score holds, it's Tech 1, Southern Arkansas 2, OBU 3, Northwestern 4. UAM 5, Harding 6, Henderson 7, Southwestern 8. If Henderson rallies, they would be back here in Shawnee next Thursday. Harding would fall to number 7 spot. Appreciate that, Commish. No balls, 2 strikes. That pitch is low, and the count goes to 1-2. So OBU will be at home. They will finish 3rd, a game behind Southern Arkansas and Tech in the standings, and they will either get Harding or Henderson State. Both teams have played at this ballpark this year. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Henderson State will host the Great American Conference semifinals and finals at Clyde-Berry Field. They did that several years ago. Only the first round was a best-of-3 series, with the Final 4 going to Arkadelphia. 2-2 the count to Kevin Sines. That pitch hits the shin guard of Tennis and goes to the backstop. So over to third goes Eric Carlson. Bison have stretched the advantage with single runs to this point of the 4th and 5th inning and chasing Andrew Howard. Bison looking for another Saturday afternoon sweep or Sunday afternoon, depending on when the series has been played. Mentioned earlier, they've dropped a lot of first games of the series, only to come back and win both ends of a doubleheader this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the pitch. Got him to chase one. He'll pop it up near the first base dugout, and it will hit in the dugout. So Sines will see at least one more. So what we know is that Arkansas Tech will host Southwestern. Southwestern swept Tech in Weatherford a couple of weeks ago. OBU will host either Harding or Henderson State. Northwestern will get Arkansas Monticello. 1 ball, 1 strike, or 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a breaking ball of the handle pops straight back and out of play. It's kind of interesting because when the scenario was brought forth as to what the postseason tournament would look like, everybody joking. Can you imagine if Northwestern and Arkansas Monticello play in the first round? It has happened, and that's going to be a great 4-5 matchup at Myers Stadium. Rangers in the first league series of the year took 2 of 3 for the Bullweevils in Alva. 2-2 pitch hit deep into left field. Mitchell going back. Mitchell at the wall, and he can't make the catch. It's gone. Home run, Kevin Sines into the bullpen. And it's 6-1 OBU.
Home run, Kevin Sines. His 9th of the season.
9th home run of the year for Kevin Sines. RBIs number 31 and 32. And he ended last week at Southern Nazarene in that 29-run explosion at the expense of the Storm pitching staff. An 11-game homerless streak, his longest of his OBU career, and now he's homered in 2 of the last 4 ball games. Here's Cade Kissel, who started to loosen this one up with a solo home run of the 4th. First pitch from Cross is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. So it's 6-1 Bison. 6 runs, 8 hits for OBU. 1 run, 4 hits for the Reddies. We're in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Popped up, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. OBU has 3 home runs in the ball game. Carlson in the 2nd, Kissel in the 4th, and now Kevin Sines here in the 5th. OBU now with 81 on the season. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's belted. He was out in front of it and pulls it foul left side. And it's 1-2. So Kissel did not look good at all when his first at bat in the 2nd inning, went down swinging in 3 straight swings. Looked better, obviously, in the 4th by cranking one out, and he has had some good swings here in this 5th inning against Austin Cross. Here's the 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Was in the dirt. Sistinas now will have to throw to first to complete the strikeout. He does. And the inning is over. OBU gets 2 more. They do it on a couple of hits. The big one, the 2-run bomb by Kevin Sines. We go to the 6th in this 7-inning game. Bison lead at 7-1 on the Bison Sports Network. Brett Galbraith on to work the 6th, and his leash a little bit longer now thanks to Kevin Sines' 2-run home run. It is 6-1 Bison. I've been saying that the quarterfinals will be on Thursday. It's actually going to be on Friday, so I misspoke. Surprise, surprise. May the 14th, next Friday, will be the quarterfinal games here in Shawnee, or should I say game. Russellville, Magnolia, Shawnee, Alva will host the quarterfinal matchups. Grayson Stevens to lead off the 6th inning for Henderson State. Stevens is 0 for 2 against Brett Galbraith. Trying to work his longest stint of his young Bison career, and he opens the 6th with a fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. Galbraith gets the sign, now delivers. Next pitch is in there for a strike, and the count evens up 1-1. So the Bison, trying to send off 10 seniors in winning fashion, have set themselves up 6 outs away from doing just that. Galbraith's pitch is popped up on the infield. Kaimana Bartolome looks unsettled underneath it. Now Pratt comes over to call him off and makes the catch, and that's 1 out. So good communication to the left side. 1 up, 1 down here in the 6th inning. Friday will be the quarterfinals. We'll have it for you here on the Bison Sports Network from Bison Hill. Here's Joe Myers, single and a strikeout. Called out on strikes back in the 3rd. Breck's first pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. OBU in their first 2 years of eligibility have been to the conference tournament championship game twice. They're 1-1. pitch. Big swing, no contact by Joe Myers, and it evens up 1 ball, 1 strike. 6-1 OBU. We are in the 6th inning, series finale here in Shawnee. And the pitch. Downstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Bison Baseball brought to you by Boomerang Diners. It's not just fast food, it's good food fast. Based right here at Shawnee, stop by one of their 2 locations in town or order online at boomerangdiner.com. Now Galbraith's pitch, lined into center field. Moving to his left is Kissel, and he makes a running catch between the belt buckle and the kneecap. And that was a really good play by Cade Kissel. So Myers thought he had a base hit. Instead, Cade Kissel covered a lot of ground out there in center. Able to run it down, and now there's 2 out here in the 6th.
Number 32, Matthew Baker.
So Matthew Baker, the designated hitter now, will be Henderson's last hope here in the 6th. He led off the 4th with a single and was stranded. Henderson State has left runners in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th innings today. Galbraith's first pitch misses away, 1 ball, no strikes. They are up in the bullpen just in case. Galbraith's 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. Since Matthew Baker a single in the 4th inning, Galbraith has only allowed 2 base runners. Walks in the 4th and 5th, and both have been erased on double plays. So Ethan Perry got out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam in the 1st to keep it a 1-0 ready advantage thanks to a double play, and now Galbraith has used that to his advantage here in the middle innings. Fly ball right field, pretty well hit. Going back is Prince, and up against the wall is Kissel, and he can't make the catch as he banged into the wall and dropped it. Now Baker sprints around 2nd into 3rd with a triple. Colin Prince was on his horse, and the wind pushed it away from him. Cade Kissel never gave up on the play, and he banged into the wall. The ball came out from his glove, and now Sistinas will be the batter. A 2-out triple by Matthew Baker, and you can see why this guy is one of their best arms and also does a lot of DHing. Baker is now 2 for 4, 2 for 5 in this series. Sistinas has walked and been forced out, 6 unassisted on a 6-3 double play back in the 4th. Grounded short to 1st in the 2nd inning. And the first pitch is flied into center field. That's hit pretty well, but Kissel going back is there. Ballpark will hold it, and he backpedals and makes the catch. So good play by Kissel in center, fighting the son of the wind, and nothing comes of the 2-out triple. 1 hit, 1 left. We've completed 5.5. 6-1 Oklahoma Baptist on the Bison Sports Network.
For Henderson State in the top of the 6th, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base.
That's a good shot, Connor. Keep that. That's a great shot.
A proud supporter of Bison Baseball, First National Bank and Trust is the exclusive home of the OBU Choice checking account. Learn more at fnbokla.bank.
Show your OBU spirit and rep Carip with officially licensed Bison apparel from shopobubison.com. Shopobubison.com is the official online store of OBU Athletics and the only place online to buy OBU apparel, accessories, gifts, and much more with purchases benefiting Bison Athletics. Todd Miller, welcome you back here to Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park. OBU 3 outs away from a double-dip sweep and a series win 2-1 over Henderson State. Bison won the first game 18-13, cranking out 23 hits. They have 6 runs on 9 hits against now 3 Henderson State pitchers. Austin Cross being the third of the 3. The starter, Ethan Perry, went 2 2/3, did not get out of the third inning.
Make some noise for your shortstop, number 25, Cliff Pratt.
Andrew Howard came in, finished up the third, pitched the fourth, gave up a leadoff double in the fifth. And that's when Coach Hooten and company went to the bullpen and fished out Austin Cross, who's pitching for the first time since falling out of the rotation against Harding on April the 20th. Here's the left-hander's first pitch to Cliff Pratt, and it's a strike, 0-1 the count. What's obvious as to why he fell out of the rotation, his earned run average is 7. But dating back to March the 19th at Northwestern, as that pitch is popped out of play, it's no balls, 2 strikes. You might have heard the thud. It hit right on top of the press box right above us. Starting with that game at Alva, he walked 4, then walked 1 against Southwestern. And then has really been on a tear and having problems walking hitters. 4 walks, and 5 walks in his previous 3 appearances. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cliff Pratt, a single, 2 strikeouts. Facing Austin Cross for the first time, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. So Cliff Pratt today has struck out 5 times in the 2 ball games. And up comes Walker Keller. Keller was hit by a pitch for the second time in the ball game back in the 4th.
Left fielder, number 3, Walker
Austin
Keller.
Cross has a record of 2-4. He won his first decision against Southern Nazarene February 27th. 5 innings, 5 hits, 6 strikeouts, and a walk. He did not yield a run in what was a 14-1 Henderson State victory. 1 ball, no strikes to Keller. The next pitch downstairs, and Walker is ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Cross would not win again until defeating Southwestern 14-4 in Arkadelphia March 26th. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, half of which were earned. A swing and a miss by Keller. In that ball game, he struck out 1 and walked 7. And that was really the beginning of the downfall for him in terms of a lack of control. 3-1 the count. 10th appearance, first in relief for Austin Cross. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Keller, and that's belted into center field. Going back is Haskins. Goodbye, baseball. Walker Keller sends that one into orbit, and it's a 7-1 advantage for Oklahoma Baptist. Walker Keller with his 11th home run of the year and RBI number 50.
His 11th of the season.
So Keller has scored a pair, driven in 1, as Austin Cross serves up his 7th home run this season in 10 appearances. Here's Bartolome, who is 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Kaimana 0 for 2 in the ball game, and the first pitch from Cross is a strike away. No balls, 1 strike. Kaimana Bartolome, perhaps his final regular season at bat here in Shawnee. Takes low. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Kai has hit safely in 6 straight. 19 of his last 21 games. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Change speeds on him, and Bartolome spun himself around. Kai coming in, hitting .355 against the conference. Walker Keller, a moment ago, delivering his 9th home run of the year against the league. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Popped up, shallow center field. Out goes the second baseman. In comes the center fielder, Haskins, who makes the catch. And there's 2 gone here in the 6th. I'll tell you right now in 2022, if you're putting money on favorites to win the Great American Conference Player of the Year award, Walker Keller has to be up near the top of the early favorites.
Next up, second
He is
baseman,
that
number
kind of player,
33,
that kind of special talent.
Rubalcaba.
Rubalcaba has singled in a run, doubled, scored a run in the fifth. He is 2 for 3 in the ballgame. Final Bison to have their first look at Austin Cross. It comes here in the sixth. 7-1 OBU. First pitch is a strike at the knees. 0-1 the count. So a tight game has been broken open over the last really 3 innings by the big flies. A little soft liner off of the glove of Myers and into left field for a hit. Joe Myers nearly made a spectacular play. That ball was not hit very hard. Wind was pushing it away from him just enough to make it a really difficult play, and Joe gave it his all. So the Bison have their 10th hit of the ball game. They are 16-2 when they're in double digits in hit category this season. They won with 23 hits in the first game earlier.
Designated hitter number 12, Ramon Enriquez.
Here is Enriquez. He's grounded into a double play, singled and struck out. Struck out as the first Bison to face Austin Cross back in the fifth. Cross's first pitch is a fastball away, 1 ball, no strikes. Austin Cross, a fourth-year junior out of Ashdown, Arkansas. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Carlson tied the game with a home run in the second. OBU took the lead and an RBI single in the third from Rubalcaba. It was 3-1 in the fourth after a one-out solo shot by Kissel. Bison got back-to-back RBIs in the fifth. And now a solo blast here in the sixth, and there's another one gone. Enriquez knows it as he flips the bat, and OBU leads it 9-1. There was no doubt about that one. Ramon Enriquez with his 6th home run of his final season. In his career, that is his 23rd home run as a Bison. His 22 coming in 3rd all time in the Division II era here on Bison Hill. So Austin Cross has given it up twice here. To Keller and now to Enriquez, and OBU pulling away, leading 9-1. Eric Carlson with the game-tying home run back in the second, fouls the first pitch off. The Bison today have 9 runs, and I believe 7 of those 9 runs have been scored on home runs. Here's the 0-1 pitch downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. And an RBI single from Rubalcaba in the third, an RBI sac fly by Colin Prince in the fifth. Ground ball out to second. Colasanto has it. He'll throw to first, and the inning is over. Damage is done. 3 runs, 3 hits. We go to the 7th. Last chance for Henderson State. 9-1, Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network.
Hey, remind me there's no run rule this one, right? What? Sure. Hey,
For the Bison in the bottom 6, 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors, no one left on base. After 6 innings, the score is your Bison 9. Henderson
okay, for this
State.
one, I'm gonna let you guys pick who you want to put the camera on.
Well, you wondered if Brett Galbraith would get a 5th inning. Then OBU stretched the advantage. He came out of the 5th with a double play, got a 1-2-3 inning. Gave up a 2-out triple to Baker. Now the lead is 9-1, and Breck giving the bullpen a rest in this finale. Will come out for the 7th inning and try to throw his first career complete game. And for OBU, if you can believe it, it would be their first complete game of the season. Either a 7 or a 9-inning contest. Colasanto will lead off. Haskins and then Butler. Hughes, if anybody reaches, here in inning number 7.
Number 2, Daniel Colasanto.
Colasanto has grounded into a double play and doubled with the run scored. First pitch is popped out of play on the third base side for a strike. So Brett Galbraith, without a doubt, as impressive as anybody has been this weekend on the bump for OBU.
Name Travis on it. We have it up here in the press box. Thank you.
Brett looking to move his record to 2-0. He's lowered his earned run average below 4 now. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. Galbraith today has struck out at least 1 hitter in 4 straight innings, multiple hitters in the third. Did not register a strikeout, facing 4, giving up a 2-out single in the first. 2 balls and 1 strike. He walks 2 batters. Sestinas in the 4th, and Butler to open up the 2nd. Other than that, he's pitched really well. Another foul ball as that would have swatted out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And one of the things that Galbraith has done today exceptionally well is keep the ball on the infield. 2 double plays have really helped his cause, and you don't want balls put up in the stratosphere in days like this here in Shawnee. Now time is called. Colasanto will readjust his batting glove. So Brett Galbraith has done everything and even more that the coaching staff could have hoped for. About to pitch OBU to a series win over Henderson State. And the pitch. Line to second. Off of the glove of the diving second baseman, Ruvalcaba. And out into right field. So a solid hit in the 7th inning to start for Colasanto. Bryson Haskins, who homered twice in today's first ball game, 0 for 2 against Brett Galbraith with strikeouts in the 2nd and the 4th innings. "27 runs put up on the board in 2 games for OBU. Swing and a miss. Haskins behind, no balls, 1 strike. The wind was there last night when the game started. It died down after sunset, and Spencer Tack was just really, really good. Told you that the opportunities really dried up after the 3rd inning for OBU last night. 0-1 pitch. Did he lay off it? No, he didn't. The fastball away, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Tack, Tucker, Langston last night. Very, very impressive. One of the more impressive pitching performance we've seen in this ballpark. In comes the 0-2 pitch downstairs. OBU is going to see Harding if this score holds up and only 3 outs to go, which means probably Andrew Bradshaw again. He and Ryder Yakel combined to shut out OBU 3-0 in the first game of the series here last month in Shawnee. The 1-2 pitch. Downstairs, and he went around. So Haskins didn't mean so. It wasn't much of an attempt, but enough that they punch him out. And Galbraith gets his 6th strikeout, and here comes Nick Butler. Henderson State appears as if they are going to head to Magnolia for their first-round matchup. As the number 7 seed, Southwestern will open against Arkansas Tech, the co-champions of the Great American Conference regular season. First pitch is popped up and out of play down the left field line. Tech has managed to play themselves back into the top spot after getting off to a great start in the league, and then they really scuffled for a couple of weekends. They were swept by Southwestern. They were an out away from being swept by Northwestern. They got a walk-off 3-run home run to beat the Rangers and then bounced back the last couple of weekends. Pitch is downstairs, and it evens up 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, you play a long season, in this case, well over half of your games of 40 in conference play, and you can look back to just 2, 3, 4, 5 games, a handful of opportunities that really separate you in the standings. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big swing, no contact by Butler. Advantage Galbraith, 1-2. OBU squandering a golden opportunity last week, dropping 1 of 3 at Southern Nazarene. Bison gave up a 2-out walk-off home run of the first game of the series at Southern Arkansas. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Nick Butler. And the pitch. Outside, it's 2-2. So there's a handful of games that really end up deciding your fate. They all count the same, but when you're in a battle for high-ranking positions or just even to qualify for the playoffs, you look back at a handful of missed opportunities. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Butler chased a fastball away, and this game now down to its final out in the 7th inning. C.J. Hughes, the last hope. Hughes playing in all 3 games of the series. It is just under a third of the games he has played now for the year. This is his 11th appearance. 3rd straight start. He played in 8 games as a reserve before the weekend. Had a good series. First pitch, swing and a miss, and it's no balls, 1 strike. They are ready in the bullpen, but it doesn't appear as if their services will be needed. For the first time all year, OBU looks like they're headed for a complete game. Leading 9-1, a runner at first, 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Galbraith's pitch inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. So Brett Galbraith, a career-high 6 2/3 innings in his first Great American Conference start. 1 ball, 1 strike, and in comes the pitch. Downstairs, good block by Signs, and it's 2-1. Seven strikeouts for Breck in the ballgame. That 2 is a career high, surpassing his last 2 stints against Northeastern State and UCO. Galbraith brings home the 2-1 pitch, and it's swatted out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So how about this? 5 innings against NSU and UCO with 6 strikeouts in each of those starts. Looks like 7 tonight with at least 7 strikeouts, maybe 8 if he can finish Hughes here off in the 7th. (9-1) OBU. Galbraith brings the 2-2 pitch home. It's inside, and the count goes full, 3-2. If C.J. Hughes extends this game, the top of the order with Danny Mitchell awaits on deck, but Mitchell has just not been able to solve Brett Galbraith in this ballgame. Three balls, 2 strikes. Colasanto, the runner from first, will be off the pitch, and now time is called as Hughes backs out of the batter's box. And see Breck working very, very confidently, very comfortably out there on the mound. 3 balls, 2 strikes. In comes the pitch. Runner goes. Ball hit and knocked down at first by Carlson. Diving stop. Flips to Galbraith for the win. How about that from Eric Carlson in his final regular season game at Bobby Cox Field? That ball looked like it was headed to right field. Carlson made a diving stop, got on his feet, fed it to Brett Galbraith. Covering, and the ball game is over, and the Bison have swept Henderson State in the final games of the regular season. So they win the series 2-1. They take the final in 7 innings, 9-1. Our postgame show is next here on the Bison Sports Network.
score of today's second game. Final score, OBU 9, Henderson State 1. Fans, thanks for joining us this year. We'll host one more home game next Friday for a GAC quarterfinal. Keep up with those details by following OBU Baseball on Twitter and Instagram. Drive safe and go Bison.
Todd, are you good? What are you doing?
Welcome back here to Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park on the OBU campus. A good Saturday for Oklahoma Baptist. Almost 7 hours after we threw the first pitch. 8 hours after the senior day ceremonies. OBU has taken 2 from Henderson State. They went 18-13 in the first ball game, and then a dominating performance by young right-hander Brett Galbraith in the nightcap. And OBU wins it 9-1. 9 runs, 11 hits for OBU. They left 5. 1 run, 6 hits for Henderson State. They left 5 as well. And the key after the first game, when both teams threw the ball all over the ballpark, no errors. They had 9 combined in the first game of today's doubleheader. Brett Galbraith will be the winner in the first complete game of the season turned in by OBU. It comes in a 7-inning contest, and it comes by one of the youngest members of the pitching staff, Brett Galbraith, who strikes out 7 batters in 7 innings and allows just 1 run, scattering 6 hits. The loser will be Ethan Perry, the first of 3 pitchers today for Henderson State here in the series finale. So the final score for the final time, 9-1 Oklahoma Baptist. The Bison finish in 3rd of the Great American Conference, and they will again host Harding next Friday right here at the ballpark, and we will have it for you on the Bison Sports Network. OBU took 2 of 3 from Harding in this facility last month. Time will be announced later. Stay tuned to Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on social media. Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics on Facebook at OBU_athletics and at OBU_baseball for the latest postseason news. So the regular season is in the books. OBU will finish with a record of 25-14, 22-11 in Great American Conference play. CC wins games 40 and 41, and this is 61st game as head coach here on Bison Hill at OBU against sweeps Henderson State. Until we join you for the playoffs here on Friday in Shawnee, I'm Todd Miller. We've enjoyed bringing you this Senior Day broadcast and hope you will tune us in on Friday. Until then, so long and have a great Mother's Day weekend from Shawnee.